Hey, George, this is Edward. Looks like you're unmuted, so I think that was your cough.
Ah, good to chat with you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Life is slow down here in the South. Hello, Islam. How are you?
Hello, how are you, George? Fine. Nice to see you.
This is always the tough part, the last like 10 minutes before kickoff.
Yes.
Hello, George. Hello, Edward. Hello, Islam.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Sam. How are you?
Oh, everybody's here. All right, let's see.
Hello, Prof. Manish Gupta. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine.
It's our pleasure being with you today.
Yeah.
Thank you for your support.
Thanks.
IEEE Computer Society presents, coming to you this June, the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program is proud to present its first 24-hour online event, which brings together leading researchers, scientists, engineers, and industry experts from the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program to share their expertise and insights on the latest developments and trends on smart computing. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is moderated by the regional and area coordinators of the IEEE Computer Society and features keynote speeches, panel discussions, and technical sessions from invited speakers. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is designed for researchers, scientists, engineers, industry professionals, and students who are interested in learning more about the potential of smart computing to advance various fields of research and applications.
Computing is expansive.
Computing is evolving.
Computing is limitless.
We are the IEEE Computer Society, the professional home for all computing.
We bring together passionate engineers, scientists, academics, and industry to cultivate environments for idea exchange, dialogue, debate, and collaboration.
We set the standard for learning that empowers, with peer-reviewed publications and international conferences, local chapters and meetings, and valued resources.
We support members, we cultivate leaders.
We help computing professionals at every stage of their career.
We are the IEEE Computer Society, your professional home.
The IEEE Computer Society's Distinguished Visitors Program delivers tools for individuals at all stages of their professional careers through visits to chapters, offering opportunities for individual interaction, and to the membership through webinars by respected professionals. We have distinguished visitors who cover machine learning, cybersecurity, robotics, big data, cloud computing, blockchain, and cryptography, among others. Chapters can request a distinguished visitor on computer.org/distinguished-visitors. The Computer Society pays intercity travel, while chapters are responsible for all costs with regard to the hosting of the distinguished visitor, such as lodging, transportation, and food and incidentals in the city of the presentation. The Distinguished Visitors Program is able to pay up to $1,000 for a visit to a chapter, but by working with other nearby chapters to develop a tour, that amount can be increased. So when your chapter is planning its next event, think of the Distinguished Visitors Program.
IEEE Computer Society presents, coming to you this June. The IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program is proud to present its first 24-hour online event, which brings together leading researchers, scientists, engineers, and industry experts from the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program to share their expertise and insights on the latest developments and trends on smart computing. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is moderated by the regional and area coordinators of the IEEE Computer Society and features keynote speeches, panel discussions, and technical sessions from invited speakers. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is designed for researchers, scientists, engineers, industry professionals, and students who are interested in learning more about the potential of smart computing to advance various fields of research and applications.
Computing is expansive.
Computing is evolving.
Computing is limitless.
We are the IEEE Computer Society, the professional home for all computing.
We bring together passionate engineers, scientists, academics, and industry to cultivate environments for idea exchange, dialogue, debate, and collaboration.
We set the standard for learning that empowers. With peer-reviewed publications and international conferences, local chapters and meetings, and valued resources.
We support members, we cultivate leaders.
We help computing professionals at every stage of their career.
We are the IEEE Computer Society, your professional home.
The IEEE Computer Society's Distinguished Visitors Program delivers tools for individuals at all stages of their professional careers through visits to chapters, offering opportunities for individual interaction, and to the membership through webinars by respected professionals. We have distinguished visitors who cover machine learning, cybersecurity, robotics, big data, cloud computing, blockchain, and cryptography, among others. Chapters can request a distinguished visitor on computer.org/distinguished-visitors. The Computer Society pays intercity travel, while chapters are responsible for all costs with regard to the hosting of the distinguished visitor, such as lodging, transportation, and food and incidentals in the city of the presentation. The Distinguished Visitors Program is able to pay up to $1,000 for a visit to a chapter, but by working with other nearby chapters to develop a tour, that amount can be increased. So when your chapter is planning its next event, think of the Distinguished Visitors Program.
IEEE Computer Society presents, coming to you this June. The IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program is proud to present its first 24-hour online event, which brings together leading researchers, scientists, engineers, and industry experts from the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program to share their expertise and insights on the latest developments and trends on smart computing. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is moderated by the regional and area coordinators of the IEEE Computer Society and features keynote speeches, panel discussions, and technical sessions from invited speakers. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is designed for researchers, scientists, engineers, industry professionals, and students who are interested in learning more about the potential of smart computing to advance various fields of research and applications.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me before we start?
Yes,
Hello?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Dr. Hussam Fahmi, Chair of the IEEE Distinguished Visitors Program. I'm glad to welcome you all in this 24 hours event. I'm happy to have with us key IEEE figures, Dr. David Bondurant, Chair of the Member and Geographic Activities Board, Dr. Edward Addy, Chair of the Awards and Recognition Committee, Dr. George Proler, past Chair of the Distinguished Visitor Program and very active person, Dr. Islam and his team who has managed to bring this event to life. And I would like to thank 18 DVs who will participate in this event. I'd like to thank the young volunteers who did a great job in this event. And I would like to thank also the channel, the panelists who will moderate all the sessions. It is almost 3 a.m. Cairo time now. So I'm glad to make it this time of the day. Okay, let me invite Dr. David Bondurant to start his talk in this opening ceremony. Go ahead, Dr. David.
So am I going to have a slideshow or not, Islam?
As you like, you can share your slides if you'd like.
It says host is disabled.
You can now, please.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Okay, well, welcome. I'm Dave Bondurant from Colorado Springs in the United States. I'm here to give you a little bit of a background on the Geographical Activities Committee of the Computer Society. And so that's what I'll do here in just a few slides. Here's just kind of an overview of how the geographical activity divides the world. We basically work with all the professional and student branches, professional chapters and student branches around the world. They're divided into regional coordinators and then sections within those. And so you can see that we have a total of 246 professional chapters around the world. We have 2 new ones this year. And as you can see, we have about 953 activities by those chapters around the world. So about 3.9 activities per chapter worldwide. Just a brief look at the distribution of the professional members of the Computer Society by area. And so again, the US is the largest at this point, but major contributions by Region 8 and Region 10. Just a brief look at the Computer Society student branches that are part of our organization. We have a total of 605 student chapters around the world. We have a total of 21 new ones this year, so we're growing. As you can note, majority of these chapters are in regions 10, 9, and 8. And as you can see here, the growth of students is in the areas of Region 8 and Region 10. Now, I just wanted to give a little bit of a briefing on the kind of support that the Computer Society provides to chapters. We provide some basic funding, $200 for active chapters and up to $450 of incentive funding based on your activity levels. We have a chapter grants program to assist you in your programs with funding levels like $500, $1,000, and $2,000. And these are basically requested online and approved by your regional coordinator. We support your local meetings and webinars. This event today is an example of that. We are showcasing our Distinguished Visitor Program. We have a series of distinguished lectures, and then the regional coordinators coordinate regional webinars that can be shared amongst chapters. And we provide recognition, Outstanding Chapter Award and a Distinguished Contributor recognition. Now, why have a local Computer Society chapter? Networking, continuing education. It gives you an opportunity to develop your presentation skills and get out your knowledge, outreach to students and young professionals, and engaging in local industry. Here's just one example of outreach to students. The Lone Star chapter in San Antonio in the United States got a grant from the Computer Society and developed a training program for logic design using FPGAs. And so this is an example of how one of your chapters could both access the grant program and develop an outreach program with local students. That's my story today, and I'm happy to be here, and we will see you again tomorrow. Thanks, Islam.
Thanks, David. Thanks, David. Edward, it's your time.
Okay, I don't have a presentation, but thank you, and I want to say welcome to everyone. I chair the Computer Society Member and Geographic Activities Awards and Recognition Committee, and that's that committee is the home of the Distinguished Visitors Program. I personally believe this program, the Distinguished Visitors Program, is one of the most valuable benefits to our members and chapters. It provides a structure for chapters to request highly recognized experts. highly recognized experts to engage with our members. It was previously led by Dr. Proler and now by Dr. Fahmy, and the program has adapted to changing circumstances such as COVID and has continued to engage Computer Society members. The 24-hour event that has just started, focusing on smart computing, is just another innovative way that this committee has worked to bring the expertise of our distinguished visitors just to a wide audience. And I'd like to express my appreciation to the people that organized this event. And that was primarily members from the Distinguished Visitors Program Committee, the Geographic Activities Committee, and the Student and Young Professionals Committee. I was going to name some individuals, but they're also the individuals talking in this introduction. So I won't list their names. You'll come across them as they talk. I would also like to thank the regional area coordinators who will be serving as the moderators, and of course the expert presenters who are developing their own talks and spend time engaging with our chapters around the world. So I hope everyone enjoys this event and finds it valuable. I guess we'll all understand if some of us, take a nap, go to sleep at the program. I don't think that will be the fault of the speakers. That'll just be because 24 hours is a long time to stay awake. So I hope everyone enjoys the program and finds it valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you. Dr. George, it's your time.
Thank you. Well, it's pretty interesting being about the third speaker. And so what I'd like to share is, it's my honor and privilege to be here among this group and to extend a welcome to those attending. Being former chair of the Distinguished Visitor Program, I'm somewhat biased. And I think that this first 24-hour event, I think this is terrific. A few years ago, we tried to do this for 8 hours with a focus on security. And I have a pretty good idea the kind of Herculean task that is an event for 8 hours. So to look at this and to say 24 hours, it's spectacular. And to bring together leading researchers, scientists, engineers, and to provide information which is the hallmark of the DV program. I echo what Edward said with regard to this being somewhat the crown jewel, if you will, of programs, because we go out and we provide information, not just to chapters, but we provide that information to the overall computing community, because events are just locked down. Chapters invite other people. Doing this for 24 hours is a tribute to the drive, determination, and dedication of Professor Fahmy, chair of the DVP.
Thank you.
And
Thank
Professor
you.
Islam Halim, chair of the Awareness and Customer Advocacy Subcommittee, which I kind of think has done a ton of this work. And Shivam, I believe, chair of the Students and Young Professionals Activities Committee and his team. And David, you've already heard from the Geographic Activities. But what is truly spectacular about this is this event has been coordinated with the diverse membership of the Computer Society and representing the worldwide footprint. If you look at the committee members and you look at those who've done the work, they're from all the major regions. And so this really has had both input and now there's output. As Professor Fahmy said, it's approaching 3 a.m. in Cairo. Here where I am, it's a little after 7 p.m. And I'm sure that among the audiences, we hit probably 20 of the 24 time zones. I think that would be pretty good. My other hats is I'm the chair of the Distinguished Contributor Program. That'll kick off with applications accepted 1 September, and folks can look for information coming out on that probably in mid-July. And with regard to Opening up the rolls, we now have about 200 distinguished contributors, and this recognizes the technical contributions that society members have made to the computer society, to the computing community, and to the general community, if you will, at large. And we look for, more applications. As I said, more information will be out. So welcome again to what I'm sure is going to be very interesting. And let me pass the virtual gavel back and say that I hope to see many of you as I give my talk, which will be, probably in about 14 hours. I'll be speaking. For me, it'll be tomorrow. So again, thank you, and I pass the gavel back.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George. Okay, I'll have my talk now. Is my screen clear?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll present a... Okay, that's okay. I have... That's the website of the Distinguished Visitor Program. You can access any information about this program on this website. That's the Distinguished Visitors Committee. We have George Plora, past chair, myself, and then we have Yazid Enrique from Region 9. We have Michelle Thompson from Regions 1 to 7. We have Leonel Sousa from Region 8, and we have Eric Berkowitz and Antoni Maglaki for the administration of the committee. We have this group of young volunteers chaired by Dr. Islam. We have Ashar Ali, Eric Castellanos, Shatakshi Singh, and Michael Adel. They are doing a great job to organize this event. This year, we have 18 new distinguished visitors, 4 from Region 6, 2 from Region 7, 8 from Region 8, and 5 from Region 10. The distribution of the distinguished visitors is through the whole globe. In Region 1 to 7, we have totally 36 distinguished visitors, online and in person. In person are those who are in their current term, their 3 years term. Online who expired the funded travel term and are available for online talks. So in Region 1 to 7, we have 36 DVs, among them 4 women. In Region 9, we have totally 6 DVs, online and in person, but we don't have women DVs. In Region 8, we have a total of 22 distinguished visitors, among them 5 women. In Region 10, we have a total of 21 DVs, and among them 2 women DVs. Totally, we have 85 DVs, online and in person. Among them, we have 11 women, which is 12.94%. Among the 85, 76.47 are online and in person, and 23.53% are just online. If we look at the diversity by academia and industry, this year we have 45 DVs from academia, 10 DVs from industry, and 11 DVs from industry and academia, mixed industry and academia, totaling 66 in-person DVs. As a percentage, we have 68.2% from academia, 15.2% from industry, and 16.7% from industry and academia. As a breakdown by gender, male and female, we have 7 women DVs and 58 male DVs who are in person. As a percentage, it is 10.8% female DVs and 89.2% male DVs. As a by region, we have 36 DVs from regions 1 to 7, 22 DVs from region 8, and 6 DVs from region 9, and 21 DVs from region 10, totaling 85 in person and online. As a percentage, 42.4% are from region 1 to 7, 25.9% are from region 8, 7.1% are from region 9, and 24.7% are from region 10. Sometimes I was asked about AI working DVs. So I made these statistics. We have a total of 33 DVs working on AI, which is 38.372% of the total number of DVs, which are 85, 86 DVs. In region 1 to 7, we have 16 DVs working on AI. In region 8, we have 7 DVs. In region 9, we have 4 DVs.
Hello? I'm sorry, but I think we couldn't hear Dr. Hussam now. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Dr. Islam. I think Dr. Hussam has an internet problem. Good morning, Dr. Islam. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, thank you.
Or good evening, according to your time zone.
I'm afraid it seems he has an internet issue, of course. Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Islam. It's all yours.
No, we're waiting you, Prof. Sam. It seems that you lost your connection.
Yes, I lost it and I got it back.
Yes, yes.
But I didn't lose it in the presentation.
Yes. I think we were stuck while you were presenting. So if you'd like to continue your presentation, it will be great.
Okay, it was lost from which page?
If you can share it, I will tell you. Maybe we were talking about the AI DVP.
Starting from the AI DVP. Okay.
Yes.
Would you allow me to share? Would you allow me to share?
Sure.
Only the host can share. Yeah. From here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, do you follow me? Okay, we have, I usually was asked about how many AI DVs do we have. So we have a total of 33 AI DVs out of 86. We have 16 AI DVs in region, in region 1 to 7. We have 7 AI DVs in region 8. We have 4 AI DVs in region 9, and we have 6 AI DVs in region 10. 33 is around 38.4% of the total number of DVs. Up till now, we had 10 talks from region 1 to 7, 8 talks from 5 talks from region 8, and 4 talks from region 9, and 6 talks from region 10, including the talks to be presented in this event. So totally, we had 25 talks in this year up till now. The audience, I will update it after this event. So this is a tentative number till now, because we are waiting how many attendees we'll have in this event. Here is the poster of this event. I'm again thankful for everybody for who are with us today, and for those who are organizing the event, and for the DVs who will contribute with their expertise. We had 10 talks till now, online and funded talks, and we'll have 18 talks. Dr. Islam will talk in details about them in few minutes. These talks will be presented in this event. And that's all. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, and you are all welcome. You can take over, Dr. Islam.
Thank you, Dr. Islam. I'd like just a couple of minutes to prepare the presentation. I think, Dr. Sam, I made you the host by mistake, so
you made me a host, so
so you need to give it to me again. Sorry for that.
Okay. I have stopped broadcasting. Are you okay now?
I'm just preparing.
Okay.
One side. I think my screen is shared, right? Can you see?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So it's really my pleasure being here with the prestigious professors of the Computer Society. I'd like to thank you, Professor Hussam, for giving me this opportunity. I'd like also to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Giorgio Paulier and Dr. David Nordram and Dr. Edward, of course. It's been an honor to be part of this event, and I really appreciate your kind support and being there at this event. As Prof. Hussam said, the Distinguished Visitor Program, you can sure find more information about the Computers Distinguished Visitor Program. Here, Dr. Hussam thanked my team, but I'd like also to thank them, especially Shatakshi. By the way, Shatakshi is from the Student and Young Professional Committee. She worked with Shibam and she really did a great job. I'd like also to thank Michael, our young student. He's currently attached to the committee, and he also doing a great job. I'm also like to thank Ashar. Ashar has been working with me 2 years ago, and also like to thank Eric from Region 9. It's very hard to find a team that can support and volunteer without being know exactly what he could get, especially for the young students. So I'd like to thank them. They are doing a great job. We're still looking for a volunteer from Region 1 to 7. I know it will be easy to find it, but we need to be more closer to this region. Let's start with the vision and mission of the Distinguished Visitor Program. We strive, and the word strive has meaning for us. It represents the core values. We are trying to strive to deliver exceptional experience to the Computer Society members, professional and student chapters. Our mission is to provide an opportunity. It's the main idea of the Distinguished Visitor Program is to provide opportunity to have distinguished visitor either on ground or online. We strive to provide service excellence, top quality, to relationship, innovation, and virtue and experience. it's really important to have core values while we are progressing and doing our work. It's not only how to success, but how to success and while maintaining your core values. This is really important for the Distinguished Visitor Program. This slide, we can see that it could summarize what's really, I think it's important and why the Distinguished Visitor Program can have value add to the computer society. In simple words, the Distinguished Visitor Program can provide tailored gold standard visit. While we are providing tailored visit, that means that our distinguished visitors are able to customize or tailor their presentation according to the audience level. They can work with student, with professional, younger professional, or maybe bigger than that. However, they can also support different level of activities. So this can help the organizer of the event is to contact the distinguished visitor and ask for him to target segment or kind of audience, and he will be able to tailor or customize his talk to deliver what he should to do. Also, we are aiming to have the gold standard. The distinguished visitors are highly recognized and selected according to a very rigorous criteria to maintain their quality and to attract members. Finally, it's visit. It's not just a talk, it's visit. That means that we prefer to have on ground, we prefer to have being there with our members to provide them some values, some opportunities, some benefits, so to attract and to directly represent the computer society. While we combining all those benefits, I believe that you have a successful event, reachable event, activity, so it has an impact for the computer society to increase the number of members, to increase the number of activities, and enrich society. So this is why I believe that the Distinguished Visitor Program is of vital importance to the computer society and the progress of the society. For the requirements to have on-ground events, it's very simple process. Each chapter should consider speakers from our distinguished visitor from the online catalog. We are providing maybe more than 60 speakers or something like that. The program can support up to $1,000 for the intercity travel. It doesn't support the accommodation or the local. It's being on the side of the chapters. However, after arrange or find a tentative date, the chapter should provide a request, and it's recommended to be at least 6 weeks before the scheduled visit. The chair of the Distinguished Visitor Program approves the visit, and you can go online. The online event is more easier than that. Just need to notify the committee about the planned activity, and we do really recommend to have a follow-up or report after the event. So let's talk a little bit about this event, the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program EXA event. It's really a dream. It begins with a dream. I think that we have many distinguished visitors. We have top speakers around the world. We have covered all the world from all the regions. So I thought that why the Distinguished Visitor Program don't provide something special for the community or the society. I think that the only program that have these capabilities So I think that I'd like to make an event that cover all the topics which are more interesting now, all the regions, and to provide the opportunity, an equal opportunity for all the computer society members around the world. We think that the time zones, we have 24-hour time zones around the world. We started now 00, it's 12 a.m. So we starting from the farthest point in the earth, and we are moving 1 hour each one consecutively through the region. We will begin with region 10. After that, we'll go to region 8. Then we go to region 9, and finally we'll finish with region 1 to 7. So each hour, the computer society have an opportunity for one session. So each computer society member will find a number of sessions that fits his schedule. Of course, he can see or according to the recording, he can follow up with the other, but it's an equal opportunity is given to all the members around the world. So it's really a big dream. However, this dream comes true today. And for this, I'd like to thank all the members who supports. First, I'd like to thank the distinguished visitor. Also, I'd like to thank the MGA, David, Omer, Roberto. Special thanks, of course, to Muhammad Ramadan. He's really very supportive, and we worked together the last year and make the mega event in Region 10, and he's a colleague in this dream, and I'd like to provide a special thank for him. Thank you so much. I'd like also to thank Eric and Anthony, the Distinguished Visitor Program Committee, and the SYB is doing a great job with us, and also the moderator. So it's really a huge effort from many folks. Let's just summarize the event. The event, as I told you, that we are now in Region 10. I think it's the time maybe in New Zealand or something like that. It's 12 p.m. For me in Cairo, it's 3 a.m. But I think we are virtually, we are in Region 10 now. So this time is more suitable for the members in Region 10. Each region has 3 special talks. The first one representing the DVP talk, the Distinguished Visitor Program, and a special talk for the regional coordinator, and a special talk for representing the student and young professional. So this pattern will continue in all other regions. In addition to those special kinds of talks, we have our distinguished visitor. For Region 10, we have 5 talks. Professor Tariq will provide an interesting talk about the role of ChatGPT, and as I think it's a very interesting topic. We hope how we were facing and the evolution and how we can. By the way, I just yesterday I have a very interesting discussion at my university about the ChatGPT and how we should read the students and how to deal with them while they are relying on them, and is it legal or so. It's very interesting topic. Also, we have several talks, some of them about the quantum computing, some of them about the machine learning, some of them about the fog base. So I believe that we have a diversity of topics in Region 10, and I wish the region can benefit from those sessions. While we are moving to Region 8, maybe after 7 hours or something like that, Dr. Hussam will give a quick talk about the DVP. Omer, the regional coordinator, will give a special talk, and Dr. Sni gave the SYB special talk. In addition to those special talks, we have Dr. Francesco give an interesting also talk about the digital twins. I think it's a very interesting topic, and personally, I'd like to hear what he's presenting. Dr. Martin is a very supportive guy. I met him personally last year in Egypt. He was in an person visit as distinguished visitor, and he's very supportive to the distinguished visitor program. He will provide a talk about the cybersecurity in the medical devices. Dr. Sneak and Dr. Errol and Dr. Marks, and I think there are very interesting topics, and I'm really happy to see all these figures together giving some directions. Moving to Region 9, I'd like to thank Roberto, because Roberto his support in the design and also in the social media is very active, and he offered his help and support, and he did his own design, and I didn't feel that I have to change it, so I kept it. Roberto will start with the special session, and he choose or to invite some of the volunteers, and I think it's very good idea from him. Like to thank him. Dr. George, of course, will provide a special talk for the DVP, and Valdir will present the SYB. I think that we have an issue in Region 9 as the Distinguished Visitor Program. So we don't have many distinguished visitors there. So I hope this event will encourage and let the distinguished visitor in Region 9 to apply. We are not only looking for the chapters to request the distinguished visitor, but we are also looking for a distinguished speakers that can join the program. So because we have limited number there, so we are relying also on our man there. Dr. George will provide an interesting talk about the security and the Internet of Things in the realm of smart cities. Dr. Enric and Dr. Park also will cover some topics related to the machine learning and artificial intelligence, and I think it's vital importance today. Moving to Region 1 to 7, thank you, David, for your support. You agreed to represent the region, and I think this is very important to this event. I will provide a talk about the DVP to reach the site there, and will provide the SYB talk. I think that we have a very, very well-known and Nancy Mead, of course, and Dr. Adil, Dr. David Alan Greer, and Jolie. So I think I don't need to take more time to talk about these talks. They are, it goes without saying. So also I'd like to thank our moderators from regional, from area coordinators, from the chapter chairs, and also from the volunteers from the Computer Society, and who like to be part of the Computer Society. I'd like to thank David Tien and Dr. Sadiq Al-Khalil and Dr. Meet Omid for their support in coordinating the sessions of Region 10. I'd like to thank Phil. I'd like to thank Ahmed Hassan. I'd like to thank Katrina and Dr. Mariam. Dr. Mariam, by the way, I met her last year in Egypt in a conference, so she's very supportive also. I'd like to thank also the moderators from Region 9, Dr. Donna and Dr. Marsilio, and I'd like to thank Dr. Tamer Arafa, Dr. Samar, Dr. Hisham, and finally, I'd like to thank our young and the future Takashi and Michael for their support. And I think that we're here representing the student and young professionals. So it's very important for me to include all the levels of the computer society. Also, we were honored to have several chapters that are accepted, or the opportunity we gave to co-host some sessions. Unfortunately, we have only one chapter in region 8. It's the Bahrain chapter. I'd like to thank them. 4 chapters in region 9 and 5 chapters in region 10. Frankly, I didn't send an invitation to the chapters in regions 1 to 7 due to the time constraint, and we were in a hurry sometimes. Maybe in the upcoming or the next time we can handle it in a better way. Finally, I'd like to thank Eric and Anthony for their support. It was very tight or short time, but they provide all the support they can. So I'd like also to extend it some. So the dream becomes a true. Now we have an event that will go throughout the world by the support of all those guys. I'd like to thank all of them, and I'm very glad to be here and start our event. Thank you, and I hope you have 24 hours full of activities, full of thoughts, full of discussions. I hope we can have a successful event, and thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, and we launch our event right now. Have a very nice event and a very nice day. Thank you all.
I think Dr. Ruwaida Muhammad, if you'd like to start your session or have a small break, then you can start the first session in region 10.
Yeah, I can share my screen now.
Sure, you can. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, Professor Islam. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
First of all, can I introduce Professor Rabida?
Sure, it's the floors. Yes. Sorry for that. I may introduce you first.
No.
According to our protocol, I should deliver, and so please let me introduce you first. Sorry for that, but it was 4 a.m. now in Egypt, so it's very hard. I think we have a little time. We can go. So now I think we are going to move to our first session, which will be moderated by Professor Dr. Muhammad Sadiq Ali Khan. Dr. Sadiq, Engineering Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan received his PhD degree in computer science from University of Karachi in 2011, bachelor and master degree in computer engineering from SSUET in 1999 and 2003, respectively. Since 2003, he's serving Computer Science Department, University of Karachi, as an assistant professor, and currently serving as an associate professor and in charge ITUOK since 2014. He has 21 years of teaching, management, and research experience, and his research areas includes data communication and networks, network security, e-health, mobile development, cybersecurity, big data analysis, cloud computing, IoT, computational theory, machine learning, and healthcare. He has also published several research articles in international reputed journals having good impact factors. He's a senior member of IEEE and member of CSI, BEC, and NSP. He is currently a vice chair of IEEE Computer Society, Karachi section, and chair educational activities, Karachi section. He also served as volunteers as portfolio officer, IEEE Region 10, JAC, Geographic Activities Committee, Computer Society. He delivered talks as keynote speakers and special sessions in different international conferences. Currently, he is supervising doctorate research on SDN security, things software-defined network security, big data analysis, cloud computing security, e-health framework models, vehicular network simulation. He has done various special education-related projects. He won the 10th Tierra Data Excellence Awards in networking. He has the author of 2 books. Thank you, Dr. Sadiq, for being there, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Islam, for the nice introduction. Thanks to Islam and his team for organizing such an excellent event as EXA's Computer Society DVP Speakers Sessions program for 24 hours. Me, Dr. Sadiq, play a role as a moderator for the 2 sessions of Region 10. Thanks for providing me this opportunity. The distinguished visitor program is providing a key value in IEEE CS vision and mission there. So it's an honor for me to be a part of your team as a volunteer. So our first speaker in Region 10 is Muhammad Rabidan Muhammad Qasim. He joined MEMOS in June 1988. He has a 35 years of experience here. MEMOS, Malaysian Institute of Microelectronic Systems, Ministry of Science, Technology, Innovation. Malaysian is a government applied industrial research and development arm in information technology and microelectronics. He joined MEMOS as a research fellow and now is the R&D manager in the technology deployment department. His research interest areas are wireless sensor network, Internet of Things, real-time systems, and smart agriculture. He has participated in more than 30 national and international R&D projects as a team member or a leader on technical and management positions. Muhammad Rabidan is an IEEE senior member. He was the IEEE Computer Society Malaysian Chapter Chair from 2002 to 2013. As a lecturer, he has given computer science courses for undergraduate and graduate students. He has written conference papers, 1 book chapter, Sensor for Everyday Life in a Springer publication in 2017, and technical reports. He is also a member of the Industry Advisor Panel for Monash University, Malaysia, and Kuala Lumpur University there. He is currently serving as a regional coordinator of the Region 10 Computer Society. So I'll give a warm welcome to Professor Rabidan. Please share your screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for the long introduction by Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan. And first, I would like to thank the organizing committee, Professor Hossam, Dr. Islam, and his team for organizing such a wonderful event. And as you know, it's not an easy task to organize this kind of event, especially running 24 hours. Okay, we have done at the ARC-1011 last year what we call mega DVP event, which is 13 talks within like 6 to 7 weeks. And of course, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Islam for helping us a lot to make that event very successful. And this time, Dr. Islam is doing it 24 hours. So I hope next year will be something, much greater than this. Okay, so as part of a DVP speaker, I think the DVP event is a very good one, and I hope all the chapters take this an opportunity to introduce the speakers and share their knowledge with the chapter members. Okay, so I also take this opportunity to thank David Bondaren for giving an opportunity for me to lead the Region 10 Computer Society. Okay, so I think without further ado, I'll go to the slide. I hope you can see the slide. Okay, so the title of the talk is a Region 10 IEEE Computer Society. Okay, so Dr. Islam gave me an hour. So I was wondering how much facts that I need to put, because normally I'll give a DVP talk. It's very straightforward. I have all the facts. So this time I'll try to give some highlights of what's happening in Region 10, and also some of the plans or programs that we have planned for this year. Okay. So before I go into very detail, let me introduce how we organize the R10 CS structure. So basically we divide the R10 into 4 areas. Okay, so start with the northern area, which covers countries like China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Macau, for example. Then the India area. India area is the whole India as a country as a whole. Then the southern, these are the South Asia countries like Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And the last area is Australia and New Zealand. Okay, so each of these area will be led by area coordinators. And for India, we have a vice chair or vice area coordinator. Okay. Okay, for northern area, we have Professor Yamashita, but he has left like 3 months ago. So we are looking for a replacement. So we hope we can find an area coordinator very soon, because here we have a lot of members over here. In fact, the largest professional member is in Tokyo section. So we need the coordinator to really look after or look into issues in this northern area. Then we have Dr. David Tien. He is in charge of Australia and New Zealand. Then we have for the southern area, Professor Tariq. He is also a DVP speaker. He'll be giving a talk after my talk. Then for India, we have Professor Subramanian, and he is assisted by Dr. Mini Olanat. Dr. Mini is a very new or fresh appointment, just like 3 months ago, because in India, as you know, there are more than 200 student chapters. Okay, so we need to put some very experienced person to manage the student chapters. Okay, we have more than 200. And Dr. Mini is a past chair for IEEE Kerala section. Okay, the Kerala section is one of the largest chapter in terms of the membership. They have more than 3,000 members, which I'll show in the slides, the oncoming slides. Okay, besides the area coordinators, we also have portfolios. Portfolio is led by 3 experienced staff, and one is Dr. Sadiq Ali Khan. He is the moderator for this event. He is more looking into things like events and technical activities. Then we have HR Mohansar. He is more on the newsletter and publications. Then we also have Saitija. He is very active in the SYP, and he is in the website and also on some special projects. So this is roughly the introduction of the committee members who are in the Region 10 CS. Okay. So I'll go each of the areas briefly. Okay, so in India area, as I mentioned, is led by Professor K. Subramaniam, and these are the chapters we have. We have 13 chapters here, plus this section. They have members, I mean computer society members, but they don't have a chapter. Okay, so the latest, the very new chapter is the Vizag Bay. I think it's formed like 3 years ago. For this NC, no chapters, we are putting some initiative to form a computer chapter in these sections. Okay, so in India, we have one section without computer chapter. So we'll work with the area coordinators and also the section to form this computer chapter. Okay, they have more than 20 members, CS members. Okay. Then second is the Australia and New Zealand area. This one is led by Dr. David Tian. So here we have two non-chapters. That means New Zealand Central section and also Northern Australia sections. So the same thing goes as I mentioned for India. We also putting some effort to form a chapter here. Okay. And in Australia and New Zealand, we have 8 chapters. Okay. And then the southern area, in southern area, we have countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Philippines. Philippines is a joint chapter. Bangladesh, Lahore, Karachi, and Islamabad. Vietnam section is a no chapters. Okay, this is one of the chapters we are already talking. So we hope in 3 months, by 3rd quarter, we should able to form a chapter. Okay, the initial talks is going on now. Okay, with the respective members in that section. Then the next one is the northern area. These are sections or chapters like Tokyo, Hong Kong, Beijing, Kansai, Taipei, Seoul, Nanjing, Nagoya, Fukuoka, Wuhan, Tainan, Macau. Okay, and here you see there's a long list of no chapters. Okay, so in fact it's equal. 13 non-chapters. Okay, so that's the reason we need to have the area coordinator very soon so that we can get these non-chapters to form a chapter for this northern area. Okay, here the largest, in fact, in the R10, the largest members, I mean professional chapters from this Tokyo section. We have more than 1,000. Okay. Okay, next, we go to the goals for year 2023. Okay. So these are some of the activities and goals we have planned for 2023. So one is improve the infrastructure. Okay, many times, in fact, when I read this year's report, I found out more than 10 chapters didn't fill up the chapter officers information in the VTools. Okay, so in fact, we keep saying this every year, so we hope this can be done as soon as possible. Because if you don't have the chapter chair's name in the VTools, it's going to affect your incentive grants. Okay, so we highly hope the chapter chairs will fill up the official data. And secondly, also the activities. You have to fill up the activities that you have done throughout the year in the VTools, because any additional grants is going to base on the reports you have reported in the VTools. Okay, so please keep updated the VTools so that your activities will be counted for any incentive or special grants. Okay, that's infrastructure. Second is encourage high impact projects. Okay, so we hope we have integrated and community-based regional collaboration, industry participations. Okay, Regional collaborations, we have started some activities. So one of them is having a conference organized by a few chapters. Okay, so the hosting and running of the events will be done by the chapters. Okay, so we will bring these chapters to the table and they can collaborate this kind of activities. The other one we have been planned, which I'll show in the later slide, is summer school. Okay, it's another activities. Then thirdly, we also encourage industry participations. Okay, so we want to create a good rapport with the industry. So we are trying to have industries in our activities. Then the third one, especially for Region 10, we need a lot of funding because there are 41 professional chapters and 294 student chapters. So they need a lot of funding to organize and run their events. Okay, so we hope we can get more funding to run these activities. Of course, we need to give priority to this project and also make sure it's strategic projects. Okay, and for example, last year we got the student chapters funding, but we finished almost like in June or July. So we have to request more funding from the from David, and we got additional funding. Okay, for the student chapters. Okay, these are some of the programs that we have listed for 2023. So we had the chapter officer meeting. This is a virtual one. We had it in March. Student chapter meetings we have planned for this month, June. This in-person meeting, we had it already completed this like 2 weeks ago in Malaysia. Chapter summit, regional chapter activities. I'll give some details about this in later slide. DVPs and webinars. So we also plan to have some DVPs, but this time I'll request the area coordinators to manage at the chapter levels to encourage more chapters to participate in the DVPs.
Hello,
yeah.
Sorry to disturb. Can you move your slide on a full screen mode?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, fine. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Then we also have a newsletters. This is a published quarterly. Then also our website. We have Saitija manage this website. And also we are looking for funding to support the chapter activities. Okay. For example, last year we got around 60 application for the funding. Okay. Okay, this is the newsletter, Region 10 newsletter. So we hope the chapter chairs who are in this event can submit your chapter activities. This is the email you need to submit the chapter activities. Okay, so please, it's not very difficult, just a couple of lines and put a picture of your activities and send to this email. Then the newsletter editor will, compile it into a nice newsletter. And this newsletter is not only distributed within Region 10, it also go beyond Region 10. So you have an opportunity to share whatever you have done to other regions as well. Okay, so it's a good if you can share this. And also it becomes what we call a archive on your reports. Okay, so that whenever new chapter chairs come, you know what happened, previously. Okay, some chapters don't have a proper report. They find difficult to find out what happened a couple of years ago. So by having these reports, you can always relook at what you have submitted and you can use this report as a reference. Okay, this is the recently held chapter chairs meeting in Malaysia. So it was hosted by Malaysia chapter, IEEE. And this is a program, it's a 3 days program. Okay, it's attended by 5 chapter chairs, and then we have 6 Region 10 GAC. Okay. Okay, one of the things we discussed in the panel discussion about these 3 core items, the membership. For example, how to improve the membership. Besides that, also how to elevate your membership level. And also the other thing is how to sustain the members. Okay, what you should do and things like that. Then secondly is about the activities. What are the activities that you are doing currently and how to attract more members to join your chapters with these activities. And how you can collaborate with other chapters. Okay, I mean, if it's student chapters, the nearby colleges, so that you can create a more impactful activities. Then, of course, the other one is about the funding. We did discuss how to get funding, but we also discussed how to be kind of self-sustained so that you don't really depend on funding forever. Okay, so if you have sufficient money in your account, so please use that for your members' activities. Okay. Then these are some of the pictures to share with you. So we had CS President Nita Patel address the Congress. Okay, this is online, and you see these are the participants. You can see this Dr. Andre here, and this from Sri Lanka chapter, is from Malaysia chapter, and this is Eric, partly hidden here. Then this is a photo with David giving the welcome address. And these are all the participants who attended, coming from Indonesia, Bangladesh. This is Eric, this is Dr. Mini, this is Sadiq Ali Khan, this is from Sri Lanka, this is myself, Andre, Dr. Tariq, and Dr. Syukur from Malaysia, and this is Dr. David Tian. Okay. Okay, this is another group photo. Okay, and with the Computer Society flag. And this is on the last day certificate presentation to Dr. Mini and also all the participants. Okay. And this is some photos taken outside of the meeting. It's near one of the lake in Putrajaya. Okay, it's a sunset. Okay, now let's go to some of the regional activities that we have planned. One is a flagship conference. So this one, Bangladesh will host this year. And in 2024, Indonesia. So they have 4 chapters collaborating on this conference. Okay. Then we also have planned summer school in September. So this meant for 3rd and 4th year undergraduates. It's a 4-day summer school. Focus on IoT application. It's more on IoT verticals. Okay, so this summer school, in the morning, they'll have the theory or class. In the afternoon, more on the hands-on. So we'll try to get some hands-on so that the students will have both the theory and some hands-on. And we're also planning to get some industry partners. And some of the selected students throughout the summer school will be given opportunity to participate in internship. Okay, so besides getting the knowledge from the summer school, they also will have opportunities to participate in some internship. Okay, so this also will be funded by CS. Partly the participants are paying, but very minimum. It's like $25 for the summer school with the accommodation and food. Then the third one is CS IoT ideation. So this is like a 30-second video on IoT application based on given topics. So it's a team-based, 3 levels. So that means from chapter level, then area level, then go to the region 10 level. Okay. So decided to have 3 members, but at least 2 must be a CS members. Okay, out of 3, at least 2, and 1 can be an IEEE member or non-member. Then cash prize and certificates will be given for this event. This is open to both the students as well as the professionals. Okay, it's not limited to students. This one is for the undergrads. Okay, these are some of the activities just to share with you what we organized last year. So this is the one I mentioned in the early of the talk, the 11 mega DVP talks. Okay. Then we had chapter chairs in-person meeting in Cochin, Kerala. Then we have student advisors and chapter chairs meeting. Then I attended some of the All India Student Young Professional meetings in Pune and also in Kolkata. Then we have this monthly. Okay, in our committee, we have a monthly meeting within the the area coordinators and portfolio. We also encourage all the area coordinators to have a meeting at least quarterly with their respective chapter chairs. Then we also work on this newsletter and then website development and updates on this website. Okay. This is about the membership. I think some of this has been talked by David just now, but I just focus on the R10. Okay, so in total, in India, we have the largest, both student and professional, 10,473, Northern area, 4,800, South, 2,316, and New Zealand, 1,304. And here, if you see the student chapter, the largest is in India. Okay, they have around 8,486 members. Okay, the largest professional members come from Tokyo section, 1,071. Largest student members come from Kerala section, 3,189. And largest member, both professional and students, come from Kerala section, 3,429. And these are the activities as of April 30. So in India area, they have 279. Northern area 13, South 97, Australia and New Zealand is at 38. And Bangalore is leading with 95 activities. Second is Kerala, Delhi is third. Okay. These are the grants that we have given for, regional grants for 2022. So this amount of budget allocated for each of these category. For chapters, it's 8,400. For student chapters, 8,800. For student chapters, not India, $1,200. Okay, initially for student chapters, India is 4,400. But as I mentioned earlier, we finished by June or July. Then we got another 4,400. That's where this amount has increased. And we have paid 3,900 to the professional chapters, sorry, a total of 9 projects. Then for the student chapters, total of 37 projects, we paid 7,400. And for North India student chapters, 1 project, which is 200. So in total, we had 47 projects approved with the amount budget paid to the chapters is 11,587. Total application is 65. Okay. So some of these applications are, rejected. Some of these applications are asked to revise and resubmit. Some of them didn't submit. Those who are rejected, mostly they are applied beyond the allowed limit. For example, student chapters are allowed 500 USD. So some applied for 1,500. Okay. And some we don't see very clear indication what exactly they are going to do with the money. Okay, for example, they put 10 activities. Each activities talks, for example, talks will incur 200 USD, but no detail who is the speaker, what's the title of the talk, number of participants, the breakdown of the expenditure. All these things are not there. So as such, it's very difficult for the committee to do a decision. Some cases we ask them to do a resubmit again, but some did and some there's no response at all. Okay. Okay, this is the regional funding. Just I'm going through very briefly. So we have small grants up to 500, medium 500 to 1,000, large grant is a maximum of 2,000. Student branch only can apply for small grants up to 500. So funding is very competitive, especially in R10. So it's a first come, first serve basis. However, as I mentioned earlier, if the funds finish very, very early, we'll request more funding. Okay. So this is where I have to send some emails to David and follow up until we get some funding. Okay, and also the chapter is receive the grants need to complete a final report. Okay, so this report, some of them we will publish in the newsletter. Okay. Then these are some of the priorities for the funding. Okay, application that propose meaningful chapter activities, alignment with IEEE CS mission, number of members impacted. Okay, then support of the DEI, diversity and inclusion initiatives, benefit to industry members, outreach to the general public, promoting the field represented by IEEE CS. Okay, so there are two types of funding. One is the core funding, one is the incentive funding. So this core funding is the $200, okay, which given to chapters if you have performed more than 2 technical activities. Okay, so one, you have to fill up the V-tools, the chapter officer's information, and you run at least 2 technical activities for that current year. It can be also a joint chapter or just a professional chapters. That is the core funding. The second one is the incentive funding. So this is a reward for section chapters who have done more activities. So they'll be provided with additional funding. So this will be determined by what we call a point system. So how does the point work? Before going to the point, let me describe how the funding is distributed. So 23 chapters will get USD 650 instead of USD 200. So this 650 is USD 200 plus another 450. Okay, the 450 comes from the CS, 200 is from IEEE. Okay, so this is some criteria. Okay, the top chapter from each regional grouping. Okay, that means the chapter perform a lot of activities. So they will get this 650. The runner-up in each 3 regional grouping. Then the next top 13 chapters anywhere in the world. Okay, and then the next 50 chapters will get 300 instead of 200. So the top 3 chapters from region 5 and 6, top 2 chapters, region 1, 2, top chapter from region 7, and the next top 35 chapters anywhere in the world. Okay, so let's see how the point system, this is a point system. Officer and committee reporting, 3 points for naming and reporting a treasurer or secretary, 1 point for each for up to 4 additional appointments. So if in your V-tools, you report your treasurer or secretary name beside the chair's name, then you'll get 3 points. Additional appointment, you'll get 1 point for each. Okay. Then second, attending GSC regional area committee meeting. Okay, so if you have you want an online meeting, chapter chairs meeting, so if you attend, you will get 3 points. Okay, then also for the area committee meeting, because the area coordinators will do an area committee meeting, calling their respective chapter chairs. So if you go for that, you also can get 3 points. Then organizing technical meetings and events, you will get 2 points. And then other activities supported in the CS strategic plan. Okay, so 3 points if at least 1 activity involves targeted participation. 3 points if at least 1 activity geared to early career members. Okay, so this is based on the activity that are organized. So I may recommend to organize activities that create some impact. Okay, so in that case, it will support most of our mission goals of CS. Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted to present today. So I don't know if it's allowed for any questions or what. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rabidan. The audience have some questions. Okay, thank you, sir, for giving such a nice talk and elaborating the role of the Region 10 and his different areas. So, if you have any question, then you can email to Professor Rabidan if you want to ask something related to these things. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much once again to the organizer for giving me an opportunity to participate in this event. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Islam, are you here?
Yes, I am here. I'd like
I
to.
think Professor Tariq is not here right now. The next talk. You want to ask something?
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like first.
Sorry.
I'd like to ask you, what do you how do you think that we can improve the chapter vitality in the region? The actions, I know you are experienced in managing chapters and dealing with them. So my question is, how do you think that we can improve the vitality of the chapters? I think there are many chapters that are not active, and we are striving to let them or to ask them to report at least 2 events per year. So it's really, I'd like to know, what do you think about it?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Islam, for your patience. So first, we do understand some chapters have difficulties in organizing events, some due to financial factors, and also second, volunteers or resources. So that's the reason sometimes if we organize some talks, we'll invite the chapters to become a co-host, simply because we want to share them how to organize an event and how to invite your members to get benefit. So that will give them a kind of exposure how to organize things in the long run, because we hope they will become one of the organizers in the future. Okay, that's one. Secondly, we also have some kind of trainings for the officers. For example, how to update your activities in the vTools, how to utilize the vTools, because vTools are not only just to update your chapter officers information and activities, you also can use for other reasons. For example, to publicize your events and things like that. So this kind of workshop we do have at least once or twice in a year. So we do invite especially to the new chapters to participate in this kind of events, so that they can enrich their knowledge in managing the chapters. And for the student chapters, we do have, in fact, CS is giving an incentive or kind of, I would say like a initial grant for them to start off with the activities. It's $150 US. So they can start with some activities with this grant. And of course, they also can collaborate with some other student chapters to organize a bigger or more impactful events. And besides that initial grant, the student chapters also can apply the ARC-10 grants, okay, for them to initiate some of the activities. So we do recommend or encourage the chapters to organize activities. So also we do request the area coordinators to assist them if they have any difficulties and any issues. Okay, so we try to be as much as possible, hands-on and solve their problem as soon as possible. Okay, and the other thing we are doing, just we started recently, is to monitor the what we call the healthiness of the chapters. Okay, we found they are doing very little activities, especially below 2, then we start to monitor and assist them. Because we don't want them to fall into dormant. Okay, so we are monitoring and trying to assist them so that they won't be continuously in a dormant state for more than one time or twice. Okay, so we try to assist and make sure they become active. Okay, and also the other thing is we are trying to encourage them to participate in some of our events. For example, we are going to have the summer school. So what we do, we try to see chapters which have less activities and give priority to them and guide them to organize the events so that the exposure experience will give more motivation for them to organize bigger events in future. Okay, so that's some of the initiative that we are doing. And of course, these initiatives are not that easy, especially in Region 10. We have so many chapters. So we are really trying our best despite some of the challenges that we are facing. Okay, thank you. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, they're very interesting approaches, and we can learn from experience, of course. Also, by the way, there are some members, either students or maybe bigger than that, usually asking me why I should be an IEEE member, what the benefits I could get. In my opinion, I told them the networking and the relationship and being in a community of professionals is valuable to them and to their career. So what do you think? What we should also tell them to encourage them to participate and being a member in the IEEE for the individuals, maybe the students or the young professional, or maybe the members?
Yeah, I think this is a good question because most of the members or student members normally ask this question: what do I get in return? So it should be the other way around. They should ask what they can contribute to the CS. So, okay, so for in like these regions, region 10, the student chapters for CS is a very cheap. It's like $4. Okay, so I think most of them might not have much issues to become a member, but previously they can just become a student member of CS, but now you have to also become IEEE members first before you become a chapter member. So sometimes the fees for IEEE is slightly not affordable for some of them. So this is something that we can suggest to the management to look into so that the students can pay some reasonable amount to become a IEEE member at the same time as a student member. Okay, then secondly, we also promote to them the activities at the student chapter or professional level. And then, for example, when I went to Chennai last year, on the way back from some meetings, so I attended some of these talks, DVP talks, and I see the students are very eager to participate in most of the CS events. Some colleges or universities, I can see easily we can get like 300 to 400 students. The hall is almost full. Okay, so I mean, when they become an IEEE or CS member, they have a motivation to be active in the events, and they are very eager to learn new things whenever there is some talks organized by IEEE CS or IEEE. So I can see this in countries like in India, okay, where they have many student chapters, and the students are also very eager to know things. You know, immediately after I give the talk, some of the students came and asked how to do this, how to do that, how to go about, and things like that. It's not just like a one-way communication. You know? So I see they have a lot of motivation to active, and we need to give some guide, some funding, and some motivation for them to participate more actively. These are some of the things I think we can do for them.
Thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you. So I will leave the floor for any questions from the members in the nation.
Because nowadays this is a very challenging thing that Professor Islam asked about, because I want to ask the same question, and because we are facing in every region with respect to the membership drive, when we are focusing on the students there, we definitely give some benefits there regarding their professional growth or some incentive there. Because when we talk about to the students, this is an IEEE membership, and when you become a member, this and this, you got the benefits in terms of the professional growth there, in terms of some career counseling sort of thing. But despite of that, we are facing so much problem to encouraging the student to be a part of the IEEE community. And I think in some region, we have some currency decline there, especially for our region there. So that's why the cost seems to be like more higher there. So we recommend this issue and discuss this issue in our last meeting in Malaysia under the leadership of Professor Ravina. And I think he proposed some sort of recommendations to the higher headquarters there. Because if we increase the membership in every region there, definitely that play a positive role there.
Yeah, I agree with Khan's opinion. Actually, from the last meeting we hosted in Malaysia, we are trying to put the resolutions, I mean the conclusion of the meeting and what's the recommendation. So we'll give these recommendations to the David to bring to the FGA board, and we are expecting some of these resolution can be implemented. If not this year, at least by next year. And of course, we are doing a lot of effort to help the student chapters as much as possible. Besides creating activities, we are also looking into how to, instead of giving like a reward or cash, can we give some kind of free membership in replacement of paying cash and things like that. Okay, so that they can become members. Okay, and one of the benefit the student members got is they can access the digital libraries. Okay, so there are a lot of information in the digital libraries, articles and reports and so forth. So it's going to really benefit them. So that's one of the benefits that currently they are getting. And we hope in the future they'll have a more benefit like access the e-modules or e-programs. And they can benefit from this kind of educational programs. Okay, so
thank you, sir.
yeah, thanks.
Professor Islam, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just need to thank Dr. Muhammad for his great efforts. Really, coordinating a big region like Region 10 is a very hard work, and he's doing very well. Thank you so much for the efforts and your all the members in your region, and hopefully we can extend this collaboration together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Islam, to organize and invite me to be part of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Our next speaker is Professor Tariq Rahim Somro. I think you now joined us. Dr. Tariq Rahim Somro, Professor of Computer Science and Acting Director at Institute of Business Management, has received his BSc Honors and MSc degrees in Computer Science from University of Sindh, Jamshoro, and his PhD in Computer Application from China, and became the first Pakistani to receive all 3 degrees in the field of computer science. He has more than 28 years of extensive and diverse experience in administrators, computer programmers, researchers, and teachers. As an administrator, he served as coordinator, head of department, head of faculty, dean of faculty, head of academic affairs, and having wide experience in education-related matters, including ABET, USA, HEC Pakistan, and Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, UAE. He has published over 100 peer-reviewed papers. He is senior member of IEEE since 2005 and IEEE member since 2000. He is currently serving as Vice Chair IEEE Karachi Section and IEEE Computer Society Region 10 Southern Area Coordinator of Computer Society. He is a member of Task Force on Arabic Script IDN by Middle East SEDG Working Group of ICANN, member editorial board of several research journals, and also serve as technical program committee member of several national and international conferences. He also received the ISOF Fellowship to the Internet Engineering Task Force for 68 Internet Engineering Task Force meetings. He is also IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor from 2021 to 2023, and recently became the first Pakistani to be selected by the IEEE Computer Society to the inaugural class of IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Contributor. So I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Tariq Rahim Somro, and his title of talk is Role of ChatGPT in Academia.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Khan, thank you very much. Could you please give me the access to share my slides?
Yes, sir. Please.
I'm not able to share the slides.
Professor Islam?
Yes.
Yes. I think Professor Tariq, now you can check.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to share the screen. Could you please allow me to share the screen? Anyone?
Yes.
Before?
Hello, Prof. Tariq, how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, I think you can now. Please try.
Now I can.
Yes, yes. Please.
So, thank you very much. Very good morning from Pakistan. Maybe some other countries, some other time zone. So, this is Professor Tariq Rahim Sumro. I'm, as Ann said, I'm a DVP speaker and distributed contributor of the first cohort. So today, because nowadays ChatGPT is the buzzword everybody's talking about, and firstly we are thinking to use it or avoid it, because software also tells that how much assignments students are coming from ChatGPT and so on. So this is the talk of the town. So I decided to talk about the role of ChatGPT in academia, and from academic point of view, let's see how this is going to help us. I think it's not working again. I don't know. Okay, so my presentation is going to be on what is ChatGPT, a simple introduction. The version, we are in the 4th version. Challenge of ChatGPT, challenges, ethical issues, and then again my main topic is the role in academia. And any question, I will welcome. So let's talk about what is ChatGPT. So a very simple definition of the ChatGPT, which I asked actually the ChatGPT, what is ChatGPT? So it's a generative pre-trained transformer. It's a natural language processing model that uses deep learning to generate human-like responses to text-based conversation. Normally, when we chat with with the AI tools, so as far as the Turing test is concerned, so we feel that another human on the other side is responding. So ChatGPT is similar way, responding to our queries, just like some human is on the other side, but it's actually a pre-trained transformer is there, which is generating answers based on what we entered. It's very important. I will talk about how we enter other things later on. It's a large-scale neural network architecture that was pre-trained on the vast amount of textual data to learn how to understand and generate language. So it's a huge data, and now going to the 17 billion around and more. So it's again a new version will be having more and more data, hopefully. Samuel H. Altman is the founder of OpenAI platform where ChatGPT, was created. I was, I'm a computer scientist since 90s. So we were working with the, normal expert system. So I said, why not we have to understand what is the difference between today's ChatGPT and the normal expert system. So normally expert systems are rule-based systems, while ChatGPT, are not rule-based systems. So the expert systems are supposed to mimic the human expertise in a specific domain. For example, I'm talking to a medical doctor, human, expert. So what I will do, I will talk to the software that, okay, I'm having these symptoms. So the expert system, which is trained as a medical doctor, will be diagnosing my disease and, giving me the answer. But that is only a specific domain. So I need an expert system for medical doctor, expert system of a programmer. So the medical doctor expert system cannot give me the code for a quick sort. So the expert system actually, as far as the experience is concerned, is basically handling the specific domain. On the other hand, this AI model, ChatGPT, is trained on a vast amount of data to generate human-like responses in a natural language conversation. So natural language, I say, okay, please produce, the differences between the expert system and ChatGPT. So maybe the similar kind of differences which I'm discussing are coming from the ChatGPT. And I'm going to say ChatGPT, okay, I have following symptoms, now recommend me whom to visit. So the system is going to tell me that, okay, based on following, you have to visit a particular doctor who is expert of this and that. I'm going to say, okay, I'm a programmer and I'm stuck with coding. I need to generate this code. So, okay, the ChatGPT is going to generate the code. So the ChatGPT is learning patterns and relationships from the training data. So it's like the most machine learning mechanism. So a ChatGPT is basically learning from the data and responses to the the user. So let's talk about the versions. I will quickly go with this slide because the original model was GPT, and the parameter size was 1.5 billion records parameters, and release was 2018. And what were the application? The text generation, language translation, language modeling, text summarizing. So the first model GPT was doing this through their own software, but they did not give the the chat bot option to this GPT mechanism. So ChatGPT 2 was again in the next year it was released, again same 1.5 billion, but then again the same issues: text generation, language translation, modeling, language modeling, text summarization, and then this time actually it was with the majority of users. So it raises concern, ethical concern that okay, how things are going to work, and maybe students are going to generate the assignments, assessments through this software, and theses are going to be prepared through this. So these concerns were raised around 2019. GPT-3 moved to the 175 billion parameters, and it was introduced in June 2020. So as far as the at the time it was a largest model, and again same application including question answering, chatbot, automated center, content generation, and so on. And again ChatGPT again was introduced the same year with the chatbot facility where a user can interact with the system like he or she is interacting with any human, and the conversation generation, and then API of ChatGPT was released in 2021. So these APIs are helping the developer to connect the ChatGPT with their own system, their internal system, or like the Bing is doing. So this helps them to utilize the ChatGPT capability in their specific domain. I'll talk about these APIs later on when I'm going to talk about the role in academia and then how teacher can get a proper benefit from this. So again, ChatGPT 4, March 14th, 2023, and the it is normally available for the paid subscriber. So we have two versions, free version. Free version is having same capability, but it's available only when the system is free to answer or no load on the system. But the paid one is available all the time, and with some few features more, the paid version is there. So of course, future is of similar. I'm talking about a ChatGPT, but there are similar software also doing the similar job. So the future is, we are going to see these kind of tools. Okay, now I'm talking about the challenges, which we need to understand as an academician, as a computer professional, that what are the challenges and how to handle these challenges. So the first point is a content context understanding, very important, what one asks and how one asks the same thing. I tried, in my class, and I told my, 20 students to, go to ChatGPT and give me the result of, particular things. So I did not give them the exact sentence, and I say, please write the sentence you are entering, and then see the response. So I was surprised. Out of 20, almost 16 students, they put the different context, and the answer was also same, but in the different context. So very important that how a human is interacting with the ChatGPT. So if I'm asking and very clearly specifying who I am, what I want, why I want, maybe the results are different. And when I'm saying, okay, produce this, generate this, create this, and maybe the answers are different. The same system is answering depending on how the system is understanding the human. So very important point is the context understanding. If the system understands very well, it gives you very well results. But if not, it will give you some incorrect or biased results. So coming to the biases and inappropriate responses. So this is also possibility, and we tried our best to see some of the results. The possibility of unintentionally generating biased or inappropriate content depending on the data available with the system, which is entered biases, because everything available on the internet is not the correct data. So again, if the misinformation, disinformation is there, so it's possible that ChatGPT is not going to generate. So we cannot depend wholly solely on the ChatGPT, because there are possibilities that we will be. I mean, this is not the ChatGPT is not doing it deliberately, but because of the data and training, it's giving us the result. So this is the second big challenge that as a human, we need to provide the data and train the model with the correct data. But if the data is not correct, so vulnerability is there that will get the inappropriate or incorrect result. Lack of factual verification is very important. No way to verify the accuracy of information generated. So we need to understand there's a difference between facts and fiction. The same point. It's not a biasism, but it's the issue that some information is there, and we train the model with the fictitious information, so we'll get the result which is incorrect and which is not verifiable, which is not suitable for humans. So next challenge is the overconfidence and plausible but incorrect answer. So ChatGPT is very overconfident. I mean, try to give a lot of information. For example, I was asking one day that who's Tariq Rahim Sumro. So ChatGPT was not able to give me the result. But when I said who's Tariq Rahim Sumro, IEEE from IEEE Computer Society, then the system pick up my name and provide the data about me. But again, there was some inaccuracy about the data. Maybe the data which is used there was incorrect about me, but maybe it's not generating. So possibility generating confident, plausible answer, but factually incorrect data. So in some cases, like if the information is not verifiable, so confidently system will generate, and then the user believes that this is the correct information because ChatGPT provided us this information. So very good. Okay, no, but it is not always the correct thing. Adversarial attack, when user deliberately input misleading or harmful content to manipulate the answer, of course, input is incorrect, process will be incorrect, output will be incorrect. So again, it is, sometimes vulnerabilities are there, and this has been proved in the machine learning algorithm that if you put the noise and if you put the incorrect data, so the results are coming bad and not the accurate results. So exploiting the weaknesses of model, and that is the machine learning models exploitation means putting the data, noisy data and incorrect data in the system and training the system with incorrect information so that system can produce incorrect results. Ethical consideration is very important that we need to understand the privacy. We need to understand the, consent of the user. We need to talk about the, transparency. These are the very important, ethical consideration. I'll talk about this later on also, but this is one of the challenges also. Okay, the next challenge is user guidance and safety. Without proper guidance or prompts, ChatGPT may struggle to generate accurate or desired responses. So it's very important to understand that the user who's using understand how to use it and how to get the best benefit from the system, rather than just getting with the chatbot and getting information which is incorrect, which is factless information. Addressing these challenges required, continuous research and development. OpenAI and the broader AI community are actively working to improve the language model like ChatGPT by enhancing context understanding, reducing biasism, incorporating fact-checking mechanism, and promoting the responsible use and deployment guidelines. So these things will help system to, the upcoming version to be on the better position. So now I'm coming to the important point, which is ethical issue, which just I mentioned few. Let's talk about some ethical issues. Bias and fairness. ChatGPT can inherit biases, as I already discussed with you, that present in the training data, because the data you give, which is incorrect, so automatically are the biased data, so the result will be biased, which may lead to the bias or discriminatory responses. But so many information in the system is incorrectly entered. So of course, incorrect answer will be, responses our system are coming. So very important. This is a human issue, that ethical issue, that we need to provide correct information to the system so that the right, correct, factual data may be retrieved. Otherwise, we will be again having the doubts on the system. Misinformation and disinformation. Now, this is the era of misinformation, disinformation. People are going for the breaking news, and whatever the information they just forward without verifying that information. So that's the same. The ChatGPT can generate the responses that may contain false or misleading information, because again, what we are forwarding without verifying this information. Coming to the user consent and the privacy is very important. That conversation with the ChatGPT may involve sharing personal or sensitive information. User consent is very important. Privacy preserving is very important, and the transparency about data usage along with the security measures are also very important. So these things are very important, because if I'm writing, for example, in my system, I'm saying that I'm going to issue write a letter, show cause letter for such and such employee at such and such institute. Now this information I'm asking, I'm getting a very good, draft letter. But on the other hand, I'm providing the information that this person is going to be issued the, which is the confidential data, and which can be, compromised by the system, because we are not sure that how our question, because they are in our account, but they are available for others to view or not. So a lot of concern on the user consent and the privacies are there. User manipulation and exploitation, adversarial attacks, as I said, and social engineering techniques can make it vulnerable. So nowadays, the social engineering techniques are there, and the adversarial attack means the incorrect information and manipulated information, biased information may be provided to the system. So we can, misuse and mislead the system. Okay, very important is the psychological impact and dependency. It can influence opinion, belief, and emotion through perceptive or emotionally manipulated responses. Because sometimes people are religious, people are, linguistic, and the information comes from the system can create a psychological problem for them because these facts are, these are not facts, but maybe fictitious data is coming from this. So those who have, issues in the belief and the emotion, they can be hurt by the system data, which is maybe not factual data, but can cause trouble for a normal human. Accountability and responsibility is very, very important point. I believe that it is crucial to establish clear lines of responsibility and ensure appropriate oversight to address any potential harm caused by the system. We don't know because of, at the time we are requesting the system and the system is providing us the information. So if the information is correct, okay, well done, ChatGPT. But if the information is not correct, so who's responsible? The system is responsible, but again, I will say system is not responsible because system is depending on the data, how we provide the data. So who provides the data? Then who's responsible? The person who or the team who provide the data, or but they provided from the internet. So who placed the data? So this is a open discussion that who will be responsible if the answers are biased, if the answers are factless. So this is a a very important point, and maybe in the question answer we'll discuss about this more in detail. Unintended consequences is very important ethical issue. It may impact employment, it may impact the human interaction and societal norms. Ethical consideration must go beyond immediate concern and include potential long-term effects on individual and society. So, for example, these consequences after the, we discussed 6 points, they may create a problem, they may create harm for the human being. Maybe somebody will lose the job, somebody is going to, someone can, spread some news about someone and so on. So many things are socially possible. So we need to understand that this is a tool which can making some mistakes. It's not the perfect thing, and that is very important point. So consequences are there which are unintended. Actually, system is not intentionally doing this, but system is doing this because of the data provided and the training system got. So addressing these ethical issues required collaborative efforts from developers, from researchers, from policymakers, and broader community. Because without the community involvement, we cannot improve the system. So and nowadays the research is started. People are working on the ChatGPT, models and algorithms. They are, suggesting, good comments and other things. So now in upcoming few years, I'm going to see more improvement in this kind of system. I'm not talking about only the GPT, but the other similar system also improving. Transparent development processes, diverse and representative training data, ongoing monitoring, and user feedbacks are the essential to mitigate ethical concerns and promote responsible and beneficial use of the ChatGPT. It's very important that we need to be transparent. Our processes must be transparent. Our data are supposed to be representative data, real data, not the fictional data. So, and we need to monitor all the time, and we need to provide a feedback to the system and feedback to the developers, feedback to the policy makers, researchers that this is happening, so that can really benefit the system. Now, the most important as an academician, how we see the system is the role of ChatGPT in academia. Okay, so I'll go with the very important point is the research. So since ChatGPT is a large language model trained on the vast corpus of data, it has a vast knowledge base and can generate responses to a wide range of questions. It can be used to explore various research questions, generate hypotheses, and even design experiments. So for the researcher, now things are easy, for the teacher to teach, the graduate student how to do research, how to go for the literature review, and other things. Yes. So very important that this tool can help the researcher to do many things, which he or she was doing, exploring so many papers, doing the system as semantic review and so on. So now things are, but again, human and researcher point of view is very important that this tool can help you, but there are so many issues also with research. Maybe sometimes fake citations are coming, fake conclusions are coming. So it's very important that we need to understand we are not supposed to fully 100% depending on the research data, but yes, we can go and verify through references and others. So actually, ChatGPT is helping researchers to do so many things quickly and easily. On the other hand, they were doing these things for the months and other things. So now this is very important that researchers are getting a very good benefit from ChatGPT. Yes, they have to be ethical. They have to understand the capability of ChatGPT before interacting with the system. Sorry. Learning and teaching. This is very important. Educators can use to create interactive learning experience for their students. It can be used to answer student questions and provide additional explanation of course content. So the student can, my point is here that the student and teacher need to understand that ChatGPT is a fact. So rather stopping them, okay, don't go to ChatGPT. No, tell them go to ChatGPT and get the things done. Maybe the flip, type, and then discussion can start in the classroom, and then teacher can understand that how much the student got the information, what information is left, what is correct information, and then this can be done. So it can be used to answer student question and provide additional explanation of the course content. It can also be used to simulate conversation with historical figures, fictional characters, or experts in various fields with immersive language learning experiences. So a lot of data is available. So now we don't need to cover in the class so many things. So students can be directed by the faculty, by the teacher to go to the system and get this data and discuss in the next class. So this approach is going to help the student to learn and the teacher to teach. Writing assistant, very important that the system is for the student, research and academics. It provides suggestions for how to improve the clarity and the coherence of the writing work. So if I'm writing a sentence and I'm thinking that no, I need to improve its English, its grammar, its academic writing, so I can get the help from ChatGPT. I write my paragraph and say reproduce the paragraph academically with a good writing skill. It can also provide suggestions for how to structure written work and generate ideas for future research projects. So ChatGPT is really a very helpful tool. So instead of telling the student not to use ChatGPT, because now the similarity software, for example, Turnitin is going to give you the result that okay, the similarity is 11%, but the AI generation is 100%. So you say, oh, it's 100%, you are cheating. No, we have to change our approach. We need to get the help from the tool and discuss with the student that how they ask the question and then what answer came and what they understood. So this is ongoing. Of course, in academia, it's an ongoing debate. But I'll prefer myself from my point of view that we need to embrace the system and the capability of the system so that we can get a better advantage. So language learning, after this tool, is very easy to learn languages. For instance, it can use to generate practice exercises for language learners, provide feedback on student writing, and even create personalized language learning experiences. So one who's learning other languages, they can easily learn through these tools. Translation is also one of the important feature of the, if I'm writing a paragraph And if I'm going to say, okay, translate into Urdu language, it's going to translate into Urdu language, and then anyone who is not familiar with the English language can get the benefit. So language translation, since ChatGPT is trained on data from multiple languages, it can be used to translate written content from one language to another language. And this is very good tool. Of course, Google Translate is one of the earlier or initial tools, but now again there are several issues in the Google Translate. Similar issues are in the ChatGPT also, because even I wrote two papers on the translation of the language models, that what problems they are having. So, but again, it's a good tool to get the translation done. Virtual lab assistant, ChatGPT offering guidance and assistance in performing experiments or simulation. It can provide step-by-step instruction, explain scientific concepts, and help troubleshooting common issues. So in the lab, normally in the theory class, normally teacher is teaching the how to do these things, how to do experiment in a step-by-step procedure. Now same thing, so that ChatGPT can guide the student, to do the same job, which before a teacher was doing. Collaborative project and discussion. It can contribute to the brainstorming session, offer diverse perspective, and provide input on research proposal, fostering a collaborative and interactive learning environment. So it can help a team member to work on the same project, discuss.
You can use.
Discuss on
Your
the
place is ready.
topic. Can have a brainstorming session through the ChatGPT and get the ideas. Next is the writing support and feedback. ChatGPT can provide suggestions, proofreading, and grammar checks. It can help the student improve their writing skills, offer alternative phrasing, and ensure clarity in their academic paper or essays. I was working on one project also on the ChatGPT where I generate the content from ChatGPT. So ChatGPT generates the content. When I go to the Turnitin, I found 100% AI. I say very good. What I did, I then used the same few paragraphs which was generated by the ChatGPT. I said, okay, rephrase them, rewrite them. So when we rephrase and rewrite again those documents, and again I test with the ChatGPT, the 100% similarity was even less, but the AI generation was 100% in the beginning. Now it reduced to the 60%. And again I changed. I say no, write it in simple language. So I was surprised. It was AI generation code was 0. So very good that you got the main content, and then you are again working on the content and changing it, and then so our software which are very good, even the ChatGPT 0 I tried, it failed actually in my test, but on the other hand, Turnitin give me the good result. But again, Turnitin, I can make 3 steps data generated by the ChatGPT, again generated by ChatGPT, again generated by ChatGPT, is going to show me that 0 AI generated content, which is not correct. Actually I tested this myself and I proved that so 3 times same contents are generated by the AI system are not going to be caught, because these tools, similarity tools, are checking on certain algorithms that whenever ChatGPT is creating content, several things are repeating. So there is one hint that these contents are from the AI. Accessibility and inclusivity. It can assist the student with a disability or language barriers, ensuring they have equal access to information and resources. ChatGPT interactive and conversational nature can cater a diverse learning style. So people with disabilities, people with language barriers, they can get a very good help from ChatGPT. Data analysis and visualization, very important. It can help researchers with data analysis and data visualization tasks. It can provide insights, suggest statistical methods, and assist in interpreting and presenting research findings, supporting data-driven research in various disciplines. So, for the researcher, if they want to analyze the data, they can visualize the data, and so on. Novel ideas and creativity. This is the very important point for the researcher, very important concern also. Its generate capabilities can inspire new ideas and create thinking. Creative thinking, and it can engage in imaginative dialogue, offer alternative perspectives, and contribute to brainstorming sessions, fostering innovation and creativity in academic settings. So, for the researcher, it will, give them an idea that yes, these are the points where we can go and do the further research. Text summarization is very important. As I said that, convert the text, but it can be used to summarize long text. Academically, research often need to read and summarize large volume of text, such as research article, in order to extract key insights. ChatGPT can be used to summarize these texts, making the research process more efficient and timely. So if I have a paper, I can upload the paper and say, okay, please give me the result. So these things are only done through the APIs. The developer can create their own environment and can get the benefit from the system. Communication is very important role in academia. It can help academics communicate their research finding and ideas to the broader audience. For example, researchers can use ChatGPT to generate summaries of their papers, create engaging social media posts, and even write article or blog posts. So if I'm having finding, I can say, okay, please create a Twitter statement. So it can help me to say Twitter, what should I write on the Twitter to tweet my findings, and so on. Continuous learning and updates. It can adopt a new information and trend where knowledge is constantly evolving. It can learn from new research papers, stay up to date with the latest advancement, and provide current information and student and researchers. So it's, of course, the data until now is up to 2021, but now we can provide some more data to the system, and it can learn from the new facts and figures. Most of the important that for the faculty class assessment. So it can be used for class assessment. For example, teacher can use a textbook and create MCQ. So one of my students, I give them project to use the API using Azure, Microsoft Azure to upload the textbook. And I say, okay, from the textbook create 20 MCQs. It's randomly creating MCQs, which is amazing. Teachers can use it to create assessment, which helps students to develop critical thinking, problem solving, and collaborative skills, which are the higher order thinking. So now I'm working on the questions which system can generate for the critical thinking, problem solving, and collaborative skills. So my next upcoming research on this topic is going on. Grading, assessment, and papers can use to automatically grade multiple choice tests. It can also help teachers with standard-based grading. It could create a robust data set for teachers to analyze and better differentiate student learning levels, and so on. These are some of the important, features which ChatGPT is helping faculty, teachers, us academicians to do this. So overall, ChatGPT can play a significant role in academia by serving as a research tool, teaching and learning aid, writing assistant, language translator, and text summarization tool. Its ability to generate responses to the wide range of questions and provide insight into various topics, making it valuable resource for academic researcher and student alike. As with any other technology, ChatGPT is also limited and has few shortcomings, which we already discussed. Literature shows that sometimes this AI bot generate hypothetical research gaps and provide fake references. Additionally, fake citation and fake problem statement were also noted. We found that finding revealed that ChatGPT can be an efficient and valid point to begin a research, but not depending on the ChatGPT on the research. Its impacts on the academics is widely felt. As with any other technology, the pros and cons are associated with this ChatGPT. So we have to be aware before using it, utilizing its capability. It can be a great learning assistant if utilized properly. However, during advanced research stages, it is imperative for any researcher to be cautious about its usage. So as a researcher, we don't need to fully depend on ChatGPT, but we need to understand the pros and cons so that we can get a better benefit, and the factual benefit from the system rather than, getting things. So the last question, but again, I want to add one more thing that, around 50% of the content when I was generating these slides, I got from the ChatGPT. So again, you see, but again, of course, I refresh them and I use them in my way. So around 50% in this, because the last time I gave my presentation in Karachi on similar topics, so 80% content was from the ChatGPT. But now I'm, before I end and open the floor for the question, I'm saying that in this presentation, 50%. So you can see the capability of the tool which I'm presenting in front of all of you and having the content from 50% content from the. Over to you, sir. I'm available for the question.
Thank you, Professor Tariq, for such a nice and informative task regarding the very important topic nowadays, the role of ChatGPT in academia. Sir, I have one question there. How do you suggest our students, what basically the role of student in adopting the ChatGPT in their studies there?
Okay, very important question, Dr. Khan, because I was talking to my friend. I said we need to embrace it. We need to accept this as a technology, because we cannot say, okay, because, whenever if we see the history, any new technology comes in, a lot of concerns were shown. But today, those technology are part of our life. Now we are using them, as a part of our life. So very important is that I'm suggesting that we can, use the flip class model, and we request the student that, okay, this is your assignment for the next class, and then let them generate the content from ChatGPT, and then bring them into the next class. So now there's a faculty member. You see how they interact with the system and what answers come, and then you can summarize them that these are the facts. So you use the tool as a guidance, as a tutorial, rather than as a competitor for the teacher. So teacher needs to understand that these tools are available. The students are going to use it. So let them tell them to use the tools. Let them tell them to use them, utilize them, and get the more and more information from the system. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir. One question from the audience is, can ChatGPT be used in entomological human characteristic conversation?
Possible, because, again, we need to understand that these models are basically, depending on the available data. So as I discussed, these are not the particular expert system. They are experts of the experts. So yes, depending on the availability of data and the training, we can utilize it. So as I said, API is a very good, so anyone student can, or any a researcher can start this project, and using the API can use this model. Yes, possible. Hope I answered the question.
Any other question from the audience?
Dr. Khan, can I ask a question? I have not typed it.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor Tariq. My question is, what is the future you're seeing in ChatGPT?
Very, very important question. After the ChatGPT, things are changed now. So we have to understand that this ChatGPT is the future. We are going to see more improvement in the parameters. We are going to see, the challenges are going to be addressed, and the ethical issues are going to be resolved. So ChatGPT is going to be your tutor, everyone's tutor, because even as a faculty member, I'm learning, I'm getting help from the resources which are available to me. I'm reading books and other things. So as I said in one of my examples, that we work on a project that we upload a textbook and the system generated randomly 20 MCQs. Now these things we were doing manually. We were doing with the help of research assistants. So these are in academia. I'm focusing on academia. So in academia, it's going to really help a lot to the faculty and to the students. But overall, as a general, anyone who's maybe a housewife, who's a normal human who's working in a organization without using computer can interact and get a lot of help. So this is the future of it's the future. ChatGPT or AI models are the future of the world. So we are going to see more and more progress in these tools, and these tools are going to really help us and change the dynamics of the teaching, and they are going to change the dynamics of the interacting with the system. They are going to change the dynamics when internet came, so a lot of things changed. We were connected. Now the same way, these tools are really going to change the dynamics of the whole mechanism. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, very much. So I think this came as a real disruptive technology. Now no more people are saying Googling. We are looking at the ChatGPT, right? Now one more. Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
One more thing, just adding to that. What are the other ChatGPT has been brought out by this OpenAI? Can you just tell us, like, what are the other things also? Like we saw that something is coming out of Google, something is coming out of Microsoft in the same line.
Yes.
Any insight into that?
Other tools are also there. For example, IBM is working on certain tools. Microsoft is there. So there are so many, even the chatbots are, customer service chatbot, technical support chatbot, information retrieval chatbot, personal assistant, entertainment chatbot, and, so many other chatbots are there. So similar way, so many other AI tools are available. These tools are actually to go to three major OpenAI, Microsoft, and IBM. These are three main, supporter of these tools. So we have also, similar, for example, APIs can be used with the GitHub and other, tools also. And we have from the AI, AI, OpenAI, we have not only ChatGPT, but we have a Dell 2, Whisper, Alignment, and we have a startup fund also. They are working on it. So not only we are working on the, because I covered the most of my presentation on the language generation, but we have the, for example, I can say that please create an image. So, the image tools are there. Of course, ChatGPT is also there, but other image, generation tools are there. So text generation, image generation, code generation, and other things. So many other tools are available, but three major, providers are there. Hope I answered the question.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir.
Islam, you want to ask question?
Yes, thank you for giving this opportunity. I'd like first to thank Professor Tariq for being there. Thank you so much for this interesting talk. And thank you for your support to be there, even though the time I know there's some difficulties, but thank you so much. in this context, I'd like to make a comment, by the way, because I have some discussions with some colleagues about the ChatGPT and how can the students use it or rely on it. I believe that maybe in the many years ago, the calculator, when it was introduced to the schools, I think it was banned from the undergraduate schools for many years. But now we cannot make such thing. I think this is because the type of problems that were in those years are mainly based on the calculator can solve it. But the teachers after that tried to make other kinds of problems that cannot be just being solved using the calculator. So I think it's not reasonable to not to use or not to rely on the ChatGPT or the other tools and make the students use them like tools, but it's our objective is to make another kind of problems that the mainly rely on the creativity, on the solving, on the critical thinking, exactly as what you said. So it's, I think we need to also change the types of exams or questions or the problems that we deliver to our students, to make them use the ChatGPT as tool and not he can provide the solutions for this problem. So I just like to mention this comment, and I really appreciate if you can also give me your opinion in this regard.
Thank you, Professor Islam. You are very right. You know, if we go in the history, when the radio came, people, say, oh, this is the magic box and other things. Then TV came, then, VCR, then, the dish antenna, and then internet. People said people will misuse it. So these technologies are coming, and we need to, understand that we have to understand the technology is there. So we have to understand the existence of the technology. That is very important. So now, as I said, we need to change ourselves. Our teaching style, before it was a blackboard, we were writing through the chalk and the students were making notes. Now, whiteboard came, and now then, the projector came where we are preparing the slides and discussing, and these slides are already uploaded on the Moodle system. Students are reading those slides. Now we are actually changing the model of the teaching now. After the COVID, we were forced to continue the classes through, online, and we changed our mechanism from synchronous class to asynchronous classes, where we recorded our class, and students on their own time, they can view the lecture and then respond to the questions which we which we posted through the Moodle or some other, CMS, campus management system. So, our learning management system. So, this model was, of course, we were forced, but now this model, I think, after the ChatGPT, this model is the need of the day. So we need to understand that students are not going to avoid. So, for example, if I'm talking about 20 students, it's easy to check their assignments, their assessments. But if I'm having a 40, 50 student and I'm teaching 3 to 4 classes, so 100 plus students, if I'm going to depend on, I don't have any assistant, teaching assistant, and I'm going to depend on myself, it's going to be difficult to check whether these contents are from ChatGPT or not, and what is the similarity and other things. So the easy way, tell the student, okay, go to ChatGPT and generate the content, and then we'll discuss. So this model will help a teacher to teach the content in a different way, rather than a teacher is preparing slides from different sources, from textbook, from reference book, from web sources, and discussing to the student. So a student will bring that content, and then teacher is going to refine that content. So teacher responsibility is more rather than the student, because student will get the data which is maybe biased, which may be incorrect for the same topic, because produced by ChatGPT. So there's a time for a faculty, and responsibility of the faculty, it's ethical responsibility, moral responsibility, and it's a technical responsibility of the faculty to discuss those points and make sure that the content which are correct, which are factual, are going to be finalized at that discussion day, and it's not going to understand that this is correct and this information is not correct. So because today's era is, as I said earlier, there is an era of the misinformation and disinformation, where a lot of information is coming and we are not able to understand this information, because normally we just forward. In Arabic language, I try to translate, we said ilmul yaqeen. Ilmul yaqeen means we know something that is coming to in our conscious, that something is happening. Then the second stage is ainul yaqeen, means we see that thing from our eye. So, okay, then third stage is haqqul yaqeen. So we feel that this is correct information. So we know that ChatGPT is producing information, generating information is ilmul yaqeen. We know that, and we see the information generated by the ChatGPT, it's ainul yaqeen. So we got this information. Then the third stage is haqqul yaqeen, that now we need to verify that this information generated by the ChatGPT, which I see, which I can feel, the figures are there, the numbers are there, the text is there. Is it correct information? Is it verifiable information? So that is the stage. So teacher is going to play the third role, because first two roles are going to be taken by these type of tools. Rather than teacher was doing the same tool, informing the student and showing the data and proving that this is the correct data. Hope, Dr. Islam, I answer your question.
Yes, thank you. Very, I do agree with you, and very interesting. And hopefully we can find some solutions. But I do agree with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Tariq, once again. And now I hand over to Professor Islam.
Thank you, Prof. Sadeh. I think we can hand over to Dr. Mini or not. So
yeah, I'm ready.
I hope Dr. Sadeh can introduce her. It will be, if you are able to do that, I would truly appreciate it.
Yes. So I hand over to Professor Mini, one of the moderators from Indian region.
Thank you, Dr. Sadiq. Good morning.
Let me introduce you, Dr. Please. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Mini Olnat. Dr. Mini Olnat has over 3 decades of multi-decade experience in IT software, infrastructure development, implementing and management of enterprise projects. She took her bachelor degree in electrical engineering from Govt Engineering College, Thrissur, and master's and PhD computer science from CUCSAT. Active in professional organizations, she holds leadership position in the local, national, and international committees. Dr. Mini is the IEEE Computer Society Region 10 Area Vice Chair, India area for 2023. Dr. Mini Olnat is the immediate past chair of the IEEE Kerala section, a strong advocate for women in STEM, and a staunch initiator of engineering activities for girls. She is the Women in Engineering Global Committee member 2020-2023 of IEEE. She chaired Diversity and Inclusivity Subcommittee in 2022. She is a recipient of several awards and accolades, including 3 prestigious international fellowship, Chevening Fellowship UK, Fulbright Scholarship USA, and CICC Scholarship Japan. Here of the job interest is evangelizing the computer culture with special emphasis on application of information technology for common man. She is philanthropically engaged by supporting organizations working towards making positive differences in the life of less privileged girls. As a mentor and teacher, she is a speaker, moderator, session chair for numerous forums, and has been serving in various program committees for national and international workshops and seminars. Thank you so much, Dr. Mini, for being there. And it's our pleasure and honor to have you to moderate the next 2 sessions. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh, thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you also, Dr.
Islam.
Sadiq, for the nice moderating of the sessions. I'd like to thank both of you. I really truly appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Islam. Thank you. Please, Professor Mini, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Islam. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. A good day from other part of the world. At the outset, let me congratulate the organizers, especially Dr. Islam, for the lead in this great initiative. A high five to Dr. Islam. I think this is something really wonderful you have taken initiative, Dr. Islam. And thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Ravideen.
so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravideen, who has given an excellent opening talk on Region 10 Computer Society. Dr. Tariq on the latest buzzword, ChatGPT. Everybody was looking forward to that, I'm sure. And thank you, my friend, Dr. Khan, for moderating the session. Now moving forward, we have another interesting session continuing with this. So let me introduce the speaker first and then get into the subject. We have Dr. Maiga Chang, who is a professor in the School of Computing and Information Systems at Athabasca University, Canada, who is a senior IEEE member and also a DVP, CS DVP for 2023 to 2025. He has received Distinguished Research Award from Asia Pacific Society on Computers in Education, and I see that he is very much interested in the education technology. He is the executive committee member of APSCE and Global Chinese Society for Computing in Education. He is a vice president of International Association of Smart Learning Environment and also editor-in-chief of Journal of Education Technology and Society. He has given more than 135 talks and published more than 250 conference papers, journal papers, book chapters. A hearty welcome, Dr. Chan. But before you start, let me just introduce the topic also, because machine learning tools in cloud always helps with the scalability, flexibility, and convenience, and allows us to give more focus on developing and deploying the machine learning models without bothering about the infrastructure. So the talk, using machine learning tools in the cloud, experience gained from Ask for Summary research project, something we are looking forward. And a word about the Ask for Summary also. This is a research that has a system which periodically run backend services to process text-based content like course learning material and the CORD-19 dataset. The CORD-19 dataset includes a growing number of academic articles and is having more than 7 lakh full articles in the dataset. And when Ask for Summary processes these text-based content, it uses the NLP techniques like tokenization, engram extraction, POS tagging, identify the and uses cosine similarity to summarize the content. We are really looking forward to your talk in continuation with what we have been hearing with the ChatGPT also. So the floor is all yours. over to you, Dr. Chad. Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And I think you can already see my screen by now. So
yes,
yeah,
it is
so,
visible.
Yeah, so thank you so much, everyone. Good evening, good night, good day, no matter which time zone you are. So today I would like to share our experience in terms of using machine learning tools in the cloud. When we do this experience, that is based on our Ask for Summary research project. So thank you so much for Dr. Mini's introduction. So I don't need to introduce myself again. My name is Micah Zhang. And so what is Ask for Summary? At the very beginning, Ask for Summary is a summary generation for users' coronavirus question. During COVID 2 years ago, we found that there are a lot of informations on the internet, on the news, and so on. And the people, they have a lot of questions regarding COVID or coronavirus, but sometimes they just cannot really get the real information or the correct information and to answer their question. So Ask for Summary research at the very beginning, it is about summary generation for users' coronavirus question. But then, of course, after 2 years later, we found that we can make an Ask for Summary available for all kinds of students' questions according to their course materials. So that is what the Ask for Summary is. So at the very beginning, as I said earlier, we are considered to use COVID-19 data set. COVID-19 data set is a kind of data set which involve all the articles regarding coronavirus, no matter the article is talking about SARS or MERS or COVID, as long as they are belonging to coronavirus, then they will be included in this COVID-19 data set. So some article could be from chemistry, some article could be coming from healthcare, and some article could be coming from the nurse or other area. So the data set allow natural language processing researchers to do something because they are open and they are free. So everyone can use this data set. So we decided to also use this data set because you can consider all the data is published articles. So which means if we consider academic value, they should be accurate and you can trust it. So in that case, we started to use natural language processing techniques like tokenization, n-gram extraction, part of speech tagging, and so on. And then we're trying to generate a summary from the most similar articles and the most similar, most relative to your question sentence. And we created that summary for users. So before we start, we first of all, I want to making sure that everyone is understanding the basic idea. So the basic idea are two things. The first thing is n-gram. N-gram means words. So n could be 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 15. So which means, for example, coordinating is a 1 gram, or we say unigram. And perhaps we can have a foreign word that is 2 gram. Is also we can say bigram and so on. So the first concept is n-gram. The second concept is part of speech. So part of speech is, for example, a verb, a noun, an adjective, and so on for a word. In that context, when a word sitting inside of the sentence, it will has its own part of speech tag. So the same word, when you see the same word in different sentences, they may have different part of speech tag. So you can see that there are many different part of speech tags, and different service will have a different part of speech tags. For example, right now you can see there are about 40 to 50 part of speech tag from natural language toolkit in Python. However, when you use AWS cloud service, they only have 15. So that is a different service and a different library. They will give you different kind of part of speech tags. And in our research, we consider to use NLTK, their part of speech tag, because they have more, and we wanted to be precisely to do the summary generation. So what is the COVID-19 data set? COVID-19 data set looks like this. They are putting all the data in JSON format. So you can see the paper ID, which is unique. So they have a lot of papers, articles that talking about coronavirus, and their title, their authors, and of course, their content. So in this kind of JSON data set, you can see there are abstract, they have a body test, and in each body test, in each paragraph, you can see a paragraph, and they also including the reference citations. So you can also double check about the citations from the last reference sections in the data set. So we will be able to know this is the reference 0, that is the B0, and what is the title, and so on. So that is the data set. So how large this data set is? The data set was updated every week. And then in the second year, they try to update the data set every 2 weeks. And until last June 2nd, actually the full data set consider 717,000 full text article. And you can compare against with the earlier stage. So on April 28, it was only 680,000 article about coronavirus. So that means the daily increasing rate is 1,032 article. When we are talking about article, an article could have, for example, let's say 800 words to maybe 12,000 words, because you know the article means a paper, an academic paper. So it could be a very short article, like a 300 word, 800 words, and it could be a larger one, like 8,000 words or 12,000 words article. But you can see the daily increasing rate is 1,032 article. I want you to remember this number, 1,032. So you can see that is the trends, and the trends is not just a single line. You can see it has a trend to be going up a little bit more, like an exponential one. So what do? We're trying to prepare the data so we can upload everything, including a zip file, to the server, and then the package will be uncompressed. When it's uncompressed, it will become a lot of JSON file. And we will have a verify service trying to check whether or not an article has been processed before. So take a look at the earliest things. You can see, actually, when the data set is updated, there will be new articles join, but there will also be some articles to be removed by the publishers. So they perhaps have many different reasons to remove an article, but in that case, we will be able to know what the article was there, but then what the article was not here in this batch. And once we do this, then we can do the reading. We can do the learning part. So we will have a process service trying to use the n-gram, the validated part of speech tag combination, trying to read the content and memorize the content. So this is the second thing I want you to remind you. All the person, all the people, all the students, when we give them a book, they can read, right? Yes, they can read. But some of them, they read the book quicker than the others. Some people, their reading speed is slow or slower than other people. But remember, reading fast doesn't really mean the student or the person will learn better. It will depending on how much the student or the person really learn from reading that book, right? So that is the other thing I really want you to remember, because we will see that later. So once we read everything, then we can start taking users' question. Different from the neural natural language processing, which use like word embeddings and neural networks. In our case, actually, we consider words themselves rather than consider the numbers. So in that case, we were trying to, just like you do Google search, we were trying to find the most relevant articles and the most relevant sentence related to your question, and then generate a summary for you. So basically, we have our user interface. We don't require anyone to register. We don't track anyone, but really, we only understand, okay, you ask this question, what kind of summary we generated to you, and basically how you satisfy with that, how you think this summary generated is relevant to your question. We all know that sometimes when you ask a question, for example, to a politician, yes, they answer your question relevant, but you are not satisfied. Or sometimes you ask a question and someone responds to your question, which is not relevant, and you're also not satisfied. Or on the contrary, can we generate a summary that you think the answer is relevant to your question, and at the same time, you are satisfied with the answer? So that is what we are doing research. We want to see how can we improve this kind of summary generation. So basically, we use very simple way, just like what you can see in any search engine. So we use cosine similarity, trying to find the most close, most relevant articles, and also most relevant sentence, and then generate a summary for you. So basically, right now, the system, it has the default value, default parameters for top 2 documents and the top 5 sentence. But users, they can change it by themselves. And also in our other application, for example, in Moodle learning management system, we allow teachers to change how many articles or how many documents, how many course materials he or she wants computers to use as the best, and how many sentences they wanted the computer to use to generate summary for their students. So by default, in the plugin, we use top 3 documents and the top 8 sentence. But in any way, that is what we do. So right now, if you go to the website, you can see the user interface is different from this one, because this is version 1. But in our website right now, we are hosting version 2.4. So in version 1, everything is synchronized, which means when you ask a question, you need to wait until you see the result. But then in 2.4, we are not just using like AWS and other service, but we can also allow you to go away. You can close your browser and then later you can come back to check out the result. So that is what we did. And once again, you don't need to register to ask any question. So we also have the dashboard, so you can be able to know how fast or how much time the system need to process the data. So so the screenshot right now you see actually belongs to version 1. So as you can see, by that time, there are only 583,000 articles. But as I say, on June 2nd last year, we already have 717,000 articles. So is this good? Okay, that is what the question we really want to ask ourselves. So what do we do? The first thing we do is we use a non-cloud server, trying to see how fast, how good this methodology can be done. So you can see we are using a very common computer with a full processing unit and 8 GB memory running with Debian. And okay, in average, the computer needed to spend 56.22 minutes to read an article. As I said earlier, some articles, they are smaller, some articles, they are longer. So actually, you can see that the methodology may require 0 minutes to 600 minutes to read an article. So it looks not really good, but you can consider that it's still faster than human reader. And but if you still remember the growth rate is 1,032 per day. So which means the methodology cannot really be used for processing this COVID-19 data set because it is increased too much, too fast than our methodology. Again, the third but consider that this methodology be used to read all of the graduate level courses, their course materials. Yes, because they don't have 700,000 articles. So that is the third but. So it looks not very good. So that is why we started to thinking about, can we use, for example, like the cloud service like AWS. So AWS, they have a comprehend key phrase extraction and syntax analysis. So syntax analysis is part of speech tag, and the key phrase extraction, you can consider that is a valid n-gram extraction. So when we use AWS, we also use a full virtual CPU situation with cloud server. We found that it is about 3.2 times faster than our methodology. However, we also noticed that there is less n-grams to be identified. So if you still remember, n-grams is keywords. So when AWS read the content, actually, they have less n-grams identified as a key phrase. So remember this, and remember what I talked to you earlier about 2 people, 3 people, they are reading the same book. Some people, they read fast, but they don't remember too much. Some people, they remember a lot, but their reading speed is very slow. So this is the same situation here. And we can see that during that moment, if you take a look, at that moment, actually the increasing rate is about 900 documents daily. But right now it's 1,032 documents increasing rate. But you can see if we use 16x large, that is 64 virtual CPU, then actually we can use AWS to read 1,051 documents per day, which is higher than the increasing rate. And you can see that it's only need 1.37 minutes to complete the reading, while our natural language processing toolkit version 1 need 5.5 minutes, something like that. So it seems AWS is better, right? And it can also help you to catch up the increasing speed of the data set. So our observation here is we found that actually ARM-based CPU actually is acting faster than Intel-based CPU, than AMD-based CPU. Actually, we don't really know why, but this is the phenomenon we can see from all of our experience with different kind of virtual machine in different kind of spec. And we also find that there is no the case saying that the compute optimized server will be better than memory optimized server or better than general type virtual machine. Actually, we found that they don't have a significant difference. And the general type virtual machine can actually perform even a little bit better. And the memory size influence is not obviously. So basically, you don't need to have too much memory to do this kind of job. And also, we can see that while you increasing your CPU amount from, for example, from 4 CPU to 8 CPU to 16 4 CPU, actually, we found that the performance actually is not so obviously increased. So at the end, we found that 12 extra large, which is 48 virtual CPU, actually perform, if you consider the cost of and the performance, the CP value of 48 virtual CPU instance actually is the best. Now, let's go back to the fast things. So as I say, AWS is quicker, but retrieve less engrams. So let me ask you these two questions. The first question is, if a student asks, what should I avoid while writing in English? You are a human being. You are a teacher. You hear your student or your friend ask this question. When you see this question, which keywords or which words you think that is very important in this sentence for you to know what your student or what your friend is asking for, and then answer their question. So, what should I avoid while writing in English? In my case, if I am the teacher, I probably will say avoid is very important, because you are asking some question that asking me not trying to do something, but trying to not doing something. So I needed to identify avoid is a very, very important keyword. And also you talking about writing. So writing is very important. You are not asking me what I should avoid while speaking, while reading, right? You are asking me what I should avoid while writing. And then, of course, depending on the context, if I am an English teacher, then I probably don't think English is very important. But if I am talking to my friend, then I need to know which languages you want to ask. So think about that. Is that making sense for you? I hope so. Now, what AWS think? you cannot really believe is when you use AW Comprehend, when you type what should I avoid while writing English, and if you click on key phrase, it will say, I analyzed this test, and the result I found, the key phrase is nothing. See? That is what I said. A person, he or she can read a book very, very fast, but at the end, he or she doesn't think there is anything important for him or her to remember. So that is the same thing. Consider you are doing a search engine or Google search engine. When people, they ask you this question, what should I avoid while writing in English? You need to find some documents, some website for this user. But if you don't find any key phrase, then how can you know which website is related to this question? You cannot. So that is what I really want you to pay attention on this. So while we know AWS Comprehend is faster, but actually it remember less keywords, or says it doesn't really recognize keywords properly. So very similar to here. For example, you ask a question like the effectiveness of vaccine. In AWS, it will only think the effectiveness is important, no others. So the users is asking about the effectiveness of vaccine, not about the effectiveness of the headache medicine. It's not asked about the effectiveness of gas. It is about the effectiveness of vaccine, but AWS will not say vaccine is very important. Anyway, so because we don't have too much time, so I try to go through everything in a very more quick way. So unfortunately, as you can see, we needed to spend a lot of time, like 2 minutes, to generate a summary for you. So which means we cannot offer the real-time service like ChatGPT or Google search engine. But you need to remember, any summary we generated are based on the course content, based on the data set you give to us, rather than from Wikipedia, rather than from Web Cloud. So that is what you need to remember, because GPT actually was trained 80% from Web Cloud data set and 2 book set, and also Wikipedia page. And like a Google Bard was trained by Stack Overflow, which is a programming language Q&A discussion forum, and also trained by Reddit. So basically, you need to remember, when I trained something with Reddit, or I trained something with Stack Overflow, not all answers provided by users to a question actually is correct. Sometimes the correct answer actually is the second one, or even third one, or even none. But if you train the data set with something you don't really agree, like Wikipedia, then how can you really consider your student or your user will get the proper, accurate information? So that is what I want to emphasize this. But 2 minutes is okay if we deploy this kind of service as a tutor on learning management system, which will talk back to students in the discussion forum, or maybe join the Facebook. So when you ask some question, 2 minutes or 5 minutes or even 10 minutes later, the bot will provide you the answer. And first of all, the answer is according to the given data set. And also you can consider that the people they can accept, because when I post something on your timeline, I don't really expect that you will respond immediately. So if you respond 10 minutes later, it is okay. So now we can also take a look at this question. So the effectiveness of the vaccine, you can see this is the summary we generated, and you can see 92 patients were vaccinated with BNT and 34 patients with something and so on. So basically they are related to your question if you are asking about COVID vaccine. So we will say that this is good enough based on real data set. You can say correct, authentic data set, but we still don't really satisfy. Just like you can understand, too slow. So in that case, we're trying to do some modification, and you can see that version 2.4, in average we only need 1.30 minutes per article. Compare against with version 1, which required 56.22 minutes, and AWS required 1.37 minutes. So you can see we are even faster than AWS sitting for virtual CPU situation. And which means actually even with 4 virtual CPU, we can deal with 1,278 articles per day, which is higher than the increasing rate. Of course, however, there is another but we need to spend 1 year and 197 days to catch up. And by the way, during the catch up, you can see there will be new articles generated. New article generated. So if we only use 4 virtual CPU, then probably we need to spend 8 years until we can really catch up everything. But the second but, we have cloud. So which means perhaps you can either use AWS plus the virtual machine. So in that case, you probably can use a better virtual machine with more virtual CPU, more memory, and so on. So that is what we did. So we do some experiment, and you can see the trend and their equation, and you can do the calculation, which means if we use AWS, we only need to use 276 days. And how about if we use a different kind of virtual machine? So we try every virtual machine from M6I, which is the latest one, to T2. So you can see that is the best one actually is M6I, which you can consider, you can understand, because it's claiming to be the best, to be the latest one. And then it may require, for example, 350 days. And if we consider virtual machine, they have a so-called compute optimized one. So you can still have, for example, the C6, C5, and so on. So right now, I show you only Intel. So you can see if we use Intel, then we can do that within 346 days. If you compare against with M6I, C6I versus M6I, 350 days. And if we consider memory, so you can see the difference between memory optimized, computer optimized, and so on. Actually, they are not too much. They are just about 6 days difference. And we also try the same thing. What happens if we use a lot of CPU to do the same thing? Will that be better? So once again, we try to compare against with different kind of virtual machine, and you can see that after we do the comparison, actually we found that 12 once again is a magic number, because more than 12 X large CPU, it doesn't really have too much difference. The difference becomes just 1.0 0.0017. That means 0.0017 difference. And the same thing happened here, 1.008. And that is why you can say that the current method, no matter version 1 or version 2.4, actually we found that 12 extra large virtual machine actually is the best choice if we consider the cost and performance value. So we already know that we need to spend so much time to let the computer to learn all the information about coronavirus. But we already said that perhaps we can let our computer to learn a course content, because course content has less documents. So which means we can spend 1 hour and 2 hours, then our executable summary can read everything and then can start to serving our students. So that is what we did. We're trying to use the course content provided by the university. So for example, English 6420 is a course which is talking about academic writing. And in that case, you can see they only have 45 documents. And because they only have 45 documents at the end, we only spend like 2 hours to finish all the reading, which means when the semester starts, before 1 day earlier, we can let the computer to read and understand, and then you can ask questions. So right now, what you can see actually is the 2.4 interface. So you can choose, I want to use AWS or Python NLTK, and then you can ask a question. And you can leave. You can come back to check the result, but you can leave. And in that case, once again, taking a look at this, we choose AWS. And AWS only spend 0.8 seconds, but AWS version of the brand will tell you, sorry, we are unable to generate a summary for your question. Why? Because as I said, AWS doesn't think there is any keywords in your question. If you still recall, there is nothing, empty result here. Now, if you use NLTK, then what will happen? Okay, it takes 3 minutes to answer your question. But the answer actually looks good. Avoid the informal verb and something. So taking a look at this sentence, all of the data actually coming from the teacher's given course data. So which means when we generate summary, they will be exactly from what the teachers wanted to teach their student. And give you, once again, taking a look at this result, and let's compare against with what the GPT 3.5 will give you. So GPT 3.5 will give you this. When you're writing in English, it's important to avoid using informal language, blah, 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 blah. So see, that is the same thing. So basically, GPT gives you the answer based on what it was trained for. And our executable summary is also giving you the answer according to what we are trained for. But you need to remember, GPT has many, many, many training data. They are not really valid. Second, they are not really understand what you are talking, because anything you say will become a number. That is what we say, the word embeddings, and send it to a neural network and then give you the result. I have another talk about how GPT works and what kind of experiment we do with all the GPT in different way. So you can understand why the GPT work like that way and why you can expect that there is something wrong there. But in any way, we use this course as an example. We have 45 files, and then we use 2 reading methodology, NLTK and AWS. So which means we have 6 brands. And the 6 brands, that is about the paper. using AWS, using NLTK to read. Document only, using NLTK, using AWS to read. And everything using NLTK and AWS to read. So we have at least 6 brands. And then we get 26 common questions that the students, they will ask in this class, and try to see whether or not AWS methodology, NLTK methodology, which one is better. So in that case, actually, we found that our methodology, they can answer 73% of the question, while AWS can only answer 1.28 summary questions. So that is a significant difference. And in this case, we have AWS Comprehender and NLTK brand, and we take a look at least 117 summaries and see where they are coming from. So basically 57 summary, actually they are coming from Python, NLTK's brand, and 42% coming from AWS brand. So in that case, we also trying to see whether or not the source created by these 2 reading methodology will then have a difference. So of course, we found there are difference. But how different? So actually, we found that there is a significant difference between the use of paper and all course materials. But there is no difference between what we call use only document and all.
Esta es ya empezó hace una hora el Congreso, Adam.
Sorry about that. I think someone needed to mute your microphone, or you have any question? Okay. So our preliminary evaluation also showed there is no significant difference between the brands, but still you can see the successful summary generation rate actually is increasing when you use more data. So not just the academic papers you ask your students to read, but also the documents and everything you provide to your student. That will make the system has a better brand to serve your student. So in any way, we have the EXA summary research since 2021, and then we continuously doing some research on that. So every year we have some research. Our future work, we were trying to use not just AWS, but also IBM, and also we have our own valid N-gram POS identifier that is based on statistical methodology, and we try to see whether or not they are good. And we also already developed a Guardian in a game, which is a mega word that is a multiplayer educational game for all. So basically the Guardian is an NPC in the game. So students, they can ask their Guardian the question, and the Guardian will use EXA summary to answer the question for the student. So thank you so much. I hope it will be helpful. And if you have any question, you are free to ask me online, or you can send me an email. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chan. And now the floor is open for questions.
I can see one question here. So so basically, let me first of all stop sharing. So the question is saying, between the speed and the learning, how important it is strike a trade-off between the two? Yes, as you can see that AWS is faster, but actually it tracked the N-grams about, I would say, 1/4, or you can say 25% less. Sorry, 75% less than the traditional way. So which means it's faster, but it has the trade-off, as you say, that is about 75% data lost. So actually, it will not recognize the other 75% of the n-gram. But in our research, you can also see that when you answer students' question, actually 42% of the summary actually coming from AWS, and 65% coming from NLTK, which means perhaps we cannot use AWS to find the keywords of users' question, but we can still use AWS to read the course content. So when we reading the course content, it could be faster than our methodology. So as I mentioned about the version 2.4, actually using AWS is 2 times faster than our methodology. And you remember our methodology in 2.0, 2.4 is about 1.1 minute per article, but AWS will be like 30 seconds per article. So that is about 2 times faster than our methodology. So perhaps we can still ask AWS to read the course materials. But when students, they ask a question or users ask question, we don't use AWS to extract the keywords because sometimes it will say, no, there is no keyword. So we can use our traditional methodology to retrieve the keyword, and then we can still use AWS brand. But once again, another but is, in that case, we probably will have a 10% of the summary cannot be generated, because as you see the result, 65 or 60 something versus 46 something. So basically there are about 15% difference. So that is the first thing. The second thing is why the speed? Why we need to take so much time to create the summary? Because right now we need to consider all sentence, each sentence, individual sentence, whether or not they match your question. Because we are not using word and embeddings, we are not using numbers, we are consider exactly your words. So which means we may need to spend more time in terms of doing the comparison and matching. If we have 1,000 documents there, perhaps we need to use 1 minute. If we have 2,000 documents there, perhaps we need to use 3 minutes, and so on. But can we trying to clustering the documents? Can we use grouping, topic modeling to group articles into smaller group, which means I have 2,000 articles. At the very beginning, we need to use 3 minutes to answer your question. But if we can cluster them, we can group them into 10 different topics and matching your question to a topic, and that topic only has 100 documents, then maybe we only need to use 10 seconds or 30 seconds because our search base will become smaller. So that is the second things we don't need to be really trade-off. We can try to use topic modeling to identify articles, putting the documents into groups, and then we use those subgroups to answer your question. Yeah, so I hope that will be helpful. Of course, we are still doing this research. Right now we are doing more. So if any of you want to join us, collaborate with us, we are also be very interested, because we don't have so many manpower, human resource, and something like that. So we are always hoping to have people working on different direction, and we can make it better. The second question I saw in the Q&A, I found that how important the response time of real-time NLP application. Is there any overhead cloud-based implementation such application that the real-time response? Yes, you do have. See, first of all, ChatGPT, because OpenAI they have their service running there, and they open the library. They created the library for you to access. So you can send in a sentence, and then they will find the answer for you. So that is in real time, almost in real time situation. You need to understand that GPT-3, when ChatGPT is using GPT-3, the GPT-3 model is 800 gigabyte, and that 800 gigabyte is loading into the memory, not in the hard disk drive. This is loading into memory. That is why when you ask a question, it will try to change your question, your words into numbers, and then send to the neural networks. And then neural networks will create a lot of numbers, and each of the number will mapping to a word, and then it will get back to you. So that is how GPT service is doing. So definitely there is a commercial product can do this. Google Bard is another service. Right now, I don't see them provide the API for us. You can request to be in the wait queue, but I don't know when they will open the API for us. But I also want you to know that most of Google's API, actually, they are free. Compared to OpenAI will charge you how many words, will charge you $0.1 or something like that. And then the other one is actually there is another group of people called GPT-4o. GPT-4o actually they create something like a GPT model. And they are also open source and free for you to download. So you can also write your own GPT service. But once again, when you use GPT, actually you are using what we call neural natural language processing. So that is based on neural networks, and usually they are based on word embeddings, which means they change your words to a number rather than consider the word itself directly, because it will take a lot of time. So yes, there are many commercial service or cloud service paid, or perhaps if in the future Google can be free the API, that will be good. But right now I don't know. Yeah, so so thank you so much, and also thank you so much, Felix, for your compliment. Yes, as I said, our system will not act like a real-time system, like a ChatGPT. But the goal is, if you are teaching something for your student, you definitely want your students to learn what you teach them, right? Especially when we are getting into university level. Sometimes we are opening a course, we are teaching a theory, or we are teaching a direction. It is because I, as the teacher, I believe this research or this theory, this things is correct. That is why I teach you. But consider ChatGPT using GPT, and GPT was trained by 80% web cloud data, which is very, very large. It is about more than terabyte. Of course, when GPT is trained in 2021, yes, they actually is using web cloud data, which is about 800 or 900 terabyte data to train. So 80% of the training data actually coming from web. And then 8% from a book set. another 8% coming from another book set, and the 3% coming from Wikipedia page. So you can consider that is a ChatGPT, the GPT-3 used. So when your student asks the same question to GPT, actually, probably GPT will tell different story or different theory to your student. And your student say, oh, okay, I understand. Looks good. But then what happened in the final exam? In the final written exam, you ask this question and you expect your students to answer exactly what you teach them. But unfortunately, they answer the question with the answer from ChatGPT. So perhaps it is still correct answer, but it is not what you as a teacher or a domain expert, you agree. Unfortunately, that is why we need to have our own large language model. We need to have our own trained GPT transformer and so on. So in that case, we can making sure that when we provide a service to our students or our user, we can making sure that when they ask a coronavirus question, they really get correct information, not just something from the web page. So I would suggest you to do a test with ChatGPT. Actually, my student did a lot, talking about how important about different health measure, about preventing COVID. And you will be very surprisingly to see a very stubborn ChatGPT. He or she will always stick with what he or she believes, while you probably can understand they are not exactly correct. But he or she, the ChatGPT, actually stick with that because it's trained for. So anyway, sorry about taking too much of time for the question. In any case, if you have any question, you are welcome to write me an email or using any other way to talk to me.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. I think you're at the right time, not taken over time. So thank you for giving us an insight into the Ask For summary, starting with how NLTK is powering NLP. Till you have even compared it with ChatGPT also. I'm sure that many have got insight into like how this can be used for our teaching purposes also. Wishing your student the very best. And we do look forward to more from Ask For summary also. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'm really glad to have this opportunity to know every one of you and share our experience.
It's our pleasure, Dr. Chang. Thank you. Dr. Islam, can I continue? Our next speaker is ready.
Yes, sure, Doctor. I'd like also to thank Dr. Maego. Thank you so much for being with us. It's my pleasure and honor to have you in this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please, Doctor, continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We have an excellent. So we are actually moving from the NLP to the infrastructure, more of the technology level. We have Dr. Siddharth Bhattacharya, who is a high-profile speaker who did his bachelor's in physics, in optics, in optoelectronics, and master's from University of Calcutta, and who completed his PhD in computer science. He is a recipient of the University Gold Medal and also many coveted awards, including the Distinguished Professor Award. He is having an honorary doctorate, DLIT, also from University of South America and Southeast Asian, SIAC. He is a Digital Award ICT Educator of the Year. He is a principal of Rajnagar Mahavidyalaya, Bibham. So also serving as a scientific advisor of Algebra University, Croatia. His biodata is too big, you know. We might need more time to give it, but still I should include the few important points, like he has been the general chair of many international conferences of repute and also the associate editor of several reputed journals like Applied Soft Computing, IEEE Access, Evolutionary Intelligence, IET Quantum Communications, and also the editor of International Journal of Pattern Recognition Research, founding editor of International Journal of Hybrid Intelligence into Science. He has also been a guest editor to several special issues, and his research interests include hybrid intelligence, pattern recognition, multimedia data processing, social networks, and quantum computing. We are really looking forward to his talk. Actually, the talk is on understanding quantum backpropagation. So as you all know, backpropagation techniques are widely used in neural networks for the purpose of weight adjustment and system error compensation. So we are looking forward to this lecture, which will discuss the basics of backpropagation algorithm with reference to a multi-layer neural network, and also quantum backpropagation introduced with reference to quantum mechanical principles. So over to you, sir. The floor is yours. We do look forward to hear about the quantum backpropagation.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, you are, sir.
Thank you very much for such nice introduction. In fact, just hold on, let me just share the screen with you. Thank you everyone, especially the organizers who are doing a marvelous job in terms of organizing this type of DVP event, virtual event, and having the opportunity to share experience or that in network with different stalwarts from all across the world. So fortunately, I have also been included in the list anyway. I am very much privileged to be in the list. And I would like to just share a few insights into the famous backpropagation algorithm, which is generally used by any neural network engineer or scientist to adjust the weights. The main problem regarding this backpropagation algorithm, as it is now, is that it is a very time-consuming process, and as a result of which, you generally end up with some results which cannot be used in real time. But then there are several other techniques, advancements have been made on this particular algorithm over the time. But this particular talk will be centered around something quite different, in the sense that we'll be discussing about the quantum backpropagation. That means the backpropagation as it will take place in a quantum computing domain. So now you see that nowadays, and also for the last 5 or 6 years, this particular term, quantum computing, has gained a very good response or the hype all across the world, and people are talking about this like anywhere. But then keep setting aside the basic principles of quantum computing, because the focus of this topic is not actually quantum computing, but to model the backpropagation algorithm in the quantum, how it will work in a quantum domain. So let us proceed. So the agenda today. Now, before moving on, just see how actually speaking, because the main problem with any particular class on neural network, generally the students generally fail to understand the essence behind this backpropagation algorithm. So now let us look at this picture. Just hold on. Look at this picture where there are 2 friends over here, friend A and friend B. So friend A is asking friend B, is this your machine learning system? So friend B is just standing on a heap of some data, some other parameters and all these things, and he's just plowing those area to get some results. So in this particular situation, friend A is asking friend B, is this your machine learning system? So the friend B is telling, yes, you put the data into this big pile of linear algebra and then collect the answers on the other side. So he told that you have to put all your data in this particular space comprising of some matrices, some vectors and all these things, and ultimately we'll end up the results over here. Now, the friend A again asks, then what if the answers are going if you get wrong answers or wrong outputs, what will happen? What to do rather? So the friend then says, just start the pile until they start looking right. So the friend is telling just if you get wrong results or wrong answers to your questions or queries or to your problems, what you do, you just start the pile. You just adjust or rather just change the orientation of the algebraic elements over there until you get the best possible answer. So this is the essence behind the backpropagation. So you go on in a iterative process and just adjust the parameters inside your machine learning system until the system is giving some outputs which are as close as possible to the expected ones. So that means that this entire system is generally suited for some supervised learning, where you have the output already at your disposal, expected output, and then when you feed data into the system, you come out with some intermediate outputs, and then you just go for comparison with the expected outputs and find out whether they are matching or not. If they do not match, then you have some errors over in the system, which are referred to as system errors, and you do some manipulation or just like this, starting the entire linear algebra part over here to adjust the parameters so that the next time when the data is fed into the system, the errors will be minimized and the obtained output will be inching closer to the expected output. And this process will continue until unless you get the error below some tolerable limit, because the main problem of the system is that since the characteristic functions which are being used in the system, in any machine learning system, are generally asymptotic in nature, so it is unlikely that you will always end up, you will ever end up with a zero error. So always there will be some errors, but then errors can be reduced to some minimal values, which can be ignored for all practical purposes. And then at that time, we will find the right answers. And the configuration of this particular machine learning system at that particular point of time, when you get some outputs which are very close to the expected output, is referred to as a trained system. So the training has been done. So the machine learning system has been trained with the data and also with the input-output relationship, because output also is already at your disposal, the expected output. So you try to establish there is always a linear or the input-output relationship, and you want to just configure that relationship to the best extent. So this is all about this entire thing physically, but if you go to the mathematics, it also becomes very boring. So what to do now? Because until and unless you make it more interesting, people will not be able to understand, and they will just go on just memorizing the equations and try to jot them down in their answer books and all these things. So it will end up with nothing. So let us try to just figure out or understand this quantum backpropagation. Prior to moving to quantum backpropagation, understand the standard backpropagation algorithm in a different perspective. The agenda will be covering this multi-layer perceptron. You know, it is a multi-layer neural network, especially used for those for solving those complex problems which cannot be solved by the single layer perceptron. And obviously it uses the classical backpropagation algorithm. Then we'll be moving on to the quantum model of the neural network, trying to just develop a quantum multi-layer perceptron and discussing about the neural network architecture, which will be evolving, and then finally touching upon the quantum backpropagation algorithm. So you see, these things are quite known to all of you. So, you know, a multi-layer perceptron can handle non-linearly separable data sets by including some hidden layers. Okay, some hidden layers, maybe one or more hidden layers between the input and the output layers. So the mapping is actually non-linear in the sense that since you have multiple layers in between the input and output layers, and you have a full connectivity with all the nodes of the different layers, so automatically the complexity of the system is very high. And also it is nonlinear in the sense that the characteristic functions which are generally used are actually nonlinear in nature. So anyway, so actually speaking, the most common perceptron architecture may contain an input layer, one or more hidden layer, and an output layer. So look at this particular figure. We have a simple architecture of an input layer comprising of n input neurons, along with another separate neuron referred to as a bias. So the input over here is always 1. Okay. And then they are connected to another hidden layer with m hidden layer neurons, another bias. It's a constant bias of 1. Another input. And the hidden layer neuron, and in the output layer you have L number of hidden layer neurons. And each and every input, so these are actually input layers neurons are generally not used for processing, they are only used as switches to just switch over the input to the corresponding for moving to the forwarding layers, and then after some manipulation of some linear operations on the inputs using some matrices or weight matrices, you get some inputs which are being fed to the hidden layer. And hidden layer does the processing by applying some characteristic activation function, maybe a sigmoidal function, maybe a RELU, maybe any linear activation function. So generally speaking, the sigmoidal activation function is widely used, and we have also, this treatment also centered around this particular activation function. And then after arriving at the output at the hidden layers, again the same process is repeated, and then you get the output at the output layer after the processing by the activation function. Now, whatever output you get over here, you just compare that with the expected output, because you know the output in advance, because it is a supervised system, and then you compute the error, and then the error is used for adjusting these weights, these interconnection weights, both at this end and at this end. So this is a very simple procedure. So now you see, actually speaking, the architecture looks like this, and if you just go on adding some different layers as well, number of hidden layers, automatically the circuit will become more complex. Now, actually speaking, you do not have any rule. There is no rule of thumb as to the number of hidden layer neurons, the number of hidden layers as such. So actually, it is heuristic in the sense that there is no such laid down rule to decide or to dictate to or help you to include the different number of hidden layer neurons or good as the number of hidden layers for a particular system, for a particular problem. Anyway, so you see, already you have seen that this hidden and output layer, since they are using the nonlinear activation functions, like the sigmoidal activation function or any other activation function, they exhibit generally nonlinear characteristics, nonlinear transfer characteristics. So quite easily, when you just compute the output at this end, you get the output at this end, and you can compute the error over here. Okay, that is quite feasible because you have the expected output at your hand, and you are getting the obtained output. You can compare them. That is fine, because that means you can get the error terms at the output layer only. But if that is so, but there is no way out where you can get the error terms arising at this layer, hidden layer, or at this layer, or if any other hidden layer is there, you cannot find out the error, because it is, since the term hidden is there, that means these layers are actually hidden from the from the user. So how to compute or how to come to the evaluation of the errors at this system, because since these errors are not known at this point, the errors are not known at this point, the errors are not known, it is not possible or not advisable to use the gradient descent algorithm to compute the errors. Okay, to compute the gradient of the errors. So it is not possible. You can use the gradient descent only at the output layer because you know the errors, but the gradient descent algorithm cannot be used further because you do not know the layers of the hidden layers. So what to do now? That means you have to use the gradient descent at the output layer and then try to just propagate them backwards, so that you can apply them to each of the weights from the output hidden to output and input to hidden layers. Just using this, whatever you have computed, but sorry, just to start with the hidden to output layer weights, try to adjust them and then go for proceeding to the preceding hidden layers, maybe more than one layers, and finally you end up with this input to hidden layer weights. So that means you start with the at this end, you compute the gradient, you use the gradient descent to compute the error and try to just propagate the error in this direction, in the backward direction, to adjust the weights over here, and then finally ending up with computing the errors at this point, and then using that again to compute to adjust the error weights at this point. And if multiple number of hidden layers are there, automatically the system will be this process will be repeated. That is quite fine, but then the mathematics behind the entire scenario is quite confusing. Just forget this, because already I have discussed this in detail. But just come to the exact evaluation technique, how you can just formalize the entire scenario in a different perspective altogether. So you see what actually happens whenever an input is being fed to a neuron. So in each neuron sums up the incoming inputs and applies the transfer function. Quite obvious, because you know a neuron looks like this. You have this summation part over here and also a activation function part over here. So whatever inputs are coming over here, they are multiplied by the weights. Weight connection, input 1, input 2, input 3, multiplied by the weights, and all these are actually fully connected, and then you get the sum of these inputs, and then apply the activation function, and then you get the output. Quite simple. So now the interesting thing is that it is not so easy like this, or not so simple like this. Actually, the neural network node can be thought of comprising of 4 compartments, where in one compartment it computes this part, that is sums of the inputs and applies the activation function. And in another compartment, it computes the, let us suppose that this is given by A. Sorry, A is equal to. And in this compartment, it stores the derivative of A. And in another compartment, it computes the error of the particular output it is producing errors. And then in the other compartment, 4th compartment, it computes the derivative of error. But then we know always all the students we have fed them with this part only. That means they are only just summing up and then using the transfer function. But we have been omitted these parts. So the treatment is that it comprises 4 compartments. It computes the sum of the inputs followed by the activation function. Whatever is coming out as the output is computes the derivative of the output. And depending on the output, you get some error. It just stores the error in another part of the another compartment, and then also computes the derivative of error and stores in the 4th compartment. So this is the overall scenario. Now let us see, actually speaking, what actually is happening over here. Let us now look at this picture. So this picture or this figure just shows the propagation characteristics of a neural network. So comprising of this, I just only have taking a snapshot of the hidden layer, jth neuron, and output layer, kth neuron. We are just ignoring the input layer neurons. Let's suppose that input layer is, this input is coming, xi. So you are obviously following this this philosophy. It is calculating this part, summation of wij. These are wij's. These are all weights, wij. I means the input layer and j is the hidden layer, I to j. wij weights multiplied by the inputs xi, summed up, and then applying the activation function f. This is producing AJ, and then simultaneously it also produces AJ dash and stores in another compartment. And then what it does, it propagates it forward propagates the AJ, because it is producing the AJ. It is the output of this particular hidden layer neuron. It produces the AJ, which has been propagated or rather multiplied by this weight, actually interconnection weight, which is a WJK. And here obviously again it will be producing the summation of the WJK into AJ followed by the transfer function and then producing BK. That BK is actually going to be the final output of the output channel. Okay, and then it is going to be compared with the error. That is the actual output, and then error EK will be generated. Okay, we're coming to that later on. Again, while computing BK, it also computes BK dash. Now, this is a quite familiar to all of us, just forward propagation, excepting the fact that we have introduced these 2 extra parts, BK dash and AJ dash. Now, let us consider that the neuron status is 1. That means, suppose the neuron is fired, it is activated. Okay, that means if you just feed the entire architecture like this, comprising of this AJ dash, AJ, BK dash, BK, and try to just propagate or input a value of 1. An input of 1 to the neural network in the backward direction. What will happen in the backward direction? What actually the neural network does, it just multiplies this input with the derivative of the input, output, which is obtained by the particular layer. So 1 gets multiplied by BK dash. So it produces BK dash. So BK dash is now again moving in this direction, multiplied by WJK, because the WJK weights are both bidirectional in nature. Okay, so BK dash is multiplied by WJK, and then obviously it will be fed to this particular layer. Now, once BK dash is coming, so BK dash gets multiplied by AJ dash, and you get BK dash into AJ dash as the output in the backward direction from the hidden layer node to the input layer over here, input layer neuron over there. So what is the purpose of this particular study? The purpose of this particular study is to see what actually happens in the backward direction, because we are studying or discussing about back propagation, something which is done in the backward direction. So what actually happens when some inputs are being given to the neural network in the backward direction? What are the processes which generally take place? So you have seen that the only derivatives get multiplied and just gets propagated in the backward direction. So now given this, this background, so you see quite obvious that since we are using a sigmoidal activation function like this, so the output produced for any input AJ multiplied by WJK, that is from hidden to output layer, jth hidden layer to kth output layer neuron, and the bias being theta multiplied by 1, because we know that the input was always 1 and the interconnection was theta. So minus theta is standard formula multiplied by lambda, which actually decides on the slope of the activation function, and then it produces what is referred to as BK. That is BK, what is produced over here is like this. So this is that part, and this is the functional form is given by this expression, 1 plus e to the power minus x minus theta. This is sigmoidal activation function. And very interestingly, if you just take a BK, because we want to also compute the BK dash, if you just go for the derivative of BK dash with respect to dAj, that is AJ, you get what is referred to as BK into 1 minus BK. So you see, these terms are quite important. So any output BK will produce a derivative of BK into 1 minus BK. So quite obvious. You see, AJ will produce on similar lines. AJ will produce an output AJ into 1 minus AJ as AJ dashed. So quite simple, formulation mathematics. Now what about the error? Now you see, once you obtain the BK output at the output layer like this, output layer obtain the BK, so it is coming over here. So you have to compute the error part now over here. So what you do to compute the error, suppose that you have this expected output DK already known to you, because it is a supervised system, then you compute the difference, and quite obvious the difference may become negative. So you take a square and then half of the square, mean square. You take the mean square error. And if you have p number of patterns, this is pretty simple for a single pattern. If you have p number of patterns, obviously it will get just manifold p times. So you get a expression like this, the same expression, only with the exception that you have a summation over p number of patterns. So now these being the error, you can use it to your advantage. You can use the gradient descent at the output layer to compute, to adjust the hidden to output layer weights. That is quite fine. Then what about the other part? If you just move backward. So then this particular ideology or this particular information comes into your play, that the neural network node is actually comprising of 4 compartments. You see the overall picture looks like this. So I'm not going into the details, but I'm just discussing it over here. You see what actually happens. So already I've told you that whenever some input comes to a neural network node, one part houses the output BK, and the derivative we already discussed about this. Another part, other 2 parts actually, house the error term EK. EK is given by this expression, already we have seen this expression, and then is derivative EK dashed. So what actually happens now? So you see what actually EK dash. So EK you get over here the same expression, half into BK minus DK whole square. The other 2 components and compartments are not shown here. That is the compartment which is producing this this BK and BK dash. So that is being shown in separately. But actually speaking, the entire neural network is having 4 compartments. So this dotted line comprises a kth layer neuron. The dotted line, composing of 1, 2, 3, and 4 compartments. So this the 4th compartment computes the EK error, and the derivative of EK quite simple. It will be BK minus DK. Okay, BK minus DK, and then following the backpropagation characteristics, what will happen? You know that all the derivatives will get multiplied. So EK dash comes to the other 2 compartments. It gets multiplied by BK dash only. These have nothing to do. Only BK dash will be taken into account. So EK dash will be multiplied by BK dash. So what will be? You will be propagating EK dash into BK dash in this direction. This is for a single node. For all other nodes, every similar things will happen. Okay. Now, how many weights are there? Interconnection weights are there? WJK. Because J is the hidden layer and K is the output layer, WJK. So it will get multiplied by WJK. So we are multiplying WJK to compute the error of the hidden layer. Now you see that now you have been in a position to compute the error of the hidden layer. So hidden layer error EJ is given by WJ, because how many inputs are coming? WJK in multiplied by BK dash into EK dash. BK dash into EK dash, because every node will have a BK dash and EK dash. So BK dash EK dash multiplied by WJK. K varies from 1 to L. L is the number of nodes at the output layer. Number of nodes. So you get the EJ, and once you get the EJ, it is quite easy to compute the EJ dash. And then what you do, if you just go again, propagate it backward, EJ dash Just hold on. EJ dash will get multiplied by AJ dash. So here we'll be just moving on back in the backward direction with EJ dash and AJ dash. Quite simple. And then EJ dash is multiplied by WIJ will again be coming to this particular type of processing at some other layers over here. If any other hidden layer is there, otherwise it will come to input layer. And then the error at the input layer will be calculated like this. Same type of mechanism. So this is quite simple, but then we do not expect the students because to understand this, because when you're teaching this class, we do not resort to this idea or this mechanism as all. So you see, quite simple. So generally what we are doing now, so you are getting EK over here at the output layer, then you use the gradient descent to find this one, del K, del E, del AJ, WJK. Why you are taking the derivative with respect to AJ and WJK? Because you see, now you see the interesting thing is that whatever errors are coming in any system, in any neural network, you start with some inputs over here, you start with the inputs over here, and then some random weights are here, random weights. Although the inputs are fixed, they are not random because the inputs are generally decided by the user. They are supposed to be fixed. But the errors, the weights we are taking initially are initialized to random values. So this randomness of the weights are producing the error, because if you would have known the exact weights, you would have produced the exact output and similar to the expected output. But since you do not know and you want to train the entire system by adjusting the weights are random initially. That means these weights are the actual culprits who are producing the errors, along with the AJ. But AJ means the input. But since the inputs are actually constant for all practical purposes, because they are supposed to be fixed and not variable, so it can be just ignored, or it can be taken as a constant. That means you do the derivative of del E with respect to WJK. So then what you get some expression like this, AJ into del K. This is expression. Now del K is what actually? Del K is BK into 1 minus BK into BK minus BK. How? Because you see this is the EK dash and this is the BK dash. So actually speaking, we are generally using this EK dash and BK dash and multiplying with the weight. So actually this inter derivative tantamounts to this particular expression, derivative expression, I multiplied by the constant input AJ. Now, so that means we have been able to compute the error at the output layer. Now what remains is to compute the backpropagated error terms at the hidden layer. That means you just propagate it backwards. Quite simple, I've already told you. So you see what is the error over here? Error over is actually AJ into del K. AJ into del K. So we are computing del J, that is the error of the hidden layer. Similarly, you see, you can use this now and del J. If you just go backward, what is that getting over here? EJ dash into AJ dash, isn't it? So AJ dash is what? AJ dash is AJ into 1 minus AJ, and AJ dash is this expression. So using those expressions, you can apply this over here. You see, AJ dash into 1 minus AJ into 1 minus AJ, and this one is WJK into del K. Why del K? Del K is actually, del K is actually this term, WJK multiplied by EK dash, that is this term. So then that you just using replacing these terms with the actual expression, you get AJ into 1 minus AJ, summation K is equal to 1, WJK is there. This WJK is here. And then the remaining term is del K. This is BK into 1 minus BK into BK minus DK. That is actually BK dash, BK dash. So this is quite obvious. Now you are able to just compute the del J. That means the errors are the hidden layer. Similarly, you have to go for the derivative of that error with respect to Wij now, because Yj is these errors are due to the randomness of the weights between the input layer and the hidden layer. Input layer I and hidden layer J. So you have to go for the derivative with respect to Wij. Same expression, now you have the input Xi comes into being into del J. So Xi is the input which is actually coming to the hidden layer, but then since for all practical purposes, these are actually constant, so they will come up. And again, use the similar previous expression. Del J is already given by this expression, you just put the expression over here. So this is a derivative at the hidden layer. Okay. And then just to see everything you have done, you have just found out the hidden layer error, you have found out the derivative of the hidden layer error, it is EJ dash. Similarly, you are already in possession of the error of the output layer and the derivative of the error of the output layer. So now it is quite easy to just use those expressions to find out the updated weight. So updated weight WJK, that is from the hidden layer to the output layer, is given by the previous one. Plus means, or the plus minus whatever it is, that is this is the error term you are going to add. That term we are going to. Quite simple. This is a mu is the learning rate. And this expression we already have got. Aj into bk, 1 minus bk into bk minus bk. So this is for the hidden layer to the output layer. And now what about the input to hidden layer? Wij plus, again the learning rate. Then you have the xi, this term, then the remaining term from here. So this is for the hidden to output, this is for the input to hidden. So you see from the picture we have from the schematic which we have thought of that the neuron is comprising of 4 layers. Now we are in a position to compute the different expressions one by one. But then in the classes generally what we do, we generally resort to the students generally resort to this memorizing these expressions. But the expressions are very simple to obtain if you just follow the propagation characteristics of a neural network. So quite now we have got an understanding of how the backpropagation algorithm works. Now you move on to this quantum computing or the basics of quantum computing, which will be used up to design the quantum backpropagation algorithm. But since the details of the quantum computing is not under the purview of this talk, I'll be just touching upon the basic principles. So it is quantum very recently upcoming technology inspired by the principles of quantum mechanics and quantum physics. So a quantum system actually comprises of a wave function, also represented as Kate psi. From the Schrodinger's wave particle duality, it also can be represented as a particle or the spin of the electron up and down. And then it can be represented by wave function, say, for Kate psi. This is a Kate expression. This expression is referred to as a Kate expression. Anyway, it will be given by a summation of some complex terms and phi j. Phi j is referred to as a basis state. It's also a wave function. Now, with the condition that all the summation of these complex amplitudes, square of the complex amplitudes, also referred to as the probability amplitudes, will be equal to 1. Why? Because the sum of the probabilities of any event to occur is always equal to 1. So it will be equal to 1, subject to the constants. And these Kate phi j actually are the basis, referred to as the basis states, and they're also actually referred to basis states or qubits. So actually speaking, when they're qubits, you also have q gates, that is the logical gates, quite similar to the classical computing paradigm. We'll be just touching upon them only. But then the basis states of the quantum computing, it's referred already we discussed phi j or referred to as a qubit, can be represented as Kate0 and Kate1, where Kate0 is equal to given by the column vector notation 1, 0, and Kate1 is given by the column vector notation 0, 1. So actually speaking, also be seen like a spin up of a electron spin up as a Kate0, or electron spin down as a Kate1. Now, this is according to, if you just think about the superconducting technology, which is generally used by IBM and other companies. But if you go for a photonic computer where light waves are used, you can use the polarization of a light. And that means a vertical polarization may be used as a Kate0, and a horizontal polarization can be taken as a Kate1. In case of photonic quantum computer. So I'm not discussing it anyway. So you see the qubit can be either in the 1 state or the 0 state, or any other state which results out of superposition of the states. That means any qubit can be represented like this: alpha of Kate0 plus beta of Kate1. That is Kate psi. Kate psi physical. So you see, it is actually a combination, linear combination of 2 basis states, Kate0 and Kate1, with different values of alpha and beta, because they are complex numbers, and with the condition that alpha square plus beta square should be equal to 1. Okay. So now it can also, since it's a two qubit system, you can go for another qubit, say gamma of Kate2 plus delta of Kate3. So you can go up to n. But then these are actually higher level qubits, multi-level systems. We're not discussing about that. That means any particular qubit or a wave function can be presented as a combination like this. What is the advantage of this combination? If a advantage is there at any point of time, you have all these Kate0, Kate1, Kate2, Kate3, etc. at the same time at your disposal. Unlike in a classical system, when you are dealing with any particular value, you are either using 0 or 1, not both at the same time. That means either you have a value of 0. When you have a value of 0 at a particular position or a particular memory location, it will remain 0 always until you erase it and replace it by 1. Once it becomes 1, it always remains 1. But at the same point of time, you cannot have both 1 and 0s occupying the same memory location. Just for the sake of convenience, I'm discussing in this way. See, you can have both the Ket0 and Ket1, two different states at the same time, combined together, referred to as superposition. So that gives you the advantage, that is advantage over the classical machines, because we are in a position to handle multiple number of values or multiple number of possible solutions to a particular problem, all at once. So you see, for example, if you are going for such problem, just to see the power of the algorithm, you just suppose that you are going to search this array. An array is there. So let us suppose we are searching for this value x over here at any particular position of an array. So for a classical machine or a classical algorithm, you have to do it sequentially one by one. You have to search this, then go there, then go there. In the worst case, x will be at the last point. Okay. Yeah, so it is quite, you see, that means there is no way where you can search all these positions all at once. It's not possible. But if you're just going for a superposition principle like this, you can have multiple solutions, or you can search at a point different locations at the same point. I'm not going into detail because several algorithms are there, quantum algorithms are there. That means at a single go, you can search for this particular element at a single go, unlike the classical system, which is going to take n number of n square, O(n) square, the complexity of O(n) square. So you see that the advantage is that if you go have superposed values, you can just use it to your advantage and can just some sort of parallelism is there. You can use it in parallel. Anyway, now as regards to the quantum gates, we have different quantum gates are there, like Hadamard gate, very interesting gate, which is actually used for creating superposition, equal superposition, and then rotation gate is there, and the NOT gate, CNOT gate, other gates also there. Anyway, I'll be just coming. Several people are there just raising their hands. I'll be just coming. Just let me get into that topic, or else I'll be just, it will be quite difficult for me to cover it up. So you see the power of the rotation gate. So rotation gate, what it actually does, any qubit alpha, which I have just told you, that means alpha, any qubit can be represented by alpha as Ket0 plus beta Ket. So that also can be represented like this, alpha, and as a column vector of alpha and beta. This is also a qubit. For alpha is the complex coefficient of Ket0 and beta is the complex coefficient of Ket1. So the objective is to, if you want to manipulate a particular qubit, you can manipulate this also. The same thing happens. Okay, so that means a qubit can also be represented by in terms of the complex coefficient alpha beta I, and can be updated by quantum rotation gate. Just using this is the rotation gate or the matrix, rotation gate matrix, because these gates are actually unitary matrices and unitary operators. That's why this property makes them reversible in nature. So anyway, so then you apply that to a qubit alpha beta, and then multiply that with a rotation gate, or apply the rotation gate over there, you get a different qubit alpha dash beta dash. So what is actually happening physically? So you can represent a qubit in a Bloch's pair. This is a Bloch's pair, but this is the Ket0 axis, and this is the Ket1 axis, and this may be the x-axis and y-axis, like z-axis, like this. So a qubit can be represented as a unit vector like this on the Bloch's pair. So if the unit vector is like this, if it is acting an angle theta with the Ket0 axis, so it can be represented like this particular qubit can be represented like this form, which I have already discussed, alpha Ket0 plus beta Ket1. So it is having the contribution from both Ket0 and Ket1. Anyway, now what about the rotation gate? What the rotation gate does? Rotation gate actually tries to rotate this either in this direction or in this direction. So if it rotates the qubit in this direction, that means you have to, that means changes the theta value. Okay, so that means reduces the theta value. So it will just the rotated qubit will come over here. Okay, and further rotation will just make it just aligned with the Ket0 axis. Now at this point, if you go for measuring the system, the superposition, this superposition will get lost, will be destroyed, and you will end up with either of 0 or 1, depending on whether alpha square is greater than beta square or vice versa. Now, since it is nearer to the Ket0 axis, so obviously, quite speaking, alpha value is getting higher, because theta value is getting lower, means it is now aligned to the Ket0 axis. So alpha, so the contribution from Ket0 is higher, so alpha value gets higher. So alpha square will be greater than beta square. So at this point, if you measure it, you will get a value of 0. So if from a superposed state, you get a classical value of 0. So the rotation gate actually helps you to manipulate the qubit by rotating it in the direction either along the gate 0 axis or gate 1 axis, just to enhance the speed or speed up the entire solution. That means you get up to reach the solution quite faster than expected. That means you could see, actually speaking, so if you just again represent the qubit instead of alpha gate 0 plus beta gate psi like this, say cos theta of gate 1 plus to the power I5 sin theta gate 1, this is gate 0. So you can also represent a qubit like this, cos theta, this is angle theta. We are breaking with the gate 0 axis. Gate 0 plus e to the power I5, this is the imaginary part. Just setting aside the imaginary part, sin theta part with the 1 axis. The 1 because the sin theta 90 degree minus theta, 180 degree minus theta anyway. Just then multiply by gate 1. Gate 1. Now what actually happens? What actually happens when you multiply or rather apply the rotation gate on this particular alpha beta, which is given by this expression. So if you just apply the rotation gate, the resultant qubit will be something like this. Will be something cos of theta plus theta I, because they're rotating by theta I. Into gate 0 plus e to the power I5 remaining same, sine of theta plus theta I, gate of 1. That means you are actually manipulating the phase of this function. That means theta. That means you are just increasing the theta value by theta y. Why? That means what you are doing actually. So you see from our childhood, you know that multiplication is the shortest process of addition. You are actually adding up, but then using multiplication like this, multiplying a matrix with a vector to get the addition over there. So what you are doing ultimately adding up the angle of rotation value with the original angle to get a new orientation of a qubit. Now, why this is actually important? You see, I will be coming to that later on. And then these are some of the features of quantum computing. Linear superposition already have discussed. Interference is the fallout of linear superposition. That means interference only helps you to have coherent qubits which can be superposed, and then entanglement is another interesting phenomena which exhibits correlation between two different qubits located at different points. We are not interested in the details of this, just for the sake of mention. I've just mentioned it over here. And then now you see, given all this background, just to try to devise out a quantum neuron, model of a quantum neuron like this. You see, it's a neuron. So you see, already have discussed a neuron actually comprises these two, the compartment comprises performs the summation and followed by the function. Basic operation. So you see, you are doing some summation, and then you are applying some activation function at the beginning to that. And then, so you see that what you are getting actually. You are in this qubit node, in the qubit system, the inputs are actually given in the form of qubits because these are not classical values, they're quantum values. And this is the bias as similar to the previous one, which we have discussed in the case of a multi-layer perceptron. And each and every individual input, qubit inputs are connected to the neuron in the hidden layer, say, with some weights. Now the weights here are referred to as are represented by rotation angles, rotation gates. Because ultimately what you are doing, you are in the case of a classical neural network, you're multiplying this one with this one to get some value which is actually dependent on this value, on this weight. Because actually speaking, the inputs are being magnified by these weights, actually by multiplication. So you are using a rotation gate over here just to manipulate this qubit by an angle theta 1, x1 rotated by angle theta 1, x2 by rotated angle theta 2. In this way, theta n for xn. And for the bias, a constant value of lambda, r lambda, rotation angle of lambda. And then that means it comes over here. So you can just generalize that in this form, r theta I, summation of r theta I multiplied by xi, get xi. So that gives this part, that gives this part. And then what you do, apply the activation function. The activation function is given by the G delta. I'll be coming to the form later on. This is also a quantum sigmoidal function, G delta, and also you apply the argument. Where you apply the argument of this unit, that is take only the real part and then find out the output f. output y, which can be represented as a function like this. S is equal to fy, while s can be further used as a measurement operator. Maybe you can do some measurement over here to get the output, the classical output, either 0 or 1, whatever it is. And then you go for comparing with the expected output. And then you go for using the quantum backpropagation algorithm to adjust these weights, Or adjust these weights means adjust the angles. Because the angles over here, θ1 to θn, along with the lambda, are all heuristic in nature, or random in nature, because we do not know the exact value. So actually speaking, you see the theta lambda. In the previous case, we saw that the weights, wij, wjk were the culprits, because they were random in nature, they were producing the outputs at the output end, erroneous output at the output end. So here also the individual angles θ1 to θn, which have been used heuristically, are also at the culprits. They are introducing some errors, and then also along with the lambda parameter, which is also introducing some errors as far as the bias is concerned. And also this delta term, which is also referred to as a reversal parameter, which is the parameter characteristic of the activation function, is also heuristic in nature and also creating some error. So there, in this case, there are three terms you have to look upon. That means the error which you are going to use the gradient or take the derivative of the error with respect to theta, with respect to lambda, with respect to delta. Unlike in the previous case, only with respect to weight was sufficient, but here you have to do the derivative with respect to three parameters: theta, lambda, and the delta. So here you have discussed this. You see xi are the input qubits, r theta are the rotation gates, I already told you, and lambda is the input bias. Now this is some sort of mathematical manipulation. We define any function as a form equal to ix, or I is equal to square root of -1. So then you can have this expression, summation of, this is summation part being carried out in the neural network, r theta multiplied by k x1, not x1 actually, xi, sorry, minus f lambda. F lambda is coming out of due to the bias. And then you apply this activation function g delta, which is given by this expression. G delta is equal to 1 by 1 plus e to the power minus delta, classic definition of a sigmoidal function. And then using the value of u in this argument to get the output, final output. And then you can express the final output in the form of e to the power iy following this expression. You see, any function can be represented by as e to the power ix. So any function of the y can be represented in this form for the sake of simplicity. So now you see that just to find out, given this expression, given this model of the neural network model, a new single neuron, how to develop or rather come up with a with an entire architecture like a multi-layer perceptron. Anyway, just another thing is that you see the architecture is analogous to the similar to the classical multi-layer perceptron, where you have, instead of the neurons, classical neurons, you have the quantum neurons. Anyway, so what actually happens over here, because you know, even if you are using a quantum neural network, but you have to give some inputs which are classical in nature. You do not have quantum input. You have to also always give the inputs which are given by the user from the outside world are classical in nature. So the real values xi, they are then scaled to 0 to 1, and then they are transformed to qubits. They are encoded to qubits using this expression, using this function. So it carries a phase, and then it comes out to be looking like a qubit like this, and then at the output layer, this is the input part. So this input, these are the qubits. That means X is actually x1, kate x1, kate x2 to kate xn. This one. Sorry. This kate x1, kate x2, kate xn. All these are inputs which are obtained by encoding the real value, the classical value xi. Okay. And now at the output layer, the real output is evaluated by using the imaginary part of y. The y which you are getting over your output, you are taking the imaginary part of y and then just using that to find out the output. The imaginary part always contains the sign component, because I've already told you cos theta is kate 0 plus e to the power I5 sin theta kate 1. So imaginary part contains the sign component. So if you are using that. Now, one question is quite obvious, that why are you using the imaginary part? It is up to you. You can either use the real part or the imaginary part. But in both the cases, you will not get the same result. You will end up with different results. So the problem depends on the selection of whether you are taking the imaginary part of the result output or the real part of the output. In any way, both of them will work fine. Now you see, after having all this in mind, you use this neuron model to generate the same type of architecture like this. Where you have these inputs, kate alpha 1, inputs, kate alpha 2 from the input node, and these are the rotation gates. Rotation gates psi, kate psi 30. What does it mean? It means that it's a connection between the third input and the zeroth hidden layer. Third input to neuron and zeroth hidden layer. So in this way, you are connecting. So these are all actually rotation gates. So this rotation gets shy, C2, similar ones over here. Then you get this, whatever you get is the hidden layer. Now, interesting thing is that here there are two hidden layers over here. These are two hidden layers. And then you get some quantum outputs, and then again you apply the rotation gates, you get the output over here. And finally, you do the measurement. And after measuring, you get something which is actually referred to as a classical value. It's quite obvious that it is actually a quantum value, which after measurement will give you the classical value either 0 or 1, depending on the probability amplitudes, alpha square and beta square. Anyway, this is the overall process. Now, quite obvious. Now, that means you start with the classical value in the real world, encode it, and do this computation inside a quantum neural network, and then you do some measurement, and then you get what is referred to as the classical value, classical output, and then you compare with the expected output, then what you get the error, then you have to do the backpropagation by encoding the error again in quantum domain. And then you fit the quantum domain error in the system, that is a hidden layer and the output layer, and then you do the gradient descent and all these things as similar to the classical backpropagation algorithm. But then the interesting thing is that at each and every point you have to do the measurement, take out the real classical values, compute the errors in the classical domain, then again convert that to quantum domain and do that backpropagation. And then again start all over with a new set of real classical input after being encoded to quantum domain, then start all over again until you and unless the errors come down to a tolerable limit and the system is said to have been trained. So the same things are there. One interesting thing is that I've already told you that these three kinds of parameters are generally important in this neural model. The phase parameter of weight, connection, theta, or theta, threshold lambda for the bias, and the reversal parameter delta for the activation function. So already we have discussed this. Any input I can be converted to encoded to the quantum domain by using this function, pi by 2, a function that is encoding rotation with respect to the classical values, and then you get this YII at the inputs. The quantum inputs at the input. I capital refers to the input layer, I refers to the ith neuron in the input layer. So this is the inputs at the input layer. And then what you do, you have to do the expression at your end. You already have these expressions over here. These expression rotation get applied on the individual qubit inputs and the value or the bias value. So here the same thing is happening over here. What you're doing, you're expressing the qubits in terms of a function. Why? Because we have discussed this. You can express any imaginary value or imaginary function which is expression fx like this. So using that notation, we have expressed this f theta ij is the rotation angle. And this is the input, YII, just computed before, and all these are actually quantum in nature, and then this is due to the bias, and then you get what is referred to as the UJH, that is the output of the hidden layer, output of the hidden layer, right? But then only this part has been done. Okay, only this part has not been done. The functional part has not been done. For this part, what you do, you can apply this, just first of all, you just do some mathematical manipulation. You can express it in terms of cos and sin theta, like this, trigonometric notation. And then you apply this, what is referred to as the sigmoidal activation function like this, where you have put this delta H is the reversal parameter, and this is the actual taking the parameter. This is taking the input, this part. Okay, this part is coming over here. And you are getting the output Y at the jth neuron of the hidden layer H. So you are getting some expression like this, quite simple expression, but you can just simplify that to this particular expression, where tan ZH is given by this expression. Anyway, I'm not going into mathematics, steps have been omitted for obvious reasons. So you see the argument D is actually representing the phase of that complex number, and delta H is the reversal parameter, I already told you. Similarly, for the output layer also, you can also have this. UK comes out to be JK, theta JK, J2K, hidden to output, WYJH, the hidden layer bias, and lambda K is the output layer. Sorry, this is the interconnection weight from the hidden layer to output layer, and this is lambda K is the output layer bias. So again, the same thing happens. Again, you can compute that UK and can express it in terms of cos theta and sin theta. And then after some manipulation, again, you can represent after applying the sigmoidal activation function, you can represent like this, where then ZK is given by expression. That means now your position, you are having both UH and UK. You know it, rather YH and YK. Both the outputs are known. Now you go for the calculation of the error. So the expression already you have given. This is the output, and this is the expected output. Okay. And then what you do, you go for this expression. Then you go for this what I refer to as the derivative. Now you see, interesting thing is that in the previous case we only use the derivative of E with respect to the weight only. But here you have to use three times derivative. That is the delta E with respect to delta theta jk. That is the angles, rotation angles with respect to the from the hidden layer to the output layer, J to K. So this is given by this expression. And then you can just use the chain rule to find out the final expression like this. I'm not going into mathematics in detail. So now once you get this delta E, delta theta jk, that is the derivative of the compensation term, you can use it to advantage to compute the updated theta. That is given by theta jk whole minus theta learning parameter and given by this expression, which is this expression. Or rather this expression kept come up. So now similarly, now again we have to compute the derivative with respect to delta k, the reversal parameter. On similar lines, you also can adjust this by using delta k nu, delta k old minus eta into delta 3e by delta k old, which is given by this expression. Finally, with respect to the lambda, you can also adjust it likewise. Now, given this, so you see you have all got all those in the output layer. What about the hidden layer? Then for the hidden layer, you have to use this expression. You have to find out delta E, delta theta ij. But that is quite difficult to obtain because you do not know the output of the hidden layer. So you have to do, you just go for this chain exchange expression, delta E, delta yjh, because these outputs are known to you, and delta yjh to respect to delta theta ij, because these are coming out only due to theta. Because these outputs are a hidden layer are only due to the input to hidden layer weights multiplied by the input qubits. So just computing each and every expression separately, this expression and this expression separately, and using it, you can use it to find out the new weights, new angles, rotation angles at the input to hidden layer. Similarly, again with respect to lambda j, using the chain rule, you can also find out this expression. And finally, with respect to the delta, also you can find the expression. So as you see, the mathematics is quite similar. Only thing is that you will apply using either the imaginary part or the real part to your advantage, and some quantum encoding is needed to find out the corresponding alternative to the classical domain. So by these expressions, you are now in this way, you can just adjust the interconnection where rotation angle, that is the angles you can be adjusted, the parameter of the activation function can be adjusted, and also the bias can be adjusted. These three parameters can be adjusted to make the network more rather change the network so that the outputs come out to be nearer to the expected outputs. So the key takeaways in this particular lecture is that we have discussed the operation and architecture of a classical multi-layer perceptron. The standard backpropagation algorithm has been discussed with a different perspective with respect to visualizing the neural network node as composing of 4 compartments. And then we have used found out a method to evolve a quantum multi-layer perceptron by resorting to a quantum neuron model. And then finally, we have touched upon the quantum backpropagation algorithm of adjustment of the weights. Not only the weights, but the rotation angle, the reversal parameter, and the bias parameter. So these actually ends the discussion. And these are some of the references you can just think of if you are interested in this direction. And finally, thank you everyone. I'm now open to any question from the audience.
Thank you, Professor. Any questions open to the audience? We have 3 more minutes left. Yeah, I'm sure that all of us have gained quite a lot, like how simply he has explained this quantum backpropagation algorithm, comparing with the conventional things. And this is an emerging field, many ongoing efforts are there to develop effective methods. Thank you, Dr. Professor Siddharth. It was a great lecture. Anybody, I think there is something in the, yeah, okay. Any questions? I'm sure people have got a lot of things today from this lecture.
I'd like to thank, if you please me, I'd like to thank Dr. For very
Actually,
interesting session.
one question has come up in the Q&A window. How many iterations will backpropagation take? Now you see, this is actually, it depends on the problem, first of all, because backpropagation is an iterative procedure, and generally speaking, we generally, while in terms of computation, we generally look at whether we are reaching a particular threshold of the error. So until and unless you reach the threshold, and also depending on the learning rate. So what actually happens, people generally try to increase the learning rate so the network learns faster. That means it can reach the goal in a lesser amount of time. But then the learning becomes very poor. No, that means if you take a very huge learning rate, it will just end up doing the same thing in a very short span of time. But then learning will be poor. But if you use a lower learning rate, and then use some other techniques like automatic gain control and other things that come up, then you can reach a very good training pattern, or you can come up with very good training. So that depends on your approach, whether you are in a hurry or not. But then neural networks are not meant for being used in real time. So especially supervised neural networks are not meant to be used in real time because they fail miserably. Even the deep neural networks, you see, they are already trained with lots of data. Now we are being used to using them to advantage. But that is the main issue with a supervised neural network. There is no rule of thumb that means you have to use learn the backpropagation algorithm for this number of iterations. As soon as you get your desired precision in terms of the threshold of the error, which you can accommodate, then you stop. That means there is no fixed value to this.
Thank you, Professor Siddhartha Bhattacharya, for this wonderful session. And we have completed, and anybody needs any other clarification, please get in touch with them directly because we are running out of time. Back to Dr. Islam. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really a very interesting topic, and I think it will motivate a lot of young researchers to make more efforts in this regard. I'd like also to thank you, Dr. Mini, for wonderful moderating for the sessions. Now, I think we are going to move to our next session. It's a very special session. First of all, I'd like to thank Shivim for being with us. Shivim was very supportive for this event. He did a great job with us. But I'd like first to introduce our hero for this event, and she's doing a great work with us, Shatashki Singh. Shatashki is a recent graduate in computer science and engineering, having completed her undergraduate degree in 2022. She is a passionate technologist with a strong interest in technology and innovation. Throughout her academic journey, she has gained proficiency in various programming languages, data structures and algorithms, and software development methodology. During her undergraduate studies, Shatashki worked on several research projects focused on the application of deep neural networks for improving medical diagnosis facilities. Her research work has been published in peer-reviewed journals, conference proceedings, and book chapters. Shatashki has also been an active volunteer with the Institute of the IEEE for the past 5 years, contributing to various IEEE communities at the section and regional level. She has been recognized for her contribution to the organization, receiving awards such as the IEEE Richard Emerson Scholarship, IEEE Palhalpi Chapria Award, and IEEE Delhi Section Volunteer Awards. Shatashki completed a 6-month internship as an NLP researcher at Athanhal Health in her last semester of graduation, where she gained experience working with natural language processing technologies. Currently, she works as an associate data engineer at Lois, where she applies her skills in data analysis and management to develop efficient and scalable data pipelines. Apart from her academic, professional, and volunteering pursuits, Shatashki enjoys reading and exploring new technologies to stay up to date with the latest industry trends. She is committed to using her skills to make positive impact in the world of technology and beyond. Please, Shatashki, floor is yours, and you can moderate the session of the SYB with Shabin. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Islam, for the introduction. So, hello everyone, I'm Satakshi, your moderator for the next session, Volunteering with AI and Tech. So, it is with my great pleasure that I welcome Mr. Shivam to the event. With an impressive background and expertise in the field of computer science and technology, Shivam brings a wealth of knowledge for our attendees. He is currently serving as the chairperson for students and young professionals in IEEE Computer Society MGA board. Having graduated from the renowned Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad, he has laid a strong foundation for his career. Shivam is currently working as an engineering specialist in ZS Associates, where he leads the NLP search and graph team for the Enterprise Service Center of Excellence. His expertise lies in the area of machine learning, computer vision, image processing, knowledge graph, and natural language processing. With over 20 plus projects and more than 10 plus research articles to his credit, Shivam has made a significant contribution to the advancements in these fields. His accomplishments have been recognized globally as one of the first Richard E. Merwin scholars from the IEEE Uttar Pradesh section. He received the esteemed award that is bestowed upon only 40 students worldwide each year by the IEEE Computer Society. Moreover, Shivam has collaborated with numerous national and international organizations, further expanding his impact in the industry. His research work includes a book chapter on medical diagnosis using neural network and research papers in prestigious journals of IEEE and Springer. His notable contributions include graph-enabled NLU chatbot, semi-automated ontology prediction, and video indexing system based on multimodal information extraction using combination of ASR and OCR. Recognized as an authority in his field, Shivam has been invited to over 50 plus conferences and events as a keynote speaker, where he has shared his expertise and research findings on machine learning and related topics. His presentations and profound insights have been captivating the audience worldwide. Please join me in welcoming and giving a warm welcome to Mr. Shivam as he takes the stage today. We are privileged to have you and share and to listen to your experiences and knowledge. Eagerly looking for an engaging session. Over to you, Shivam.
Thanks a lot, Sakshi, for this. Great to see Dr. Islam conducting such initiatives. Like wonderful, like seeing like a 24-hour initiative coming directly. So congratulations to the entire organizing team. That's a wonderful one. Maybe I know like I generally speak on technical topics, but this time I just wanted to connect the dots and ensure like, okay, how volunteering help in technology and like in the field of technology and artificial intelligence in general, right? Like why volunteering is so important in this field. So maybe I'll just share my screen and start with my presentation. I think Satakshi is already introduced. So just a quick background. I come from a NLP graph kind of research background. Though I work in an industry, but I am associated with a research lab in my company where I mentor more than 30 students. And there also the work is more like volunteering for me. So that's how it is. So let's start. Like as you can see in the first slide itself, right? AI and tech is future. So are volunteers. Like we have heard this every time, right? Like volunteers are so important when we talk about like shaping something for the future or bringing some new ideas or new initiatives which can help not only in the current but in the future. And similarly, we have seen generative AI and a lot of these new technologies, how they're helping in shape the future. So both of them are related via future. So it's very important to preserve both. So that's the first opening slide which I wanted to convey. And one question I had in the next slide, like before I go to the next slide, is like I just want to ask from all of you, right? Why do people volunteer? Any questions, any thoughts, any suggestions? I see a lot of like really great volunteers, and even Satakshi, you or Dr. Islam. Why do you think like you guys volunteer? Any questions, any thoughts on that? Anyone wants to say?
Yeah, Shivam. So it gives a great sense of satisfaction, and being involved in some with some other activities outside of work. It gives a confidence, and meeting new people. It gives more opportunities. So overall, it's very satisfying. So maybe that is why we are encouraged to volunteer for
Great.
any
Nice.
organization. Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Maybe not be any other conflicting. Okay. Volunteering helps to learn for self-satisfaction. Nice. See, like everyone has, I see so many responses in Q&A. Gaining knowledge, skill, networking, and giving back to the society. Wonderful. Agreed. Couldn't agree more. Like if you see why do we individuals volunteer is because like they want to do something which they cannot do in their routine life. They want to do something outside that, and I'll show you how volunteering and like I actually this is a live case study which I wanted to show you how volunteering helps you, like you will in your corporate journey also or in your professional journey also, like how both of them are so much interlinked. Like this is a real life case study which I want to walk you through all around, and hopefully that will help you guys even as you are volunteering towards IEEE or with any organization as such, how you can bring that. So maybe with that thought, let's be the change you want to see in the world, right? This is what all volunteers as a volunteer we want. We want to do something which we want to see, like how the world should be. And that is why it gives satisfaction, it gives like learning. It is something which you do with passion, right? Because you're not getting paid for it. It's just volunteering. You're just doing it for fun. So definitely. Before like let me show you a sample path, right? How like a person goes on that technology leadership. If you see IEEE Computer Society, I'm talking specifically about volunteering with IEEE Computer Society. The tagline of IEEE Computer Society is like community of technology leaders. Why do we need technology leaders, and how IEEE Computer Society volunteering helps you to become, right? If I just talk about the sample path of a student, right? When he starts with some mathematics, some basic funds, like during his school days, right? Like as a student, when he was there, he would be doing some mathematics and something. And then like when he comes to college, he starts seeing, okay, there is something integration with technology or integration with science, which is coming up. And like this is the two phase, like one from school, you transfer to you become like a college student. Now within the college, you get these volunteering societies, be it IEEECS, be it ACM, like for IEEECS, if you see like, because it's envisioned to create technology leaders, that's why you have like this. I've kept IEEECS touch, right? It brings that slight touch which every student can be benefited from. So once you have that, then the next part is like you integrate both of them. You have the sufficient knowledge of technology, you have sufficient volunteering experience, and you try to bring both of these things together, like okay, technology plus leadership. And then at some moment you start your corporate journey, right? So like for every student, no matter what, like this, if he's a volunteer or if he's joining, like you will see this is one of the path which majority will follow, right? They start something from basics and then they start getting involved. And but after joining corporate, what happens? What? Because we have seen like with majority of volunteering organization, we actually see that okay, at some moment, like at like after they graduate, they don't continue. But what should happen to make them continue, and why continuing is so important at all? Before I go to the next slide, any more questions? If you have any questions, just keep me posted, because this is more like it should be like a two-way street, not a one-way street, because it's like something which all of us do, right? Volunteering is something which you as well as I do. So do keep me posted on questions. I don't think we have any. Maybe. Okay. Next. This is a very important slide, and maybe I'll spend some time in with it, right? This is one case study. So this is like one very important case study, like volunteering with people, and how IEEE or any volunteering organization helps you with, like when you're there in corporate and then there is a volunteering unit, like how you can connect both of them. So if you see, like I just took an example where we have like few folks like in the corporate unit, like let's say Sandeep, Vishwaroop, Sarun, Soham, Janvi, Snigdha, Rishu, and SDR. Like if you see, like all of them have some color coding. The color coding means that okay, like a person like Sandeep, I just met him when I was in the corporate. I didn't knew when I was with him in the IEEE, like when I was volunteering with IEEE. I came to know him through a corporate, through my industry. But if you see someone like Megha or a Rishu, like which you see here, this side is something like whom I met during volunteering. So if you see like even Vishwaroop, right? Even so these folks I met during volunteering. They were not like I didn't knew them through ZS or through my corporate journey. I knew them through volunteering. But what has happened beautifully is like there's an exchange between now these two. And that doesn't only help me, but both the organizations wonderfully, like both places actually. So taking specific case studies, I think I have seen Vishwaroop joining. Okay, maybe I'll want Vishwaroop, if you can just speak about your journey, right? How you started volunteering and how then it helped you like getting into DS or helped you in getting into a corporate. Vishwaroop, are you there? Yes, I think I need to allow you to talk. I did that.
Yeah, hi everyone. So my journey with Shivam actually started when I was volunteering through a project from IEEE. So it was a project related to corporate to college. So it was a corporate based project, a search engine based project, and I got introduced to him and to Sandeep also. So from there, what happened is that we got to interact with each other. Then we got to know each other. We got to know what corporate needs, and the thinking about the whole team now, which I am joined in ZS, is that it's not quite different from the time which I was with him doing the project. So this whole team is totally based on research. We interact with each other, and yeah, as Shivam is showing in this slide also, that the people which are directly in ZS also interact with IEEE now. I am currently also interacting with you. I'm currently also interacting with ZS. So this is a two-way journey. And this whole journey actually develops you a lot. Means first of all, a lot of college students don't get an interaction with industrial folks. So IEEE society is doing a lot in that aspect. Like you get interaction with industrial folks, you will get interactions with research based professors and all. So this two-way street, you can then select your journey from there, whether you want to go to the corporate journey, whether you want to go to research, that totally depends on you, but you get the flavor of both of those worlds. So that's the best thing about this whole thing, actually. Yep.
Thanks. So if you see Vishwaroop's journey, right, as a student, he started working like with me in second year in some IEEE project, maybe in some IEEE engagement. But as he starts working, I understood him like, okay, he is also interested towards tech, AI, and he's one of the best like employees I have and one of the best volunteers either I have in my IEEE. Like in terms of like just owning up the task, right? Because he has learned so much in IEEE that for him getting into a corporate and working with folks becomes like so easy. And it doesn't only help, like I'm telling him individually, because it is definitely helping him individually, but it's also helped both the organization to meet the target. So this is one type of switch which you see, like as an example of Vishwaroop. Like there's a second type of example, which is like Janvi. Like let's take her example. She is someone whom I didn't knew. She was not even a part of IEEE, nothing before her college. She directly came as a full-time employee in ZS, and then she started engaging with volunteers in IEEE. She actually gave 1 or 2 sessions also, like with me. So maybe Janvi, like it will be great, like if you can share your part of the story, how you started working in ZS and how eventually you moved to like your IEEE journey, or like you started volunteering with IEEE.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I joined ZS a year back. I think, yeah, a year ago I joined ZS, and it was great because I got to be a part of such a team where I could see so many volunteers. I have been active in college, not necessarily in IEEE, but in other societies. And when I became a part of such a team, which was so high, so good with volunteering, it made me more motivated to continue that journey and find other ways of volunteering through IEEE, through these talks that Shivam is a part of, through research work and everything. That only became possible because I was with other volunteers who were interested in continuing with this journey of theirs. So yeah, so how does that help me? Apart from the corporate work that we are doing every day, that gives a sense of satisfaction. It helps us connect to other people. It helps in knowing other people. It helps you grow in so many different aspects, which would have stopped if you just focus on one part and do not volunteer. So if we get a sense of satisfaction, if we get a sense of meeting new people, if we get a sense of exploring other areas, I think that completes the whole journey of life, professional life itself. So yeah.
Right. Thanks, Janvi. So if you see, like, Janvi's journey is more like, okay, I started with GS, but then, like, okay, I got into a team where it was all volunteers. So if you see, volunteering is not specific to only like some means non-profit organization. Even within the company, if you have a set of volunteers working, it becomes like a volunteering itself. Like, people start working for the sake of working, like sake of knowledge, sake of passion, rather than just being transactional. And just imagine a company, like a team which is pushed it in that fashion. If you can create such a team, it's like the project, I'll tell you, like, the amount of projects we can do, like, is 10x which other teams I have seen. With such small team, we are able to deliver impact, and it is because of the volunteering nature of each and every individual in both the teams. Like in IEEE CS, the computer society students and young professionals actually is having more than 10 initiatives there, which they are running parallelly. There are single individuals taking those initiatives and running. And same goes for ZS. Like, we have, like, under Sandeep and myself, we have around 10 projects, like, which this team specifically is taking up. Like, this, like, if you see, this is so beautiful, right? It becomes so difficult even to explain this concept, but this actually happens. And this is what the power of volunteering with AI and tech can bring. That if you are interested and passionate about both, then that's it. And, like, just to let you know, another two very important individuals, like Sandeep Verma, like, he is like an industry stalwart, like, working in my organization for more than 20 years, and he actually has a lot of, like, enterprise knowledge. Like, he came to University of Melbourne through IEEE channel to explain the concept. He gave a lecture there. And, like, just getting an exposure for students in Melbourne from someone who has been working there in that area for 20-25 years is impossible without IEEE, or impossible without if they are not volunteers. So in some fashion, like, if you see, there's a sharing of expertise which goes from a corporate unit to this. Now, like, if you see, for other members, we are getting amazing team members out as volunteers joining here. So if volunteers are joining any organization, they become an asset. Then we have Megha here, like, all of you will be aware, like, if you're not, like, she's a very dynamic personality. She is the one who actually brought me into this, like, kind of leadership roles and all. I was more like a tech guy, but her impact, right? Like, the way she has mentored, she has never let me set boundaries that, hey, you are volunteering only, you should volunteer here. The way she explained me the volunteering journey, the way she helped me getting the volunteers out, the way she helped me even explore volunteering as a whole, has helped me where, like, do all this along with all the team members. So that's why volunteering is not restricted. Like, the learnings from this slide is volunteering is not at all restricted. Volunteering is anything, and it should not be seen as, like, okay, it's just restricted. Okay, you should only do this part, you should do only this part. There's nothing like that. Volunteering is there because you want to do something which is out of the box, out of the bound, like, you don't want to control that. This is volunteering with people. My next slide actually talks about volunteering or sharing with ideas or initiatives. If you see, again, same corporate unit and industry, like, volunteering, we have both the units here also. What happens is, like, in the corporate unit, you learn tech and AI specifically every day, every time, right? You learn program management because you're getting into that process of projects, like doing the right things. And that gets transferred into all the initiatives. Like, suppose, like, we are doing, like, this SYP Congress. There we are following a process or a program which we used to follow in our corporate unit. So that is something I borrowed from the corporate unit. And what you get out from the volunteering unit is you get motivation, you get awareness about latest tech and AI, like how the research papers, the community, you get startup connections. This is another interesting story. Like I got a startup connection like through IEEE, like so many, like I actually started talking to that guy and I understood how startup functions and all. And recently in a corporate, I actually have to work with like a startup person to build a product out. So whatever I learned here, I understood how the startup functions, how this person who runs a CEO will be like of a startup. That actually is helping me understand this side of the startup easily. And I'm able to gel with that person so easily that like, okay, he's thinking that how you know so much about startups. You're not working in a startup, then also how much you know. How do you know? This is all because of the volunteering platform. The base actually sets up there right away that it's the volunteering platform which connects both of them so smoothly. So it's not important to volunteer as a student, but continuing that journey, be it like even like a small part of it. So important. And these are all like real life examples, whatever I'm showing you. So this is something which is tried and tested and which personally I've seen working. So another thing, right? Like what happens is we do achieve our first milestones, but converting them into more and more opportunities. Like you definitely need some platform there, right? Like suppose you start something, okay, you did one fellowship or you did one research paper, but how do you convert them to like more research papers, more organizations, more? It is all networking. This is all networking. And how do you network? It's again like clusters, like communities. This is what comes with such societies, or like even IEEE is that amount of people they have brought in my life. Like I've worked with more than 500 folks now, right, in both the areas. Like it's so easy for me to gel up with people and get more and more involved. Working with so many organizations, it becomes ultra, what you can say, simple. And getting in, even talking to folks, right, like and telling that, hey, I want to work in this project. Initially as a student, everyone will be so afraid that, hey, how should I approach? But after you do one and you get an IEEE platform, it's easy that because through IEEE platform there's a common factor. Both of you are a member of IEEE Computer Society. That itself is enough. Just reach out on LinkedIn and then done. So that is there. And then we have some glimpses, like I've just put from the volunteering journey, like whatever we have, like there's so many things, like so many, you can see like face detection thing, which I did in college. Then I was a part of some students in some learning. I was with the IEEE president, you can see Mega, Eric, all. So it, like so many people, so many lectures, so many new learnings, right? This has been like the power of volunteering. Some learnings which I want like to share with you through this journey is like it's very important that like think 1,000 times before taking a decision, but don't even think once after taking. So the decision made by you often makes you. This is really true. Like it's important to make correct decisions at correct point, 100%, but you need to think also like a lot before taking that decision. But after you have taken, don't. In long run, everything normalizes if you ensure the random variable was really independent. This is taken from the central limit theorem, you can understand, right? That you don't have to worry, like everything gets normalized, like in long run. You might have hiccups and stuff, but because as a volunteer, we always feel that, hey, I'm doing something extra. I'm like, I have to give some time to my family. I need to give some time to my friends. Others are doing so much. But like, trust me, like in long run, things normalize it. It actually follows the Gaussian distribution. So you don't have to worry. Relationships, that's another thing which I have learned through volunteering. Start valuing your relationships with first, it starts ignoring you. And the last one, like the rare skill the world needs today is good human beings. So just be a good human, you will always become a good employee. And how you become a good human, definitely like the selflessness which volunteers bring in makes them definitely a very, very, very good. So that's it from my side. Team, like I know I wanted to keep it short so that I can have more times for discussion. So no, but like open to your thoughts, your suggestions, if you guys have any. Any questions? I'll love to take. Yes. Sir.
Hey, so anyone who is having any questions relating to volunteering opportunities or how to create a path for yourself, how to discover the opportunities, you can feel free to drop it. And meanwhile, I personally really liked your presentation, the way, I really appreciate the way you have very seamlessly outlined the benefits of volunteering and emphasizing how it can enhance one's skills and expand their network and create opportunities for personal development. And your passion for the subject now, it is very infectious, making it very evident that volunteering with IEEE is really a powerful way to give back to the society. So it's not just IEEE, like IEEE is also fortunate to have volunteers like you.
How to get into volunteering? I saw a question
Yeah,
from.
Sachin has asked a question, how to get into, which
Nice.
is a question for many actually. Yeah.
I think Felix also raising hand.
Very good lecture. Thank you for your wonderful deliberation on volunteering. My question is, what is the most difficult challenge when you were working as a team and when you did not find the things as expected to go by?
The distinct challenges individuals, humans, right? Everyone is different, and how to overcome is empathy. So I always felt that we come from different backgrounds, like working with global team and also with a large team, right? Even in India, if you see, like there's person who can come from like a very north part, and then there is a person who come from a south part, like complete south, right? Like, so there's like so much of diversity. How to handle that diversity within a team is very important, and the only way you can do is be empathetic, right? Like you try to get into the shoes of the other person, like what they are thinking, what they want, what, like, as soon as you start doing that, it becomes so easy, like, because at last, and if you see, like, a lot of team fails because of that, like those, a team should be very transparent, like it should not, within a team you should not have. So I actually explained this using a machine learning algorithm, like to my team when they asked me this question is like the like if you see clustering, what is a good clustering algorithm? A good clustering algorithm is where your intra cluster distance is very small and your inter cluster distance is high. So when you say intra cluster, within the team, the people should be very, 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 very intact, very like they should know about them a lot, like individuals, each others a lot. That helps them to gain empathy. And then if you see, uh, this is little old, I know, like this is just to explain the concept, Professor Manish. So if you see, like, an intercluster distance means, okay, like when there are challenges which comes from other team members or other areas, you go as a team, you like, so that it doesn't harm. So that's why the intra-cluster distance becomes very, very important. Within a team, you should be talking to individuals, you should be transparent among each others. That will help you, like, to solve this problem. But definitely the working in large team, this is one of the problems. I see another question, maybe I can take. How to get into volunteering? Sachin, just reach out. Like, even you can just ping me directly, like, or ping any one of us, right? Who, there are so many initiatives within IEEE Computer Society we are doing. You can be part of anything, like you. So there's a global congress. There is something which we are doing only for like technical workshops. There are so many lecture series we are taking. Like, it's just students and young professionals, but there are other, like you see, Dr. Islam has conducted such a wonderful event. Even he would have required volunteer to conduct this. So even just reaching out to him and saying, hey, have you like, are you planning for doing something? I'm interested in volunteering in with you. Like, so just reach out and you will get. Official channels are there. You can just subscribe to the IEEE Computer Society Students and Young Professionals page on LinkedIn or Facebook. We do have a website. I'll share the links in detail where you can just go and like apply there. Like, we generally release a lot of application posts, like a call for volunteers, for new volunteers specifically. Okay, I can question, when we work and volunteer with same individuals at the day job and also at IEEE, how can we avoid conflicts of interest? Nice. This is a very tough question to answer. If I just talk about, okay, conflict of interest, may have to be fair, right? Like, this is like, I just want to relate it to another question which I actually have heard, like, okay, how to balance your professional as well as personal life. So if you need to balance your professional and personal life when you actually think there is a professional and personal life, right? if you think professional and personal life is something very similar, and with volunteers, it becomes that, right? It becomes a family. So it's actually within the team, if you generate that atmosphere that, okay, both, like it's more like a family working, or it's more like set of individuals, like friends working right together, rather than like a boss sitting in top. And then I know it's very challenging, and when I'm saying this, it's like, okay, you will be feeling in the corporate, it won't work, right? You need to have a boss, you need to have this, but definitely within the team you can create an atmosphere. There's no hierarchy, it's all friends working together. Then all of this can go very easily. You don't have to have a conflict of interest, because see, in when you're working, having a corporate, like, so you're not like sharing something like a client data to this, right? What you're just having the share is basically the people you're onboarding them physically, or you're actually getting expertise shared, right? Like just knowledge shared. So that is fine, that's ethical, right? That's not something which will have conflict of interest. And when you're working closely, you will know these small pointers, what should be shared, what should not be, and those ethical boundaries will be set by all of your team members. So you don't have to worry about like anyone, like they themselves actually adapt to that situation. Okay. Any more questions? I think we had many. Okay.
I don't see any new questions, so maybe if, like I am sure many of them will
Okay, I
have
saw
questions.
Dr. Islam one.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'd like to first to thank you for this wonderful presentation, and it's really exciting, and it's very nice to see you motivate such young people. In addition to your presentation, I'd like also to tell them maybe one statement or two statements to confirm with your opinion. We had a visit from Giorgio Proler. He was the past chair of the Distinguished Visitor Program last year. And really, he told the young people a very good statement. I'd like to share it with you. He told us that you get what you get because you do what you do. So this is really important to know that there is always an opportunities, and there is always some people who can code this opportunity, and the other people who ignores the opportunity, and accordingly they blame themselves, they blame the other, they blame the situation, they blame their countries. However, they didn't do what they really should to do. And I believe that volunteering is one of the most important roles in life. For myself, I believe that whoever volunteers good, it's better for him. So when you volunteer your time, your effort, you contribute to your community, you contribute to your colleagues, you contribute to your society. Accordingly, this has a good impact for yourself. It's not always to think what I should to get for what I'm doing. Just do the right thing, and believe me, you will get awards and get rewards accordingly. So volunteering is truly important, and I'm very thankful for Shivim and all your team for the wonderful presentation and the continued effort and support you are doing. Thank you so much, and it's really a pleasure being with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Islam. And thanks for to everyone for being such a lovely audience. Thank you. Yep.
So I think we now should give some talk about the DVP, the Distinguished Visitor Program. I'd like to share with you some videos about the volunteering, and it's not always just volunteering, but what you could benefit from being a member of the IEEE. So let me first introduce or just share those videos with you.
Hi, I'm David Allen Greer, the IEEE Computer Society President for 2013. And I'm here to talk about the community of professionals that you join when you become part of the IEEE Computer Society. Usually when we talk about the benefits of joining the society, we talk about those things that you see flashing over my shoulder right now. We talk about the digital library. We talk about standards, periodicals, continuing education materials. Those are all benefits, to be sure, very real benefits. But people will say, I get the digital library at work, so I don't need to be a member. Or I get periodicals in other ways, so I don't need to be a member. I have exactly one standard I ever use. I already own it, so I don't need to be a member. Those arguments have some truth in them, but they miss out the point that you are investing in your professional career by being a member of the Computer Society. You're joining a community of people who, for over 60 years, have worked to advance this wonderful technology that has quite literally changed the world. And when you join them, all you do is need to make one connection a year, and that will be an investment in your career, in how to be a professional, how to see where the community is going, what are the new trends, how you should behave yourself, how you should think as a professional computer scientist, computer engineer, software engineer, or other information professional. These are the benefits. These are the real benefits. You're investing in yourself when you join, because it's through these connections that you really learn to be a professional. Information, you can get that on the internet. Professionalism, you get that from the IEEE Computer. We have a web page below that you can click on to renew your membership. Thanks for listening. Take care.
So this an old video, by the way. It's from 2013 by David Allen Greer. I'm sharing this video with you because it's in, with the context of our speech about volunteering and being an active member to the IEEE Computer Society. By the way, David Allen Greer is a distinguished visitor, and we are honored to have his talk today in our long day. His talk is scheduled 10:30 p.m. today, GMT. So hopefully you can enjoy his talk. I have met him 2 years ago online, and again, I really awaiting his fantastic speech. I hope you can enjoy it. In addition to David, as a past president for the Computer Society, I'd like also to share with you another video that might give you some insights about what the Computer Society are doing now. You can see and hear the videos, right? I'd like just to confirm that.
Yes, doctor.
Yes.
Computing is expansive.
Computing is evolving.
Computing is limitless. We are the IEEE Computer Society, the professional home for all computing.
We bring together passionate engineers, scientists, academics, and industry to cultivate environments for idea exchange, dialogue, debate, and collaboration.
We set the standard for learning that empowers, with peer-reviewed publications and international conferences, local chapters and meetings, and valued resources.
We support members, We cultivate leaders.
We help computing professionals at every stage of their career.
We are the IEEE Computer Society, your professional home.
This is just a quick introduction about the Computer Society. Also, it's my pleasure to let you know that Nita Appel, the current president of the IEEE Computer Society, was in the committee of the Distinguished Visitor Program, and we're honored to be with her during the past years. In addition to Nita, by the way, the president-elect 2023 is currently also a distinguished visitor. She unfortunately couldn't join this event because of some other commitments, but she really support us, and we really appreciate her support. So it's time just to let you know that the Distinguished Visitor Program, what's the main objective of the Distinguished Visitor Program. Also a quick video that can summarize the main idea.
The IEEE Computer Society's Distinguished Visitors Program delivers tools for individuals at all stages of their professional careers through visits to chapters, offering opportunities for individual interaction, and to the membership through webinars by respected professionals. We have distinguished visitors who cover machine learning, cybersecurity, robotics, big data, cloud computing, blockchain, and cryptography, among others. Chapters can request a distinguished visitor on computer.org/distinguished-visitors. The Computer Society pays intercity travel, while chapters are responsible for all costs with regard to the hosting of the distinguished visitor, such as lodging, transportation, and food and incidentals in the city of the presentation. The Distinguished Visitors Program is able to pay up to $1,000 for a visit to a chapter, but by working with other nearby chapters to develop a tour, that amount can be increased. So when your chapter is planning its next event, think of the Distinguished Visitors Program.
So I think it's time to give you some insights about the Distinguished Visitor Program. On behalf of the Distinguished Visitor Program, it's my pleasure to give you those insights. The Distinguished Visitor Program aims to disseminate knowledge and expertise. You can find more information about the program throughout the following link, the computer.org/distinguished-visitors-program. The Distinguished Visitor Committee is currently chaired by Hussam Fahmy, and the past chair was George Proler, and have several members representing different regions: Yazid Enrique, Michelle Thompson, Lionel Sous, and in addition to the IEEE Computer Society staff, Eric Burquatiz and Antonio Magli. For the time being, I'm chairing the Awareness and Customer Advocacy Subcommittee. It's my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Ashar, Eric, and also we are pleased to have Shatashki as SYP Legion with us, and also Michael as a student attached to the committee, and we are looking forward to being a full member recently because he's graduating, and I think we just need to wait a couple of months of something like that. The distinguished visitor, we have about more than 60 distinguished visitors right now, but those are the newest one, which were selected into 2023. You can find different and diversity of specializations and worldwide. So this just a quick insight. We have several from them, by the way. Dr. Adil will give his talk today. We were happy or glad to listen to the MIGA change about 2 hours ago. Also, we have a talk from Francesco Flamini, maybe 2 or 3 hours later in Region 8. Also, Kostas Karapsousis will give a talk today. So we can find that those are our new member. Also, we are waiting an interesting talk. I will moderate the session of SimGlobe today because it's very interesting for me as well. We are waiting also for the interesting talk from Ram Hanna and other distinguished visitors, but those are the most recently selected in 2023. The total DVs 85, in person 65. They are available to be requested to visit in person and physically, and the other can provide online talks. You can find we have about 12 or 13% of them women. You can find the diversity and of the other regions, Region 10, Region 8. We have for all the regions. Some insights I can share it with you in very quickly. The number of DVs from industry and academia. You can find the industry also. We have maybe not too big a portion, but we are trying to have more engagement with the industry as well, the academia. Those also the diversity by industry, academia, in person. Those diversity by male and female. We are looking. By the way, I found some issue because I don't think that we have an active female distinguished visitor in Region 10, and so I'd like to invite all our professors to nominate themselves to be a distinguished visitor, especially the females in Region 10. So this show the diversity, also the percentage by gender, and this by region. We have more distinguished visitor maybe in Region 1 to 7. I know there are many qualified persons there, and we are have a little in Region 9. So some efforts should be done there. This also shows the diversity by region, in person and online, and AI distinguished visitor statistics, because we are now, it's very important and very trending topic. So do some statistics about the talks. We have number of talks different from, maybe because 2021 the online was, and 2022, but we are currently being in person, so still have the option of the online, but we need to increase the number of talks. This is the number of audience. So this and also this is our today event, the EXA DVP event. Those are heroes today who support us to be there and make this dream comes true. I'd like to thank them, and maybe we just need to see a small also video to show the importance and the diversity of that event. By the way, we couldn't do that event without the power of the Distinguished Visitor Program throughout their distinguished visitor, their diversity, their reach out. So I'm really proud to be there, and I'm looking forward to further cooperation with all the OUs in the computer society. Just to share with you this video about our event today.
IEEE Computer Society presents, coming to you this June, the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program is proud to present its first 24-hour online event, which brings together leading researchers, scientists, engineers, and industry experts from the IEEE eComputer Society Distinguished Visitor Program to share their expertise and insights on the latest developments and trends on smart computing. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is moderated by the regional and area coordinators of the IEEE Computer Society and features keynote speeches, panel discussions, and technical sessions from invited speakers. The IEEE Computer Society EXA DVP event is designed for researchers, scientists, engineers, industry professionals, and students who are interested in learning more about the potential of smart computing to advance various fields of research and applications.
Thank you so much. And I think it's time to introduce our next moderator. Hello, Dr. David. Can you hear us? It's really pleasure.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's
Thank
all
you.
good. Yeah, I've been listening. Yeah.
It's really pleasure and honor to. I'd like to introduce you first, please. It's really our honor and pleasure having you with us today, and it's a very supportive effort from your side. Dr. David Tian, I hope I can pronounce it properly. Dr. David received degrees in computer science, pure mathematics, and electrical engineering from Ohio State University, USA, and PhD from the University of Sydney, Australia. Dr. Tian is currently teaching computer science at an Australian university. His research interests are image processing, AI, telecommunication, and biomedical engineering. He has published over 120 research papers. Dr. Tian is currently the IEEE Computer Society Area Coordinator in charge of Australia and New Zealand. Thank you, Dr. David, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice word. Okay, so our next speaker is Professor Manish Gupta, and his talk is he's telling us a story. Error correction. Error correction is an important area, and quantum error correction is very up to is the latest. And before he starts, I'll just quickly give our audience, our listeners, the background of Professor Gupta. Professor Gupta received his undergraduate degree in physics, chemistry, and mathematics, all the hard area, and then his master's degree in mathematics degrees from the University of Lucknow, India. And then later on, he received his PhD degree from the famous IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India. And over the years, he has worked in a lot of areas, in a lot of universities, Edinburgh, Christchurch, New Zealand, and US, in Singapore, National University of Singapore, Arizona University, and as well as Ohio State University, where I did my master's degree. The list is very long, including the Queen's University in Canada, and also in Saudi Arabia, and so on and so forth. Since 2006, he has been in Durham by Albany Institute of Information Technology. It's called DAICT. Okay. Since Professor, at the moment, Professor Gupta is serving as IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor, started from 2002, and that's why he's giving us this is important talk. He's been serving on numerous editor of international magazines and papers, and then also most recently his Gupta laboratory is for natural information processing, and there's he's been doing a lot of work in that area, such as DNA. Without further ado, let's welcome Professor Gupta to give us a talk on the latest of quantum error correction. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. We can hear you. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks. So let me share my screen. Thanks. First of all, thanks, Dr. David and Dr. Islam, for the wonderful, opportunity for me to present my talk on a story of quantum error correction. So let me share my screen first. And so I hope the screen is visible, I guess. Yes, 1 minute. Okay, so okay, so everything is fine. The screen is visible now. Can you confirm?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks. So thanks for this wonderful introduction. And as you know that I'm basically a mathematician and looking at different applications of mathematics in different areas. And my key expertise was in error correction. So this is, a really interesting story I'm going to tell you about quantum error correction, because we know that quantum computing, although, since 80s, there were some happening, some work was going on. And then finally in 1994, there was a, significant work done by Peter Shor, and that has led to the development of quantum computers. But I think one important, thinking, what people were thinking about, that error control or providing fault tolerance in quantum computing will be a big challenge. So when in 1994, Peter Shor presented his ideas about those polyval time algorithm. So then actually at that point of time, in 1995, Peter himself discovered the first quantum error correction, first quantum error correcting code. So he discovered a 9-qubit code which protects 1 qubit. So I'm going to talk about this story, how he actually discovered this, and before that, actually what was happening. So in my talk, so I will actually show you how that error correction is done actually, and so basically I have divided my talk into 2 portions. In portion 1, I'll talk about historical introduction, how things were happening in the theoretical world of quantum computing, and then finally after the work by Peter Shor, what are the things that happened, and then finally in the second part, I'm going to talk briefly about classical error correction, and then how we can do the quantum error correction. So in the first part, I will also talk briefly about the quantum computing, the basic, very basic thing, so that you really understand the quantum error correction. Okay. So as you can see that on the left side, you see there is a register for classical computer that we use today. And on the right hand side, there is a register for quantum computer. So these are qubits, so rotating along the sphere. And when you do a measurement, it will collapse into one of the state, either 1 or 0. So this is these 2 animations actually really shows that what is the difference between classical computer and quantum computer. So I'll talk more about it, how we can describe these things mathematically, and then we can do computations on the top of it. So this is a very famous picture of Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. When Google actually announced quantum supremacy, so this is something really very important thing. And then you can see that quantum computer at the Google laboratory in California. So just a nice thing. And after that, a lot more things have happened, after that year. So the first, I'm going to talk about the very basic historical introduction, right, starting from year 1900. so in 1900, Max Planck on 19th October asked this very simple question: why does the color of radiation from any glowing body change from red to orange and ultimately to blue as its temperature increases? And his answer was based on the assumption that radiation-like matter comes in discrete quantities of energy called quanta, a Latin word for amount. And that was the beginning of quantum physics. And as you know, that a lot more mathematicians and physicists worked on it, especially Niels Bohr and other people later on. And it's a really interesting area, it's quantum physics. And in a very famous lecture, Richard Feynman has asked this question, that in that lecture, the title was that there's a plenty of room at the bottom. So maybe one can build a computer based on quantum physics. So those ideas started in the beginning in the early 90s, in the 1900s. But finally, actually, in terms of Turing machine, the idea actually came around 1980s, or especially 1985. So basically, I'll tell you some basic things. So in 1936, so the first idea of theoretical computer science, so that emerged. So I think in the same year, 1900, David Hilbert asked in an International Congress of Mathematicians, he gave 23 problems, and he mentioned that mankind will remember him for these 23 problems, unsolved problems in mathematics, and one of them led to the discovery of theoretical computer science. So actually, the answer. So he used to prove certain things. David Hilbert was a mathematician, tried to prove certain things, and he thought that maybe we can somehow automate our thinking process to build a machine. And he asked that whether there is a mechanical way of doing the things. And that mechanical word was misunderstood by Alan Turing, and he said that it is not possible, and that led to the discovery of Turing machine, the first theoretical digital computer. And as we know that, so this is something very, very important from computer science perspective, that now we have a machine which is a benchmark basically. So soon after the discovery of Turing machine, people started generalizing these ideas, and they came up with different variations of Turing machines, and also with an idea of probabilistic Turing machine. Okay, and in 1968, there was another very interesting thing that happened. Stephen gave to what is known as birth of quantum cryptography. In his seminal paper, Conjugate Coding. Of course, in fact, you should know that it was rejected by IEEE transactional information theory, but was eventually published in 1983. And he gave the initial ideas of quantum cryptography, that how you can, do secure communication using, qubits. And I think this was really very interesting idea, which motivated some more people, especially this BB844 protocol, which was implemented by so Charles Bennett and John Smolin. They demonstrated the first quantum key distribution at IBM TJ Watson Research Center in 1984. That was a very famous protocol. So this is something, so you see that starting from 1900, and then 1936, and then 1984, and 1968, and 1984. So independent ideas people were developing for different applications of quantum computing. Then finally, in 1973, Charles Bennett, now he's known as also father of quantum cryptography, he shows that a reversible Turing machine was a theoretical possibility. So it was an important discovery in 1973. And, and then in 1980, Paul Van Hoff, he demonstrated the first quantum mechanical description of Turing machine, although it was not purely, in a true sense, quantum Turing machine, as at each step it was back in the classical state. So complexity-wise, it was not better than a classical reversible Turing machine. But this was a very important year, because now people started really thinking, okay, can we really build true quantum Turing machine? So basically, then we will have a, just like the classical computer, the actual machine was classical Turing machine, the deterministic Turing machine. Can we build quantum Turing machine? And in fact, eventually in 1985, David has built it. But before that, in 1982, Richard Feynman actually showed that no classical Turing machine could simulate certain quantum phenomena without incurring an exponential slowdown, but that a universal quantum simulator could do so. So this was an important, discovery by Feynman. And then, as I mentioned, in 1985, David gave the first two quantum Turing machine. So one can think of it as a generalization of a probabilistic Turing machine. All its operations are accomplished by quantum mechanical interactions. Also, he proposes the method of quantum parallelism. So quantum parallelism returns a correct answer or no answer, but never an incorrect answer. So this is the great discovery. So now, once we have the quantum Turing machine, obviously people will, so it's a theoretical idea. And what can be done? What kind of problems can be solved? And people started asking those kind of questions. And as everybody knows that in 1994, the remarkable paper of Peter Shor has discovered important algorithms, which shows that quantum computers now we should build actually. So now in 1956 there is another direction. So all these, the Turing machine is one important description. But then there are other machines like linear bounded automata, position automata, and finite state automata. So this is the classification. This is the summary of computer science. There are 4 machines, 4 languages, and 4 grammars. So this classification was given by Noam Chomsky. So people also started asking the question, so we have this quantum Turing machine. So should we have quantum position automata, quantum finite state automata, and so on? And actually it was done in year 2000 by Christopher Moore, who actually in this paper, quantum position automata and quantum finite automata describe these things. So now we have quantum version of all these 4 machines. Also, Christopher Moore showed in 1990 that a particle moving 3D potential can be equivalent to a Turing machine. So, it's really interesting observation. So these are the things happening in parallel. Okay. Now the year 90. So after 1990. All these initial years of 91, 92, 93, 94 were quite important for the development of quantum algorithms. So research, research describes classes of functions that can and cannot be computed by quantum parallelism. And then in 1992, David and Richard showed that a quantum Turing machine is exponentially faster than deterministic Turing machine. By presenting an example which was solved by a quantum Turing machine in polynomial time, but this example was also easily solvable by probabilistic Turing machine. Okay, so this is interesting development in 1992. In the same year, Bertham and Prasad proved that P is strictly QP. So the first definite separation between these 2 classes, classical computing and quantum computing, was shown in 1992. From theoretical computer science, now these are the development from the theoretical computer science actually. So in 1993. Again, Bertham and Umesh Vazirani describe a universal quantum Turing machine that can simulate any other quantum Turing machine efficiently. And in fact, their papers set up the foundational work for Siemens and Shor paper later on. This is a very, very important year in 1993. In fact, I took admission in PhD program at IIT Kanpur, so I always remember. So when I started doing my PhD, at the same time, these things were happening. So I also got interest into quantum computing, Also, one important thing, we know that once we have the idea of Turing machine, and there is a circuit representation of Turing machines, which makes for us to make circuits and so on, so that we can really make computers out of it. The similar kind of things were done by for quantum computers. So Andrew Yao showed that the complexity theory for quantum circuit matches that of quantum Turing machine. So this way, so now we can do. So, quantum Turing machine is much more mathematical, but now the circuits are quite easy to understand and analyze than the quantum Turing machine. So this was the very, very important thing. So now we can actually build circuits. I'll show you towards the end how to do these things in the lecture. So again, so 1994, again, Bertham and Prasad proved that randomness alone is not what gives quantum Turing machine the edge over Turing machines. They proved that there is a decision problem that is solved in polynomial time by a quantum Turing machine, but which requires exponential time in the worst case on a deterministic Turing machine or probabilistic Turing machine. This is first time anyone showed that quantum Turing machine beats probabilistic Turing machine. So this is a really clear separation in 1994. And actually, Simon in the same year lays the foundation work for Shor's algorithm actually. So now, the year 1994 actually, Peter Shor, who was working at AT&T Labs at that point of time. So when he saw these development, he thought that can we build a quantum algorithm which can solve some important problems. So he picked 2 important problems in cryptography. One was, for RSA crypto system, the security of the RSA crypto system is based on factoring a given integer into prime factors. This is a very important thing, and I think I should mention that Umesh Vazirani gave an estimate that if you want to factor a 2000 digit number, it is very, very difficult. Even if you assume that every particle in the universe is a classical computer, and it computes for the entire lifetime of the universe, it will be insufficient to factor a 2000 digit number. So that difficult problem, it is. That's why there are RSA crypto systems, and later on people have also, the company has given open challenges for RSA, factoring RSA numbers and so on. So this is a very important problem. And second problem was, discrete log problem, so there are many crypto systems based on discrete log problem. So, so basically, Peter Shor actually picked up these two problems and showed that it is possible to develop polynomial time algorithm for both of these problems. So this is actually really a killer application, because on one side, you're showing that quantum computers can solve certain problems which a classical computer cannot. And secondly, on the other hand, the security of the classical computers are at the stake, right? So now this is very important from this point of view. And this resulted, so this is the, RSA crypto system. I think you know that whenever you're logging into a banking site, whenever you go HTTPS protocol, you actually use RSA crypto system at the backend, developed by Reverse Shamir and Edelman. And I think I should mention that Edelman started later on DNA computing in 1994, the same year, it is in a seminal paper. And Shamir is also doing a lot of biology. So, all these people move towards biology now. But this is something, a very important thing. Actually, this is based on, in 76, there was a seminal paper of Defel-Hellman key exchange. And, those ideas was used further in 1977 to build this RSA crypto system. So Peter Shor discovered a polynomial time algorithm for factoring large integers and solving discrete log problem in 1994. In fact, in the initial work, I remember listening to one of his talk when he was mentioning that, initially when he did some work, actually he did not solve completely the problem. And then Umesh Vijayarani called him, and then he said that I heard that you solved this problem, polynomial time problem. You solve these problems in polynomial time. So then he actually eventually, so he gave some initial ideas at that point of time. That later on, in next week or so, he actually worked out the complete solution. So this is something really interesting. You see how the interaction happens between the scientists, and they motivate each other. And so that was the important discovery in 1994. Now, as I mentioned, so as soon as Peter Shor showed that there are important problems that can be solved by quantum computer, but not by classical computer, people have started asking these questions: how can you build fault tolerance in the quantum computer? And one main reason for this is that in classical computers, we can actually correct the errors by repeating the bits, and that repetition was not allowed because of the no cloning theorem in the quantum, in the quantum area. So that was, a challenge, and Peter himself answered that question. So I'm going to today talk about how actually Peter thought about quantum error correction. So I'll show you how the classical error correction is done, and then how to modify those techniques to come up with a quantum error correction. Also, in the same year, 1995, in fact, just 1 year after that, in 1996, Dorit and Michel actually showed that these quantum codes could theoretically push error rates close to zero. So this was an important discovery. That means not only we can construct these kind of codes, but also we can actually construct codes which will push error rates close to zero. So this was an important area. And I think I can say that, so 1995 was a year when actually it was a really birth of quantum error correction. And after that, as you know that Grover search algorithm came up, where you can find one object out of n objects in order of square root of n complexity. So this is something really interesting algorithm. He was also at AT&T Bell Labs at that point of time. In fact, now I should mention that there are some other implications of these discoveries. Seth Lloyd, actually, one of his famous questions is that he looks at the entire universe as an information processing system. So he's asked questions that how atoms, brains, societies, cells, everything process information. It's a very, very fundamental question. And he's written this book, Programming the Universe. In fact, he's claiming that everything in the universe is made of bits, not chunks of itself, but chunks of information, ones and zeros. Atom and electrons are bits, and atomic collisions are operations. Machine language is the law of physics, and the universe is nothing but a quantum computer. It's really interesting ideas that you can get into. And I think because of the now convergence of computer science and biology, people also, I mean, the Eric Baum, who was, computer scientist, he wrote this book, What is Thought, where he described that your thought process is also a computational process. And then Roser Penrose and Stuart Hambrook actually came up with this idea of quantum mind. So they have shown that the protein inside our brain, tubulin protein, can act into two states, alpha and beta, and it acts as a qubit. And so they claim that the consciousness is because of a quantum computer inside our brain. Of course, there are a lot of controversies also about these ideas, but it's an interesting thing, and I think a lot more research is going on still in this area. So I think I met both of them in 2003, actually, in Quantum Mind conference. So it's a really interesting thing. So look at these ideas. Penrose got recently a Nobel Prize. I hope you might be knowing that. So essentially now these areas have come up after these discoveries. We call it quantum ICT. So quantum computing, quantum engineering, algorithms, communication, signal processing, almost all areas, security and cryptography, encoding into information series. Anyway, they are quantum satellite and quantum internet as well. So all these interesting ideas are coming up, and I think so. Race has started actually to build quantum computers with as many with processor with the as many qubits as possible, and with respect to fault tolerant. So of course, the whole quantum technology now consisting of a lot of different areas that has come up with. Quantum simulators, quantum networks, quantum materials, and so on and so forth. So, in fact, now because the security is at the stake, people are developing post-quantum crypto systems like, based on code-based cryptography or lattice-based cryptography, which are better, which are secure even if there is a quantum computer in place. Okay, so this was one part of it. Now I'm going to describe some of the basics of our quantum computers. So basically, now you can see that in our classical register, suppose we are looking at single bit. It is either 0 or 1, right? Or 3 bits. It is 0, 0, 1. You can see the register here. But in a quantum computer, actually, you can think of in single qubit which is the smallest information of quantum information. It is 0 and 1 together, or superposition of it. In a very loose sense, I'm talking about. So essentially, if you are looking at 3 qubits, and if you are making a computer out of 3 qubits and doing operations, essentially we are working on all these 8 qubits simultaneously, right? So 8 strings basically simultaneously. So this is something it gives in a very intuitive way. We can think of that this is giving us a competitive edge over a classical computer. That now we have the ability to work on all these bits together actually. In a more mathematical terms, we can describe these things in terms of Hilbert space. I'm going to talk about it. But to motivate it, if you look at this famous Young slit experiment, if there is a light source, 2 slits are there, and you will observe the interference pattern. But if only a single photon is allowed from this side, still you observe the interference. And how will you explain this phenomena? So people say that there is a probability, alpha, it is at first slit, and beta with second slit. Okay, and this sum should be 1 because photons certainly exist, right? So basically, we can explain that with this certain probabilistic arguments. That's the reason we observe the interference pattern. So this is the beginning of this quantum physics idea. Similarly, you can also talk in terms of hydrogen atom. There is a ground state, an excited state, and electron. If we know that hydrogen has a single electron, so whether it is at the ground state or the excited state, we don't know. So we can only talk in terms of probabilities. So essentially, we can describe a qubit as alpha times ket0 plus beta times ket1, where alpha and beta are complex numbers. And we have this condition, normalization condition, that mod of alpha square plus mod of beta square is equal to 1. So basically, ket0 is nothing but this vector 1, 0 in C square. C is a field of complex numbers. And ket1 is 0, 1 in C square. So essentially, single qubit is nothing but this kind of linear combination, And, so if you observe, it's something like a unit sphere and a vector is rotating. So there's a ground state, excited state you can think of. And this vector is rotating, and whenever we are doing a measurement, it will collapse into either ground state or excited state. So ground state collapse is possible with probability mod of alpha square, and excited state probability is possible with probability mod of beta square. So this is really a nice observation that mathematically we can do. So we have this qubit system, And when we do the measurement, we observe with certain probabilities, it collapses into one of the states. This is a simple idea about the qubit. We can generalize this idea to 2 qubits or 4 qubits, or multiple qubits. So you can see that 2 qubit, it is cat psi is equal to alpha times cat 0, 0 plus beta times cat 0, 1 plus gamma times cat 1, 0 plus delta times cat 1, 1. Where cat 0, 0 is this vector 1, 0, 0, 0. You can actually evaluate it by using cat 0, 0 is tensor product of cat 0 with itself, and you will arrive at this vector actually here. These 4 sets will generate this Hilbert space 2 qubit, and this normalization condition will be there. So when you do the measurement with probability this, it collapse state will be this. So in general, so quantum register is basically kind of so it's basically we have the basis states, and in general, if you see here cat psi, so cat psi is nothing but, here is cat psi. So cat psi is nothing but summation. These are the complex numbers. Cat b is a binary vector, so b is equal to b1, b2, bn, so 0 or 1, right? So you can see a clear generalization from here. We can write down. So basically, this is the general state of a quantum register. So this is where, of course, and this normalization condition is there, which is saying that this sum is 1. Okay, so these CBs are complex numbers, right? This is a general scenario. So basically, a quantum register sits on this 2 raised to n dimensional Hilbert space. So these are nothing but n qubits we can think of. So as I mean, this is the all this is what I mentioned. So now so there are n qubits and they evolve. So all operations of a quantum computer are linear. So in order to preserve the normalization condition, the operations has to be unitary. So basic operations are single qubit and 2 qubit operations. And a very important discovery that happened in 1995 itself, that any multiple qubit logic gate may be composed from control NOT gate and single qubit gate. It's a 2 qubit gate. I'm going to explain what is this these 2 gates. So essentially, just like that in the classical circuits, we have that any computation can be broken down into certain primitive circuits, primitive gates. Similar result holds in quantum. It's a very important result actually that happened for quantum computers actually. Okay, so now I think I'm ready to describe basically the classical error correction, and then I will also talk about quantum error correction. Now, so basically now if you see that in coding theory, we have, so coding theory is everywhere, for error control is everywhere in the engineering. Whenever we want to control science for the benefit of mankind, we always use, control basically. So there are 3 kinds of coding theory when we encode data. So one is source coding, when we do the data compression, well-known example is Huffman coding. Channel coding for error correction. So we have a message source, encoder, noisy channel, receiver, and destination, right? So we send something, we receive, and so errors may happen in between. And there are also joint source in channel coding. So there are 3 kind of popular ones. We are going to focus on the channel error correction first here. Okay, and the question is, how do we construct codes? We use some sort of combinatorial mathematics, algebra, algorithms, and applications. So there are different kind of depending upon what kind of application we are talking about. So now I'm going to describe certain basics of classical error correction. So this is a simple example of classical error correction. Suppose we want to encode the message yes, which is as 1, and no as 0. If we send 1 or 0 single bit, and if the error happens, we will not be able to decode it, right? Because we don't know what was sent. But if we, rather than sending 1, we send 1, 1, 1, and rather than sending 0, we send 0, 0, 0. So then if we send, suppose, so this is the code, the whole code is nothing but 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Now, if we say, suppose we send 1, 1, 1 here, right? So then, and the received message is suppose 1, 1, 0. So now that we know that last bit is corrupted, right? So we compare 1, 1, 0 with 0, 0, 0 and 1, 1, 1, right? Which one is closest? And we do this by finding the Hamming distance between the 2. So you can see that 0, 0, 0 and 1, 1, 0 has distance 2, whereas with 1, 1, 1 distance is 1. Number of places they differ. Okay, so that means we can say that 1, 1, 1 was sent because this has the smallest distance from the received vector. This is how we correct the error. So basically, the repetition is a very crude form of error correction. In actual coding theory, we go for some sort of sophisticated algorithms where we want to minimize the resources. We want to minimize the number of repetitions. So basically, we use clever form of redundancy to correct the errors. Okay. in general, if the distance is, distance D is, Hamming distance is D, minimum Hamming distance among all the vectors of the code. So it can detect D-1 errors and correct D-1/2 errors. This is a very well-known result. So for example, if we want to correct 2 errors, so this code is not going to work actually here. And then we will require 5 time repetitions. So the distance will be 5 in this case. You can see that. So 5 bits are repeated here, 5 bits are repeated here. Now, if 2 errors are there, with the same analogy, while computing the distance of the received vector, I can actually correct the errors. This is a very basic mechanism of error correction. And I think there is a probabilistic version of it, which is explained with this binary symmetric channel. I'm going to explain briefly this thing, because these are the ideas which I am going to use it for the quantum error correction. So if you look at this repetition code that we talked about with 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, there are two vectors. Essentially, it's nothing but a subspace. It's like as a vector space. So that means it has a generator matrix. And normally a code is described by the length, how many bits are there. Dimension here, there is only one vector which is sufficient to generate all 2 vectors, and distance, which is 3 here. Okay. And so in the binary symmetric channel, so if 0 is sent and 1 is received with probability of error P, and vice versa, for 1 is sent and then 0 is received with probability of error P, and if 0 is sent and 0 is received, the probability of error is 1 minus P, and so on, right? So this is the binary symmetric channel. Now, in general, we assume that the probability lies between 0 and half, right? So now, if I send, say, 1, 1, 0, suppose 0, 0, 0 is sent, okay, and we received 1, 1, 0. So we can compute this probability, which will be the product of the individual probability of received and sent for each bit. We can see that probability of 1 is received, 0 is sent, times probability of 1 is received, 0 is sent, times probability of 0 is received and 0 is sent. So I can compute this probability. Suppose P is 0.05. So this probability will be 0.002375. You can compute this. And similarly, so if 111 is sent and 110 is received, we can compute the probability is this. So certainly, by just computing the probabilities, I can see that this probability is more, 0.045125, right? Then more than the probability. So that means the probability of receiving 110 when 111 was sent is more than the probability of receiving 110 when 000 was sent, and hence 111 is more likely sent. So this is how we do the decoding. This is the probabilistic decoding. It's I have explained to you with the binary symmetric channel, and we are going to use the similar ideas for the quantum error correction later on. So any question at this point, by the way? Yeah, please go ahead.
No, this. Okay, keep going. Yeah,
sure, good.
Yeah, no question. Yeah.
Okay, now we are talking about quantum gates. So now I want to give you some idea about the quantum gates. So now
I just comment on that. Those examples you gave very informative, and I from a typical mathematician, and I know I did my pure math in Ohio State University. And,
okay.
Yeah, it's very informative. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So now when we talk about the quantum gates, now you remember we have qubits, right? These qubits are nothing but sitting on the Hilbert space. So, and these gates are nothing but unitary operators, acting on these qubits. So essentially, if I think a 2x2 matrix, unitary matrix, say A, B, C, D, which is acting on, so if we act on alpha times ket 0 plus beta times ket 1, so we will get actually, in terms of matrix, you can see that this is the corresponding operations. We will get something like this. And for specific values, I can take this matrix as a unitary matrix. For different theta, I will get different things. For example, if theta is equal to 0, I will get identity matrix. For theta is equal to pi, I will get, you can see that we get a NOT gate. So NOT gate, I'll just explain to you. So 1 0 is the ket 0 basically, and when we are acting this 0 1 1 0, we'll get 0 1. So ket 0 gives us ket 1, and similarly, if you apply NOT gate on ket 1, we will get ket 0. So bit flip can be achieved by this NOT gate, which is a 2x2 unitary matrix. Okay. So 0 1 1 0 is a unitary matrix. So this is called as popularly sigma x. Similarly, we have phase flip. this kind of matrix can be used as a phase flip. Cat 0 will go to cat 0 and cat 1 will go to minus cat 1. The phase is changed, you see here. Okay, and then there is a combination of bit and phase flip. So this kind of matrix can be used to do that combination. So cat 0 will go to, so cat 1 bit flip and then phase flip, that which is -1, and cat 1 will go to cat 0 and cat 0 will go to cat 0 itself, because the because it's a 0. Okay, so this is a phase flip. There is also a square NOT gate, which is a typical quantum gate, and we don't have any classical analog here. And when we have a Hadamard gate, this is very important thing. Hadamard matrix H is equal to 1 by square root of 2, 1, 1, 1 minus 1. So acting on cat 0, we will get 1 over square root of 2, cat 0 plus cat 1. So you can actually compute these things by multiplying this matrix. Cat 0 is is a 1, 0. You can just multiply this with this matrix. You will get this kind of element. And you can get this. So essentially, this is a operations of Hadamard gate. Now, if I want to apply single qubit on n qubits, so that operation can be specified by this kind of matrix. U as I2, I2, I2 tensor product U2 at say whatever is jth qubit we want to operate, and then tensor product I2, I2, I2. Essentially, this kind of operation, if I use on a n qubit operator, so then in that case U2 will operate on the jth qubit, and rest other places will be the I2 matrix. So there will be no change in the corresponding qubits. This is how we can make a bigger gate, which is operating on a lot of qubits actually. So now I'll give you some examples. 2 qubit gate. So this is a control NOT gate. I mean, this is the matrix representation, and let me. So this is the pictorial representation. So this is the control, and this is the NOT target. NOT means we just flip the bit. So you see, if the first bit is 0, the second bit remains 0. If first bit is 0, second which was 1 will remain 1. If first bit is 1, second bit NOT is applied, so it becomes 1. And second bit is 1, it will apply to 0. So basically, this is the control NOT gate. In terms of matrix, you can get this same thing when you use this. In terms of matrix, you can obtain these operations, right? So this is a really very important qubit gate, control NOT. We are going to show some of the useful applications of control NOT. So remember, control is at first, and if first bit is 0, you don't do anything to the second bit. And if the first bit is 1, you just apply the NOT gate. Just flip the bit at the second place. This is the control NOT gate, okay? And now I'll give you a very brief idea about the quantum circuit. So here it is, we have cat 0, cat 0, cat 0. There is a Hadamard gate, there is a control NOT. Now you can see that cat 0, 0, 0 is there. If you apply Hadamard gate, remember, so you can see that this is cat 0 and 1, cat 1. And rest places bits are same and multiplied by 1 over root 2. Because if you remember, here, this when you apply on cat 0, you get something like this, right? So if I apply it on first bit, it will split like this, and the other 2 bits will remain same. So here you see all these 2 0 0 0 0 will remain same. The first bit 0 will become 0 and 1, okay, with this normalization factor of 1 over square root of 2. Then we apply control NOT. Now control is the first and NOT is at the second. So control at first, NOT is second. So you will get same thing, no change in the first one. Here, since this bit is 1, this 0 will change it to 1. So it will be 1 1 0 here, right? You can see that this is 1 1 0 here, right? This is 0. Okay. So this is basically 1 1 0. And then we apply again control NOT. Now this time control is the second and NOT at the third. So control is the second. So second is 1. Okay. So basically the first one, there is no change, obviously, because everything is 0. And here, since the second bit is 1 here, the last bit will be 1. So this is how the complete circuit you can apply, right? From these 3 bits, 0 0 0, I have applied the whole circuit, Hadamard gate and 2 control NOT gates. And then we arrive at this is the final situation. So this is how we study a small quantum circuit. Okay, very, very basic thing. Now, keeping these ideas in mind, now I'm going to show you some of the basic idea about quantum error correction. Now, you see, in the classical way, we replace 0 by 0 0 0 and 1 by 1 1 1, and we are able to correct the errors by majority voting, right? By computing the Hamming distance or probabilistic decoding. But in quantum version, this kind of cloning is not possible. So cat psi cannot be, converted into cat psi 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 because of the no cloning theorem. This is the nice result by, Wouters Zurich that, unknown quantum states cannot be cloned. Okay, and the proof based on the linearity. So I'm not skipping the proof, but you can look at it. It's a brief proof. So basically, that means there is a problem. How do we build a quantum computer? This is something very, very problematic thing. So the question is, we have a qubit, suppose alpha times ket 0 plus beta times ket 1, and we are sending on to quantum channels. Errors are happening, and we are getting error, state with errors. How do we correct the errors now? So the classical error correction technique of repetition is not going to work. So what we should do? So let me now go back to this basic error correction model here. So a general error operator. So these are the, I remember for the single qubit gates, this 1 0 0 1 0 1 1 0 is a NOT gate, flip gate, and combination of bit flip and phase flip. So these kind of matrices, their linear combination will become a general error operator E, acting on these things, right? And actually, bit flip and phase flip errors are conjugate to each other because of this Hadamard transform, which I'll explain in a little bit more details later on with a simple matrix. But this is a very basic idea. On any single qubit, we can apply this error operator in general, E, okay, which is a linear combination of these 4 matrices. Now, the basic error correction principles in our classical coding theory is that if Q is a finite field with Q elements, and C is a vector space, which is k-dimensional subspace, then it acts as a linear code with k as a dimension and is length. And actually, there is a very nice theorem or result in classical coding theory that the whole space can be partitioned into cosets. You can see these are the cosets, the whole code C, and then C plus error vector E1, and then next error vector E2, and so on. So basically, so if X vector is sent from the code and Y is received, we actually locate which coset it is, and based on the coset leader subtraction, we do the decoding. This is a very general principle. So the people ask whether the similar technique exists for quantum error correction, and the idea is yes, it is there. You see, for the quantum case, our quantum code is 2 raised to k-dimensional subspace of 2 raised to n-dimensional Hilbert space, and error acts by multiplication with a unitary matrix, and there is an orthogonal decomposition in the same manner. Just like that, we have the classical case here. In the same manner, we have quantum case. So these are the error syndrome measurement. You get into UIC acting on C, and you apply inverse of UI to get the. So this is the error space with errors, and when you apply the inverse, you get the actual code. So this is the basic principle. And let me explain with a clear-cut example how this works actually. So now you see that. So ket 0 0, we cannot do it with the ket 0 0 repetition, is not possible. But what we can do is we can take single qubit, which is alpha times ket 0 plus beta times ket 1, and we can encode into the linear combination of these alpha times ket 0 0 plus beta times ket 1 1. And this is going to, this is a kind of bit flip protection is possible when we do these kind of things. So let me show you how it works. So look at this this table on the left hand side. So there is a code C, which is 0 0 0 1 1 1. And if I look at 1 bit flip, so 1 bit flip could be 0 0 1 0 1 0. So these are the error vectors. Last bit is in error, middle bit is in error, and first bit is in error. So if you add these things in the cosets, actually, if you add 0 0 1 to 0 0 0, you will get 0 0 1. Then this here you will get 0 1 0 1 0 0. So basically you get a decomposition. Okay. Now if so, actually our code is this. This is a classical binary error correction I am explaining to you. If 1 1 1 is sent, and suppose 101 is received, then what we do, this is received, 111 is sent, 101 is received, that means 1 bit is in error. I actually subtract the coset leader here, which is 010 from this, and actually we get 111. So recovery is 111. This is how the classical error correction technique is working. The coset decoding is working. Now what we do, we are actually now converting the quantum version of it. So now the basis states becomes ket 00 plus ket 11. So this ket 00 and ket 11. Okay, and now all these things will convert into the quantum version. So you see that this 001 error vector becomes this kind of unitary thing. I tensor product sigma x matrix acting on C, and this is sigma x in the middle and sigma x in the first. And these are the corresponding things. So this kind of code will be able to correct any single bit flip, but cannot correct a phase flip. So because in the quantum computers, the channel we are considering bit flip, 0 can become 1 and 1 can become 0. And also phase flip, okay? So ket 0 can become ket 0 and ket 1 can become minus ket 1. So how do you correct these errors? So both things are required. And there actually Hadamard transform is going to play a very important role. So I'm going to explain that in the next slides. Okay, so first let me build this 3 qubit repetition code. So what we have alpha times cat 0 plus beta times cat 1. So we are encoding this qubit with this code, alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1, alpha beta complex numbers. Okay, so we call it psi-L. So first we need to build a circuit for this. How do we do this actually? So this is a single qubit and we are protecting it with 3 qubit flip code, right? So how do we do this? So here is a circuit what we use. Cat psi is and then we use 2 Ankela bits, cat 0, and we apply control not here. You see, if you apply control not here and control not here, control at first and not at second, control at second and not at third. And if we do this encoding, we actually the output will be alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1. So let us see how it will happen. It's a very simple thing. I'm just applying just like that we have I have shown you in the quantum circuit. Here I'm going to apply. So cat psi cat 0 0. This is the thing that we have here, and we are so I'm expanding it alpha times cat 0 plus beta times cat 1 and cat 0 0. And now cat 0 we can take inside. It's alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 0, beta times cat 1 0, right? Now you see that first one will control at first and not at second. So here there will be no change, but here because of this bit which is 1, this second bit 0 will become 1 here, okay? And then there is a 0, right? Similarly, we apply the second control knot, and so finally we arrive at alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1. So this circuit is preparing, basically this circuit is preparing us, giving us encoding. Single qubit is encoded as alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1. So rather than sending single alpha times cat 0 plus beta times cat 1, now I'm going to send alpha times cat 0 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1 on the quantum channel and let the errors may happen. Now what happens? So I'm assuming that we have a noisy channel which flips the qubits with probability p. Just like a binary symmetric channel, you compare 0 and 1 are flipped with probability p, and 0 going to 0 is 1 minus p, and 1 going to 1 is 1 minus p, right? In similar manner, so bit flip is with probability p and leaves bits unchanged with probability 1 minus p, right? This is the scenario. So once we send alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1 on cat 1 1 1 on this channel, we arrive. These are the possibilities. You can see that. So we may get alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1 means no error. So here the probability of the whole thing will be 1 minus p whole cube, right? Because for each bit we have 1 minus p into 1 minus p into 1 minus p whole 1 minus p whole cube. If only one bit is in error, so you can see that these 3 bits there is in these 3 states only first. This is the only one bit flip. Here there is a 1 bit flip in the middle. Here is a bit flip in the last. So this is the probability in each case is p times 1 minus p square. So whole probability will be 3 times 1 minus p square for all single bit flip. Similarly, if 2 bit flips are there, so these 3 states will take care of the 2 bit flip, right? If 2 bit, for example, this state, the probability is p square times 1 minus p, okay? And in all the other cases, and all the 3 bits are corrupted, so you get probability is pq. So these 4 possible cases are there. Either there is no bit flip, single bit flip, there are 3 cases, 2 bit flip, there are 3 cases, and all 3 bits flip, there is only 1 case. So these 4 major cases are there. So we can actually analyze. So basically, once we send alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1, we have these possibilities. Okay, but I have not told you how to correct the errors, right? So we need to still complete and extend the circuit. So now I'm going to do so this portion was our encoder here, and now I'm actually adding decoder here. So this control knot, there are 4 control knot gates, and I am adding 2 more Ankela bits 0 0, and that we are using as a syndrome measurement. So we apply these control knots. So we have sent. So basically on this error channel, I have sent alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1, and then we look at these Ankela bits and do the measurements. Ankela bits could be 0 0 0 1 1 0 or 1 1, and based on those 4 observations, we do some corrections back into the system, and we'll recover the alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1. So this is the whole encoder and decoder circuit. Let me briefly explain to you how it works. So when the first case is no bit flip, so we are sending psi-L, which is alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1 on this encoder, and so in that case you can see that we do all this 4 control knots and we arrive at this. So basically we get alpha times cat 0 0 plus beta times cat 1 1, and these syndrome bits are 0 0, cat 0 0, right? Similarly, in one bit flip we are getting syndrome bits as 1 1, and we are getting this 1 bit flip, right? So actually I am summarizing what will happen. So these are the all possibilities, received receipt with syndrome, and these are the, you can see that this column here, this tells us what are the syndrome measurements. It is either 00, 11, 10, 01, 01, 10, 1100, right? See, these are the states. So we are sending, remember, we are sending alpha times cat 000, right? Cat 000 and plus beta times cat 11. We are sending that, and we are receiving these many states with these probabilities. Now, when I'm observing syndrome, I can check that. See, for example, if the 000 occurs at two places, here and here. So now here the probability is 1 minus p cube, and here the probability is p cube. Again, the probabilistic decoding can be used here to determine which state to take. So for example, so these four cases, I'll just show you the first one. So when the enclave bits are 00, the syndrome measurement gives us 00. That first case, the probability is 1 minus p cube. Second, last case is probability p cube. Suppose probability is less than half. I mean, suppose p is equal to 1 by 4. You can see that 1 minus p whole cube is this, and whereas p cube is this. So that means first case is most likely to happen, right? So basically, this will happen. This is most likely to happen. And this is how we correct the errors. Okay. Similarly, so basically no action is taken if this happens. Okay. And if there is a 1-bit flip, so basically syndrome measurement is something like this. So then again, we have different probabilities, and then we do this correction by applying NOT gate on the third qubit. And we compute the probabilities. And similarly, the other two cases, we apply NOT gate on the second or the first qubit. So again, the whole thing process can be summarized by this circuit here. So we have the control NOT, and control NOT gate. It's like control NOT. It's just combination of those two. Okay. So this is a single bit flip channel. So we are actually sending single bit alpha times cat 00 plus beta times cat 11, and observing these states with probabilities. We do the measurements and we do the corrections based on probabilities, right? So now actually here is the implementation of this circuit. You can see that, and in the Qiskit, IBM Qiskit platform, and here is a program which you can write in Python. You can see that we create the circuit, quantum register, classical register, and so on, and then you execute it, the bit flip channel. So here is the output showing that the main qubit has been corrected to 0. And now I'll just briefly give you an idea what happens if there is a phase flip error. So if there is a phase flip error, which is sigma z, you apply Hadamard transform on both sides, it will convert it into bit flip. So phase flip can be converted into bit flip if you apply H on either side, or vice versa. Same thing for bit flip to phase flip. This is the technique that we are going to use for error correction with, bit flip and phase flip. So basically, top one is a circuit for single bit flip. You saw that I have shown you the explanation. Now, if I want to correct phase flip, so what I do, I am placing Hadamard gate here and here at the beginning and the end of the phase flip. So that phase flip will convert into bit flip. So actually, this circuit will become this circuit here at the top. And then we can use the same procedure can be applied. So basically, because of this duality nature, we are able to correct phase flip. Phase flip is converted into bit flip, and there is a bit flip code that we have shown to you. Okay, so this is how we can correct the phase flip. Okay, so this is the complete circuit for phase flip actually. So here is the implementation again on IBM Qiskit. So I'm, I can share the slides with you. You can look at it. So this was the idea, so that people have constructed bit flip and phase flip. Now Shor's come up with an idea which can correct both bit flip and phase flip together, for any error. And that was a beautiful thing. He came up with this code, alpha times cat 0L plus beta times cat 1L, which is having these 9 qubits. So 1 qubit can be protected with 9 qubits, and using these basis states, he was able to correct. He has shown that with a similar analysis that you can correct actually any bit flip and phase flip. In fact, the circuit is like this. You can see that whole circuit. You can analyze as a circuit, and also you can write implementation of the Qiskit now, and also the Python code you can simulate and see the behavior. So basically, this was the really very great idea that although we are not allowed because of no cloning theorem, bit repetition is not possible, but we can encode qubit into the encoded space actually, and that is how it worked really well actually. And after that, there were more optimal. So people discovered a code which with 1 qubit can be protected with 7 qubits, and later on 1 qubit can be protected with 5 qubits. So there are a lot of optimizations, optimal code were discovered, and and then a lot more CSS construction, which is based on purely mathematical things that using classical coding theory techniques, you can correct the errors with taking these kind of basis space. And after that, a lot more connections with orthogonal geometry. In fact, we have done a lot of work on this area. additive codes over GF4 was used. Very famous paper. Stabilizer codes by physicist Gottsman, a student of John Priskell. And Neil Lefman gave abstract theory of quantum error correction later on. And the more higher dimensional codes like qubits were discovered and so on. And also all the classical known codes were replicated: Hamming code, hexacode, Reed-Muller code, Reed-Solomon code, BCH code, LDCPH code. List is endless actually. Both for symmetric channel as well as asymmetric channel, where errors are occurring in a symmetric manner or asymmetric manner, So I think that's all. So I think if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. And thanks to my collaborators who have worked on this and other funding agencies. And thanks to IEEE for giving me an opportunity. I think I am ready to take questions from you.
Thank you very much. Very informative, and brought me back to the days I was studying pure mathematics in Ohio State. Well, thank you very much. And there's an early question actually from Felix. They were talking about the probability why P is 0.5, and
okay,
should it be 1 as maximum probability?
So if because in the binary symmetric channels, what happens if P is so we assume that P is less than half. So if otherwise, what we can do, we can flip the channel, right? So we can assume the responsibility will be changed. That's the idea in the binary symmetric channel. Okay, because it's a symmetry is there actually. So we exploit the symmetry actually to do the stuff. So that's the assumption. Yeah.
Thank you. Now I'll open the floor. I have a couple questions myself.
Yeah, sure.
For discussion. First, I will ask: are there any questions from the audience, please? Okay, so I have a couple questions, and you mentioned all the history. That part is very interesting part. I think the audiences, people here or people listening to this, obviously they have some they have interest in error control coding, and especially quantum error control coding. So my question is two questions. The first is this very interesting lecture. I mean, I understand this is recorded. Do you have any other resources, on YouTube or something for people want to? What I think the strength of your presentation is you went down to the very basics and then build up. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically there are some resources available. I think these days, actually, if people want to know more about quantum, I think IBM Qiskit has released a textbook with all the necessary theory and the corresponding implementation. So I think that textbook is really very useful, actually, IBM Qiskit platform, for people to learn more about quantum computing. I mean, they can learn many things actually, and especially if you want to go on the quantum error correction, there is one book actually, and there are a couple of other review papers are there which are very important. And if somebody wants to go into more deeper, so more things are available. Yes, so I think I can maybe share that thing with you. So a lot more things are available. Yes.
Okay, if you can share some of this with us by whatever way, it'd be great. And then,
sure. I will send
it. If you ever pass Sydney, Australia, and please let us know. Would love to have you to give.
So in fact, my collaborator David Glynn is in Australia only, actually, with whom I worked. This is the work we have done in 2003, 2004, 2001, 2002, actually. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
You let us know. Let us a computer chapter know. Sure. Another thing on this front, I made a note. Possibly, because recently one of my friends, and he's working in this area. He said, I'm not going into AI. He just said, sometimes the Chat GPT can be used as a textbook. You type something, but I think that may not be the case in this area you just talked about, because there are a lot of drawings, all of that. So what is your opinion? So my question is, can the Chat GPT be our not replacement, but aid for people trying to get into this area. Thank you.
I think I looked at myself. I think because I think the main problem with interacting with ChatGPT is how do we ask questions and in what context. As you know, there is already a course by Andrew Ng at Stanford about prompt engineering. You know, so how do we interact with the ChatGPT? And I think that is very, very important. Probably it will help. Obviously, it will help because there are accurate. In fact, when you search on ChatGPT, it gives correct, the framework or the algorithms which are working and so on and so forth. But sometimes the information is inaccurate because in what context and in what kind of questions we are asking actually. So in that sense, I think if we ask right kind of questions or right kind of interactions, it will be useful for understanding quantum error correction. Yes. So, but that is something, what we should ask actually. That itself is a, yeah, one important thing. Yeah.
Okay, I do have some technical questions, but given that we only have 2 minutes left, and then we'll have some other opportunities. And then on behalf of everyone, people on the panel, as well as people who are listening to this recording, I would like to thank you for your wonderful presentation. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah.
Okay, so our next talk. Our next talk is by Professor Ram Guditi on the topics of a fork-based framework for IoT / IIoT services placement and data analysis in smart application environment. Before we start, just quickly, Professor Guditi received the degrees from Sri Venkateswara University in Tirupati, India, and also from Indian Institute of Technology in 1993, and he got his degree in Europe from the University of Edinburgh in 2005. He's currently the professor at the Department of IT, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, India. He has over the years, he's published more than 200 research papers and articles and in peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings, as well as book chapters. And his research interests mainly, among other things, include in the affective computing, big data analysis, cognitive hearing and speech science, and cloud computing, and so on and so forth. And he's a senior member of the IEEE and the ACM, and a life member of IEEE India. And with that, I would like to welcome Professor Ram Guditi to give us his talk. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, for a very nice introduction. Am I audible, David?
Yes.
Yes. Shall I share the screen?
Yeah, I can see, yeah. I'm sorry.
And I will share the screen.
Yes, I can. Yeah, very good. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So is it, the screen is visible? Is the screen visible?
Very clear, very good.
Okay.
Yeah,
if any part of the slide is not seen or visible, please alert me so that I can.
Okay, we will.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm given 45 minutes to 50 minutes time for this expert talk on fog-based frameworks for IoT service placement and data analytics corresponding to smart application environments. And I will move on to the next slide that gives the outline of the talk, particularly focusing on introduction to fog cloud computing and corresponding research challenges, and a brief outcome of literature survey, problem statement, and research objectives based on our work during 2017 to 2022. And three contributions related to development of cost-efficient deadline-aware service placement algorithms in cloud environment, followed by hybrid methodistic approaches for service placement in the fog environment. And finally, fog-based framework for real-time data analytics corresponding to smart industrial environment, and followed by concluding remarks with future directions. And this is about the outline of the talk. And this slide will give some brief introduction related to the smart application environment wherein we are using these IoT devices, IIoT devices very widely for automation of the processes, and corresponding to a reduction of the human intervention, and thereby improving the quality of service parameters in terms of service cost, service time, and with rich user experience, right? Similarly, as you know very well, that number of IoT, IIoT devices are increasing day by day. It will reach more than 75 billion by 2025, and thereby generating huge amount of data. But we need to make use of this data for intelligent decision making. But the cloud will serve the purpose, but it will not serve the purpose in case of time sensitive and delay sensitive applications. And definitely we need to bring down the processing and storage very close to the edge of the network with the help of another distributed computing architecture known as fog computing, which we also know as edge computing. But this edge computing is different from mobile edge computing if we make use of mobile services like 5G and beyond 5G. And this is the three-layer computing architecture wherein we have three layers. Lower layer is IoT layer where we have IoT, IIoT devices, and middle layer is the fog layer where we have fog nodes, fog devices in terms of smart gateways and routers, and including micro data center, which is considered as a server, fog server. And at the upper layer, we have geographically distributed data center devices, particularly the servers or the virtual machines from these cloud data centers. And what are the real challenges, particularly when we come across, particularly in terms of application placement related to the services corresponding to IoT, IIoT, when we receive the request from the users, then how to host and process these IoT and IIoT service applications on the these resource constrained fog devices, which are computationally less powerful. That is one important challenge. And another challenge is how to analyze this data coming from these IoT, IIoT applications, and thereby carrying out these analysis of data using these fog nodes and servers. That is another challenge. And energy management, because we need to look at the distributed fog nodes which are battery operated, and definitely energy efficient management. Efficient energy management is one of the research challenges from the reliability and availability of these fog nodes. And fault tolerance, because we need to consider the handling of these fog nodes, software and hardware failures, and how will you handle these device failures and load balancing and load management. These are under research challenges. Finally, the resource allocation management is under challenge in the context of the geographically distributed resource constrained fog devices. And I will skip this research literature survey based on the two important surveys. One is service placement strategies during 2017 to 22. And people have done the work in fog, cloud, fog, and cloud only environment with certain limitations using methodologies. Similarly, for data analytics during this 2018 to 2020-21, then definitely that was the industry 4.0 and smart industrial application environments using different types of data like machines vibration data or control inspection sensor data or images or video, using different methodologies related to this fog cloud environment. So coming to today's main focus of our talk is how to solve this problem related to fog service placement, including data analytics in real time, using these fog frameworks corresponding to smart application environment. And particularly we'll focus this service placement problem as an optimization problem. And from algorithmic perspective, we can frame it as an NP-hard problem. And accordingly, we'll be able to solve these problems using QoS-aware service placement strategies in fog cloud environment, fog environment only. And for data analytics, how will we develop fog framework? So these are the important objectives and corresponding outcomes will be discussed in the following contribution slides. And we'll focus on the first research contribution related to QoS-aware, particularly here in terms of deadline-aware service placement in the fog cloud environment. And if you look at this, the diagram particularly, we have the same three-layer architecture, starting from lower layer, that is IoT layer, and middle layer is fog layer, and cloud, that is upper layer. And how best we can service these application requests corresponding to IoT, IIoT, when we receive the request from the users. And how the resource manager is allocating the resources in terms of CPU, RAM, and the storage resources. And how these services are hosted on the fog node or fog server corresponding to this fog layer. And if it is required for further analysis, then only we can send the data, that important chunk data, to the cloud data center. But most of the things related to the servicing of these applications, we can consider fog node or fog server based on this service request from the IoT application services. Then how will you model these services? How will you allocate these resources? Then when we will take the decision, whether resources are available. If resources are available, yes, we can go to the next one. Are we satisfying the deadline corresponding to this application? With service cost, is it maximum? If it is yes, then we can host service on the fog node. If it is no, we can maximum service related to this fog node or fog server. If it is exceeding the capabilities or these limitations of this fog node or fog server, then definitely we have to seek the services of the cloud servers, right? Or the corresponding data center, remote data center. That is based on this decision box. Similarly, if resources are not sufficient from the fog node or fog server, then we need to seek the help of cloud data center. Okay. So this is about the general service allocation in the fog cloud environment. Now we will consider the mathematical model for solving this this optimization problem. So that is corresponding to service placement. So we have to consider multi-objective framework for providing these services in the fog cloud environment. Then this service placement problem in the fog cloud environment is a well-known NP-hard problem as per these well-known researchers. Now we will consider the services, set of services corresponding to IoT or IIoT, represented by this set SK, where services S1, S2 up to SK, so that we can place the services on the available computing resources Then we can map these services requests on the fog on cloud resources given by the equation. That is this mapping between resources and the set of service requests corresponding to IoT or IIoT application. Then what are the available computing resources in the fog cloud environment? That is based on these resources, right? Cloud. That is now total resources that are available from both the fog node and this server nodes or cloud servers, right? The combination of both fog node and cloud nodes. So where Fn is the number of fog nodes and Vm is the number of cloud servers. Now we need to consider the cloud, these computing resources, so that we can host these service requests on fog nodes, on the cloud servers in the fog cloud environment, right? So definitely we need to consider this n, small n corresponding to the fog nodes, which is n is available, and small m is available corresponding to number of cloud servers in the cloud environment. And this equation 2 deals with the resource availability with the fog nodes in terms of CPU, RAM, storage for all values of this fog nodes, where j is varying from 1 to m, 1 to n, right? And okay, similarly, equation number, okay, here all these are mentioned here, equation number 2, corresponding to the services, corresponding to the number of fog nodes, corresponding to the number of cloud servers. Now the equation number 3 gives the deployment of these services or applications corresponding to IoT, IIoT on a fog node and a cloud server. And that is given by EXA, mathematical function. If it is placed on a fog node, it is equal to 1. If it is not placed on the fog node, that means it is placed on the cloud server. Obviously, EXA is equal to 0. So that is the equation number 3. Then what about the total service time? Total service time here is now expressed mathematically by equation number 4 and depends upon the processing time, that is T pro, that is processing time corresponding to the fog node, and available time of the service available time corresponding to the fog node, that is T availability of, and communication time corresponding to the fog node, multiplied by this EXA function, which is defined by equation number 3. Okay, so and that is okay. This all parameters are considered corresponding to the fog nodes in the first part. This same timings, processing time, available time, and communication time corresponding to the cloud server in the second term, multiplied by 1 minus EXA. 1 minus EXA means it is obviously, it is understood that the services are now hosted on the cloud server. The total energy consumption is now calculated in the fog cloud environment. That is now dependent upon the energy consumed by both fog and cloud devices, considering the processing and the communication defined by equation number 5. That is E total, right, corresponding to this energy consumption, right? Suffix En is energy consumption. Then what about the service cost for IoT and IIoT application when we deploy on the fog and cloud devices? Then we need to sum up this processing cost and storage cost corresponding to fog devices, so that we'll get the total service cost, total cost corresponding to the fog devices. Similarly, we have to sum up the processing cost and storage cost corresponding to the cloud devices or cloud server. That is this cost of the cloud resources. So these are given by equation 6 and 7 respectively. Now we need to formulate this optimization model using this multi-objective formulation in the fog cloud environment, so that we can host and we can place these IoT, IIoT services. So obviously, by inference, we need to either minimize or maximize. Here we need to minimize the service cost. we need to minimize the energy consumption, right? At the same time, we should meet or satisfy the deadline for each of the services or applications, right? And the energy also should not exceed the maximum energy, right? And so that is, so these are the constraints. So given by equation number 8. So obviously the constraints related to these objective functions for minimizing the service cost and the energy consumption should be less than the service deadline, right? DD for deploying this service. Similarly, energy consumption should be less than the maximum energy, that is E maximum in the fog cloud environment. And each service request for resource placement decision should satisfy the requirement, is resource requirement defined by equation number 2. Right? So now this is already considered again. Now how to put everything, including mathematical model corresponding to this solution of this NP-hard problem corresponding to service placement in fog cloud environment in algorithmic format. Okay, this is algorithm related to deadline aware service placement. And we have considered the same mathematical model depend upon the availability of the resources with fog nodes and cloud servers. Then we need to check for resource availability, constraints in the fog, constraints, right? Then obviously we can compute this total time, that is service time defined by equation number 4. Similarly, total service cost corresponding to the fog nodes only, so that this service cost, that is function of S comma N. So similarly, service time also S comma N using equation numbers. Now we have to satisfy the deadline of each application, and at the same time, this cost, service cost of the fog must be less than or equal to the maximum cost as per constraint is concerned. Right? Then we can update the placement list depend upon the placement of these services or application services corresponding to this set of fog nodes, set of services, right? Then we can update this placement list. If you are not meeting the requirement using fog nodes, then definitely we need to take the help of cloud server. So means we need to place the IoT services on the cloud server, so that we can once again estimate the total service time. So here M is indicating the number of servers, cloud servers, as defined by equation 4, so that we can compute the total service time using equation number 4. Similarly, the service cost using equation number 7. This is corresponding to cloud resources. Here also we need to update the placement of these services list, right? Depend upon the number of applications or number of services. Okay, now experimental setup is, obviously we have to consider the simulator IFOG sim, which is built on top of the cloud simulator, so that we can deploy the VMs using IFOG sim on a data center, which is considered as a resource provisioning framework. Similarly, we have considered resources from Alibaba Cloud, and the resource configurations, if these are small VMs corresponding to fog nodes, and larger VMs from the Alibaba, we consider corresponding to the cloud server, right? And obviously with this pricing model from Alibaba, we have considered, and these details are shown in the table 3, so that we can simulate. And here we consider 5 different configurations, namely configure 1, 2, up to 5, with the number of fog nodes, namely 200, 400, 600, 800, and 1000 respectively. And 5 cloud servers we have considered for deploying this IoT, IIoT service or application requests using this deadline aware service placement algorithm, that is DSP algorithms, right? The details are mentioned here, number of resources in terms of RAM, CPU, storage, and unit cost per CPU, unit cost for storage, right? The cost is in dollars, and the RAM and is in GB, and CPU in MIPS, right? Storage also in GB. And same thing with the cloud server and services. What type of services, right? Services also we need to consider these resources and these values. Okay, now we need to consider the standard approaches for performance evaluation, so that we can evaluate the performance of developed deadline-aware service placement algorithm in fog cloud environment. Suppose if we consider only cloud-only environment, that means we need to put all the all the services on the centralized cloud data center or cloud servers only. That is cloud-only environment. Fog cloud environment, obviously, the services are distributed among fog cloud and cloud server based on the requirement. Similarly, we need to consider the default method of hypoxing, that is edgewards, and benchmark lower bound BLB method. And we have applied first fit decreasing, that is heuristic based algorithm for service placement, so that we can compare the DSP, that is deadline aware service placement with all these methods, right? So the figure 3, which is shown in the next slide, will illustrate the performance of different service placement strategies considered for performance evaluation in terms of these metrics, namely service time, service cost, network usage, energy consumption, and of course service deadline. And we have considered both fog and cloud resources for processing the data in the direction of reducing the network congestion and service time. That is our main aim. That means we need to minimize the network congestion and service time. And similarly, we have to take care of the quality of service parameter, like service cost, that should be minimized. Service deadline should be met with the satisfactory conditions, and the resource requests also must be met. And this slide gives the performance evaluation of deadline aware service placement algorithm. As I said earlier, that we considered the standard methods, including benchmark lower bound method and first decreasing method, that is heuristic method, and default method of hypoxy and cloud only environment. So if you look at this service time, figure 3A, when we vary the number of part nodes from 200 to 1000, every case, the service time by using deadline aware service placement algorithm or approach is reduced. So our main objective or aim is served. That means we minimized the service time. Similarly, we reduce the network usage also. So like using DSP algorithm, that is in every case of 200 to 8000 nodes, the network usage is also reduced from say here in the first case around 11, that is 0.11 million approximately in kV network usage, and that is reduced to nearly 30,000. Same thing with other 1000 nodes also. So everywhere there is a reduction in the network usage by using the deadline aware service placement algorithm. This figure 3C and D gives the performance evaluation of DSP in comparison with other considered methods in terms of service cost, and service cost also reduced, right, from few thousands of dollars to okay, so that is reduced drastically, right? Similarly, energy consumption is also reduced in joules, right, when we use the DASP. And the figure 3A gives the service deadline performance. So number of service requests, here you can say number of service requests from 250 to 1500. Then every time this one, definitely this is corresponding to DSP algorithm only, right? In comparison with the cloud only. So that means the performance of only fog resources with cloud only resources. Now definitely, if you look at this one, maximum utilization of the services provided by the fog. Okay, so then we can proceed to the second research contribution related to only using fog environment. That means we have to develop the multi-objective optimization-based service placement using meta-restricts approaches. Definitely, we need to consider a two-level fog computing architecture where we can use fog master node expressed in terms of fog cell registries and the cell controller, the host monitor, fog service registry, and service placement. These are the different subcomponents of fog master node. And fog cells, number of fog cells, right? Then lower layer is obviously sensors and actuators corresponding to IoT layer. And the upper layer is cloud layer, right? So the three-tier architecture only, but we have considered the two-level fog architecture, wherein we can make use of fog master node and fog cells, so that we can provide the resources using Docker and containers, so that we can solve the service placement problem, as we are very familiar with the resource constrained fog devices in terms of CPU, RAM, and storage. Definitely, we need to consider the fog nodes in terms of smart gateways or routers or micro data center as a server, fog server. Right now, let us proceed towards the development of multi-objective optimization model for solving the service placement problem in fog environment. So this is also a well-known NP-hard problem as per this researcher. And we can formulate this service placement problem as a multi-objective optimization problem so that we can minimize the service time, service cost, energy consumption in the fog environment, utilizing these fog resources, CPU, RAM, storage. And equation number 9 defines the resources of fog nodes in terms of CPU, RAM, storage. Right here, definitely, if you compare previous multi-objective optimization model in fog cloud environment with this multi-objective optimization model defined by equation number 9, definitely we have removed this cloud servers, right? And here also, either we have to place the service on the fog node or not. That is the only choice, because we consider only fog environment because of a two-level fog architecture. Then we need to compute the total service time taken by these fog nodes or fog devices, which is expressed as sum of this processing time, communication time, and service available time in the fog environment, given by equation number 11. And energy consumption of these fog nodes also is now depend upon the energy consumption during the processing of the services, right? That is the energy consumption during the processing of the services. Similarly, during transmission, data transmission, right? That is this energy consumption. So we have to add up these two individual energy consumption so that we will find out the total energy consumption of this fog node given by equation number 2. Then for each of this fog node, we need to compute the energy consumption. Then we need to sum up. That is the total energy consumption of all fog nodes while servicing these IoT services in the fog environment. That is equation number 13. So that is E total equal to summation of E FG. The J is varying from 1 to n. Now similarly, equation 14 will help us to compute the service cost of these IoT applications which are deployed on the fog node. And here also we need to sum up the service cost, right? Service cost, that is sum of the processing cost, sum of the storage cost, sum of the energy consumption, right? Energy, this is energy consumption. That is total cost is C total given by equation number 14. Then a set of available fog nodes, so like Fn is a set in terms of fog node 1, 2 up to n. And set of services, that is services handled by these fog nodes, F1, F2, Fn. And these are S1, service 1, S1, service 2, S2, service M, S1. Now, as I said earlier, that we need to develop multi-objective optimization model for solving this service placement problem, which is considered as a well-known NP-hard problem. So this problem is now mathematically modeled by these equations 15, 16, 17, 18, where 15, 16, 17 are related to minimizing these times, service time, then cost, corresponding cost of the fog nodes, then energy consumption of the total number of fog nodes. So that means there are three objective functions, right? So definitely we need to consider the constraints. These are the constraints. So we should not, total time should not exceed the deadline of the application. Similarly, the total cost should not exceed the maximum cost. Similarly, energy consumption, total energy consumption of these partners should not exceed the maximum energy consumption, right? So these are the equations from 15 to 18 will help us to solve this NP-hard problem. So we have developed three important service placement strategies using meta heuristics, like a variant of genetic algorithm, that is elitism based genetic algorithm, wherein we can select the elite chromosome, that is the best chromosome, so that we can skip over this crossover mutations. Right? If it is not the best chromosome, then definitely we need to perform the crossover mutation operations. So bottom line is we need to select 8% of the total number of chromosomes, and these 8% chromosomes are considered as elite chromosomes. And using this elitism-based genetic algorithm, we can preserve the diversity of the population, including premature convergence. And here we consider, suppose this is not the best chromosome. So definitely, if it is considered as a better chromosome, then we need to perform the crossover operation. That is, single point crossover operation is performed on two parent chromosomes, so that we can consider the new offspring from the remaining population. See, remaining population, that is okay. That is remaining population is obviously 92%. So that we can find the best feasible chromosome for the next generation. Similarly, we can perform the mutation operation on the new offspring chromosome by replacing the gene values with the value within the range of this fog number of fog nodes, that is 1 to n, so that we can obtain the new chromosome. And here we have to ensure that the chromosome length is equal to the number of IoT, IIoT services or applications, and gene values correspond to the number of partners. And this entire procedure is continued until the maximum number of generations be reached in the direction of retaining the best individual chromosome, right? And the best individual chromosome is now dealing with the possible optimal solution for placing these IoT requests on the partners, so that we can minimize the energy consumption, minimize the service cost, minimize the service time, while ensuring the quality of service of these IoT applications in the fog environment. So how to find out the fitness value of these the best chromosome that is returned by the algorithm. So yeah, of course, we consider the initial population based on randomness or random. So that means we consider initial population randomly, where each chromosome obviously represents the possible service placement, right? Then after generating the initial population, the fitness value is now computed by equation number 19. So if you look at this equation number 19, the denominator is now the deciding factor. See, all these objective functions related to total service time, total cost, total energy consumption are considered in the denominator. As there are three variables corresponding to these three objective functions, definitely the denominator must be multiplied by 1 by 3. So as it is, this multiplication of 1 by 3 corresponding to the denominator is dependent on the number of objective parameters or objective functions in the optimization model. So in our optimization model, we have three objective functions. So that means 3 parameters. then definitely we have to consider the multiplication factor of this denominator by 1/3. So that means this multiplication of 1/3 in the denominator will be brought down to the numerator, that is 3. So fitness equal to 3 by these 3 parameters. Okay, now this algorithm to gives the elitism genetic algorithm based service placement, right? So this is already explained using this previous steps, the steps mentioned in the previous slides, and this gives the same thing. Initialization this one the crossover probability when we select the chromosome from the remaining population. Then this value is equal to 0.5. Mutation rate is 0.3. Number of generations 250. Right, the elitism rate is 0.03. That is 8%. Population is 100. Right, so that means initial population is generated randomly. Fitness value is computed by equation number 19, and we need to sort out this fitness value, right, and the population and the elitism rate. Then we have to consider the best individual. Then we need to consider the remaining population, that is population minus elite. Then we need to perform this selection operation, crossover operation, mutation operation, right, corresponding to crossover operation for 2 parents and mutation operation for the next option, that is child 1, child 2, right, with this mutation operation, that is the new child chromosomes. New population is the union of this elite list and new child, and fitness is computed. That means we need to calculate the fitness value for the new offspring or new population based on the elitism rate, right? So definitely new population minus elite list will give the remaining population. Then we can get the best individual that is mapped to the service allocation list. Obviously, accordingly, we can update this, and we can once we reach the maximum number of generation, we can return the service allocation list corresponding to the best chromosome that is written. But our main aim is to design and develop hybrid frameworks. That is a combination of genetic algorithm and PSO. If you consider normal genetic algorithm and PSO, I'll come to this algorithm later. So definitely, if you consider genetic algorithm and with PSO, hybrid combination of genetic algorithm PSO with some modifications in the genetic algorithm, then that is modified genetic algorithm with PSO. But the thing is, here this entire framework is not based on the elitism base. So we need to consider all these chromosomes. We need to perform all the operations of genetic algorithm, right from selection of the chromosomes, crossover operation, mutation operation, then fitness evaluation, right? Then obviously it is a slower. So obviously the bottom line is the slower one. Anyhow, we'll move on to the elitism genetic algorithm with combination of PSO. That is one of the important contribution, which is superior to the hybrid combination of MGA PSO as well as individual genetic algorithm. What happened? Okay, so this one is related to the hybrid biosphere framework for solving this service placement problem in the fog environment using elitism genetic algorithm and PSO. So obviously, first we have to perform elitism genetic algorithm, right? Now here, see, after selection operation, we are performing this PSO operation using procedure 1. Based on the important characteristics of PSO, like position and velocity, right, corresponding to the parents. So that means we have to perform the crossover operation based on the fitness value of these parents, so that we can map this outcome of this PSO based on the particles, best particles, which are obtained by or written by the PSO. That is that is this one. So then we can apply mutation operation. So before performing mutation operation, we need to perform PSO operation. So the mutation operation of genetic algorithm from the remaining population, which is performed on the new child chromosome or new offspring chromosome. Then the same thing is now similar to elective genetic algorithm. That is the only change. So before performing mutation operation, this crossover operation is now inspired by the PSO. Okay. So this is the PSO procedure based on the particles, position of the particles and the velocity of the particles, where we need to find out the best particle as outcome of this PSO procedure based on the fitness value of the particles. And we need to consider the number of generations. Initially, it is equal to 0. If it is not equal to 0, then we need to perform so that we can update the velocity of the particle, position of the particle using these equations, where the local best position and the global best positions and initial velocities and the final means updated velocity. And these are the positions, right? So that we can compute the fitness of the particle using fitness equation, same equation number 19, which is discussed in the algorithm genetic algorithm. And we need to update these local best and global best positions. And then finally we can update and finally return the best part using PSO procedure. So we need to consider the experimental setup, wherein we have considered the Raspberry Pi 3B plus model with CPU 1.4 GHz 64 quad core processor, and this is the CPU with 1 GB RAM to build the park test-based infrastructure, so that we can run the developed service placement strategies, all these meta-district based service placement strategies. Right. Then these fog nodes are able to run hybrid lightweight operating system on low computing power, which is supported by this built-in Docker container. And here we make use of this operating system like Redis, right? Because Celery REST APIs, right? Particularly we need to host and run these IoT applications, right? And because we have to use these different technologies, so that we can develop these fog computing frameworks based on meta-districts. So it's part of microservice architecture using this fog computing framework. And as part of performance evaluation, the developed these meta-districts, including elytism genetic algorithm, based service placement algorithm, and the hybrid heuristics based service placement algorithms like EGA PSO and MGA PSO are compared with two baseline algorithms, first fit based, branch and bound based. This is also our work which we published in 2018. And the state-of-art works like DVPs and simulated and this is under the characteristic approach, and individual PSO, GA, etc. And the GA PSO developed by other researchers. Right, and this is also our group only, way back in 2009 for service placement. Now we consider the standard experimental simulation parameters in terms of number of nodes varying from 5 to 20, number of services varying from 200 to 1000, number of generations 300. Why we consider 300 generations? This is figure number 5 gives the convergence. So that means after 250, 300, after 250, we got more or less the saturated value of this fitness value. Fitness value is almost constant with the mutation rate of 0.3. So that's why we consider 300 generations with population size of 100, with the elytism rate of 8%, mutation rate is 0.3, crossover rate is 0.5, then C1, C2 constants 2, and R1, R2 that is also 0.5. This is the experimental setup, testbed setup, where we considered 20 fog nodes in our research laboratory at IT department, Artificial Intelligence IT department in Naitiga Mangalore, India. And coming to the results analysis, and figure 7, A gives the performance of different algorithms in terms of service time. See, this is EGA PSO. EGA PSO is the last one for 1,000 service requests, 800 service, 600, 400, 200. So in every case, whether it is 200 service request or 1,000 service requests, elitism GA PSO hybrid approach based service placement strategy is outperforming all other approaches, including baseline algorithms, including heuristic based, including exact or branch and bound based algorithm, and these meta-heuristic algorithms, individual meta-heuristic algorithms like genetic algorithm, simulated annealing, PSO, etc. Right? So definitely EGA PSO is giving superior performance. Same thing with figure 7b in terms of energy consumption. So energy consumption is now minimum in case of this hybrid approach using elitism genetic algorithm combined with PSO. It's compared with all other algorithms considered for performance awareness. Now it consumes less energy in joules. Similarly, figure 8 gives the performance evaluation of all these algorithms considered in terms of number of service requests. When we vary number of service requests from 200 to 1,000, here also EGA PSO takes less service cost. So that is service cost evaluation in dollars. So service cost is less by using EGA PSO. Then the service time, when we vary the number of fog nodes as shown in the experimental testbed setup, then when we vary the number of fog nodes from 5 to say 20, right? Definitely the EGA PSO takes less service time in seconds. So that is the that gives the superior performance, irrespective of the number of fog nodes. Now coming to the last contribution of this research work we carried in our research lab during 2017 to 2022. Our main focus is towards real-time data analytics. And in this direction, we have developed a prototype for carrying out real-time data analytics using fog server-based architecture with reference to Industry 4.0 applications or smart manufacturing industrial applications scenarios. And definitely we need to consider figure 10, where we need to consider fog server architecture for this Industry 4.0 or smart manufacturing industrial application environments, where we consider the fog server architecture in terms of that consists of industrial controller unit corresponding to industrial controller unit or dashboard, or the fog server, that is micro data center. So definitely we need to consider different components of this fog server, like resource manager, service monitoring module, analytical module. Okay, that is about the same middle layer. The upper layer anyhow cloud data center. But see, as I said earlier, that what are these fog nodes, like fog or edge gateways, smart gateways or routers, which are connected to these IIoT or IoT devices, right? And our main aim is to deal with this processing of this data, sensor data. Sensor data means we have deployed several IIoT devices or sensors in the Industry 4.0 or the smart industrial application environment. And definitely we need to carry out data analytics. For example, if we consider some machines corresponding to industry, consisting of valves, fans, and other machines, then how to analyze whether this machine is faulty or in other words, whether it is normally functioning or abnormally functioning. What is the basis for this monitoring of this machine monitoring of this Industry 4.0, right? Definitely we need to make use of or we need to develop fog server architecture, and we need to consider the server for hosting this services or applications, and thereby running the these machine learning models which are supervised in nature for processing the data, sensor data, and we can carry out this analysis. That is towards classification of machine, whether it is normally functioning or abnormally functioning, means malfunction. Right. So let us proceed to the actual framework, how we have developed, how we carried out this real-time data analytics. So definitely we have to make use of these standard features like linear prediction coefficients, LPC, and Mel frequency spectral coefficient features, so that we can analyze these machine operating sounds. And these features, sound features, can be used for building and deploying the supervised machine learning models for this analysis. So that is very important aspect, how to extract these features, LPC features, MFC features, for this sound analysis and classification of this machine, whether it is normally functioning or abnormally functioning. Then what are the different supervised machine learning models we have considered, are developed and deployed for analyzing this machine sound, machine operating sound, and accordingly detecting the normal sound, normal operating sound, or abnormal operating sound. Then we can classify or identify the malfunctioning machine while considering only the operating sounds of these machines deployed in Industry 4.0 or smart industrial application environment. So this figure 11 gives the overall picture of extracting the features, that is LPC and MFCC features, from these operating sounds of these machines of this Industry 4.0 scenario. So that extracted LPC or MFC features are used for building and training machine learning models like SVM, random forest, logistic regression, AdaBoost, or multi-layer perceptron models, so that we can predict whether this function is going to be failed, right? So that is on one side. Other side is we need to consider the input from the test audio signal. So these are part and parcel of the fog server services, right? Passing the sensor data and classification. And then finally output of this framework, detection framework, either it is normal sound or abnormal sound corresponding to the machines used in the Industry 4.0 scenario. Okay, now this slide gives the overall picture of extracting the features in terms of LPC and MFCC features. So these are well illustrated in figure 12. So the first figure 12A, gives the extraction of LPC frames. Then definitely we need to consider the standard frames, audio frames or sound frames, at the rate of sampling rate or frequency of 16 kilohertz. So number of frames 25 milliseconds. Frame shift of 10 milliseconds. Hamming window is used so that we can consider the stationary characteristics of this sound signal. And we need to consider 512 FFT so that we can extract the features in frequency domain, right? Then we can that is about MFCC based feature extraction. But here, when you consider LPC features, frames, windows, audio correlation analysis, and we need to extract this LPC, right? And so the next slide I will conclude, because I have taken almost 40 minutes time. Or how much time is left over, Professor David?
Oh, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay,
yeah.
I will conclude.
Yeah. Thank you.
So after generating the frames Hamming window operation, we need to perform the effective operation for computing the power spectrum or spectrogram, that is power density spectrum. And equations 20 and 21 gives the conversion from frequency to Bell scale, that is hertz to Bell scale, and vice versa, that is Bell to frequency and frequency to M. Okay, that is 21. And log operation is performed on this output of MEL filter bank, and we need to apply discrete cosine transform so that we can achieve logarithmically compressed MEL filter banks. That is some 26 numbers for extracting these MFC features for the data analytics. Okay, now this is about experimental setup using this Raspberry Pi with the CPU of 1.4 GHz and device with 1.8 GHz dual core Intel core processor with this memory. Cloud server is from cloud server, particularly from the Amazon Web Services Cloud, right? And machine sound dataset we consider so that we can mimic the behavior of Industry 4.0. That is mimic dataset. We have considered 80% training data and 20% testing data. And these are the details available from MIMI dataset corresponding to different types of machines considered by these creators of this MIMI dataset in terms of pump, valve, fan, and number of operations carried out on these machines, and which one is anomalous or abnormal, whether this is a leakage or contamination or more than 2 types of contamination, and voltage fluctuations or clogging. Then each machine or pump or valve is identified by the ID number, model number, etc., like ID00, and number of samples for normal and abnormal. Right? Abnormal is anomalous, right? These are given in the data set, and this figure gives the normal sound.
Professor Kudashi, you have 1 more minute.
Okay, I will conclude. A normal operating sound
Thank you.
of different machines at 0 dB S1 of level. And this is the figure for gives the power spectrogram of the same normal machine sounds. And this is about abnormal sounds in time domain and the frequency domain, that is power spectrograms. And finally, we carried out the performance evaluation in terms of precision, accuracy, recall, F1 score. And looking at these tables, and most of the cases, multi-layer perceptron for different types of machines gives the superior performance when compared to other machine learning class. Same thing with these MFCC features. So previous table based on LPC features, and this table gives the performance evaluation using MFCC features for building these ML models. So here also the multi-layer perceptron model gives the superior performance. So that's all from my side with reference to today's expert talk. And of course, the limitations, we have not considered the handling of fog nodes failure and service migration. And these are considered as the future directions. Similarly, we need to consider the data security in the multi-level fog computing. Similarly, real-time data analytics when we consider particularly real industrial environment, because we consider only prototype. So we need to deploy, we need to consider the orchestrator for controlling, managing containers applications in the fog environment. So these are the key references.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for attention. And
thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you because thank you very much, Professor Kudita. Because I have to give some time for a summary, and given the time constraint, if you have any questions, could you just type that into the question under the question tag, and Professor Gudetti will answer that. Okay. So with that, I would like to thank all of you, and I'll pass that to Islam to make a summary. I believe Region 8 is waiting. And I'll pass it on. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. David. Thank you, Dr. Ram. It's very wonderful sessions in Region 10. It's time, I think, to move to Region 8. Let's first introduce our first moderator. Is Michael. Just give me 1 minute to start. Michael Hanna is graduating computer science student focusing on data science and a passionate advocate for technological advancement. He is currently serving as an IEEE student member, Hawaii ICT ambassador, and junior teaching assistant. Also, he is currently an attached member to the IEEE Computer Society Distinguished Visitor Program Awareness and Customer Advocacy Subcommittee. He plays a pivotal role in raising awareness and promoting technological knowledge among IEEE student members worldwide. With his expertise in programming language and machine learning, Michael actively introduces Hawaii technologies to colleagues, both within and outside his university. His commitment to fostering collaboration and effective communication align perfectly with his responsibilities as an ambassador for these prestigious organizations. Michael's dedications to the IEEE and Hawaii ICT ambassador programs showcase his enthusiasm for driving innovation and shaping the future of technology. It's my pleasure to introduce Michael, one of my fabulous students. The floor is yours, Mike.
Thank you very much, Dr. Islam, for this introduction, and I'm really out of words for this beautiful introduction. And thank you again for giving me this opportunity to volunteer on such a beautiful event with such a distinguished and beautiful speakers and organizers. I'm Michael. My name is Michael Adel. I'm thrilled to be your moderator for this exciting session. As your moderator, my role is to ensure that the event is run smoothly and facilitate discussions and provide assistance when needed. I'm here to make the experience engaging and informative and enjoyable for all of you. If you have any question or encounter any technical issue, please do not hesitate to reach out to me through the chat or Q&A feature. Okay, without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker for this session, Dr. Hussam Fahmy, the chair of the Distinguished Visitor Program. Dr. Hussam Ahmed Fahmy is a professor of computer engineering, served as a co-chair of the Computer Engineering and System Department, Faculty of Engineering at Ancient University, Cairo, Egypt, from 2006 to 2008 and from 2010 to 2012. He participated in many academic activities in Egypt and abroad. Professor Fahmy has published and referred extensively in several international referred journals and conferences. His research areas are focused on computer networks, managed wireless networks, wireless sensor networks, vehicular networks, fault tolerance, and software and web engineering. He founded and chaired the IEEE International Conference on Computer Engineering and Systems from 2006 and 2008 and 2010 and 2013. Professor Fahmy is a senior IEEE member and Region 8 Distinguished Visitor from 2013, 2015, and 2016 and 2018, and a member of IEEE Computer Society Cloud Computing Special Technical Committee. He authored Wireless Sensor Networks, Concept, Application, and Experiment and Analysis, book published by Springer 2016. He speaks Arabic, French, and English. Please join me warmly welcoming Dr. Hussam Fahmy. Over to you, Dr. Hussam.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your kind introduction. I will share my screen.
Dr. Hussam is the chair of the Distinguished Visitor Program, and it's our pleasure to hear him introduce the program for Region 8.
Thank you, Dr. Islam. Thank you.
By the way, I'm a student for Professor Hussam, and it's really my honor always to be meet his expectation.
You are usually an excellent person, not an excellent student only.
Thank you, Professor Hussam. It's always my honor and pleasure being with you, and I learned from you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Is my screen clear now?
Yes,
Do
Dr.
you hear me?
Hussam.
Okay, so the Distinguished Visitor Program is one of the major activities of the IEEE Computer Society. It aims at providing knowledge and expertise among all IEEE region and at giving opportunities to young professionals. That's the site of the Distinguished Visitor Program. All information is available in this site. The Distinguished Visitor Committee for 2023 contains members from all IEEE region, except region 10, whose member term expired. We are looking for someone else in region 10. The members are Dr. George Proler from region 9, myself from region 8, Eric Enrique from region 9, Michelle Thompson from region 1 to 7, Leonel Sousa from region 8. And we have for the administration, Eric Berkowitz and Antoni Maglaki. We have an excellent young professional committee chaired by Dr. Islam. The members are Ashar Ali, Eric Castellanos, Shatakshi Singh, and Michael Adel. So we appreciate your excellent efforts and wish you a very bright future. This year we had 18 new distinguished visitors. We have 4 from region 6, 2 from region 7, and 8 from region 8, and 5 from region 10. If we look at the distribution around the globe, we have totally 85 DVs. Among them, online and in-person, 65 DVs, which is 76.47%. And we have 20 online DVs, which is 23.53%. Women DVs are 11 among 85, which is 12.94%. By online and in-person, we mean a DV whose term is active. Each DV has a 3 years term to be online or to have funded travel. So we have in region 1 to 7, 36 online and in-person DVs, and we have online DVs 6. Number of women DVs in regions 1 to 7 is 4. In region 9, we have 6 DVs online and in-person, but we don't have women DVs. In region 8, we have 22 online and in-person. Among them, we have 5 women DVs. In region 10, we have 21 DVs online and in-person and 2 women DVs. If we look at the breakdown, academia, industry, and joint industry and academia, we have for 2023, 45 DVs from academia, 10 DVs from industry, and 11 DVs joint industry and academia, totally 66 in-person DVs. As a percentage, we have 68.2% from academia, 15.2% from industry, and 16.7% from industry and academia. As a breakdown by male and female, we have 7 female DVs and 58 male DVs this year, 2023, which is 10.8% female and 89.2% male. As diversity by region, this year we have 85 DVs. Among them, 36 are from region 1 to 7, 22 from region 8, and 6 from region 9, and 21 from region 10, totaling 85. As a percentage, we have 42.4% from region 1 to 7, 25.9% from region 8, and 7.1% from region 9, and 24.7% from region 10. I was asked many times about the DVs working on AI. So I have prepared these statistics. We have totally 33 DVs working on AI. Out of 86, it will be 38.4%. Among them, we have 16 in Region 1 to 7, 7 in Region 8, 4 in Region 9, 6 in Region 10. Up till now, till May 2023, we had 10 talks in Region 1 to 7, 5 talks in Region 8, 9 talks in Region 4 talks in Region 9, and 6 talks in Region 10. These talks includes the talks in this excellent 24-hour event. Totally, we have 25 talks, including the talks in this event. As for the audience, I will update the audience after this event. So in 24 hours, I will be able to update the accurate audience after adding the attendees of this event. That's the poster of this event. Dr. Islam have elaborated on it. And I would like to thank everybody who did this excellent effort. I would like to thank the speakers, the moderators, and the young professionals who are highly ambitious and motivated. Up till now, we had 10 visits online and on ground. On ground are funded travel. And we have 18 talks in this event. Again, Dr. Islam elaborated many times on these talks, and the talks started 8 hours ago. So the event started at noon GMT. Now it's 11 a.m. Cairo time. So we've started 8 hours ago. That's all. I thank you very much and wish you a very fruitful event, and have a nice day. It's 11 a.m. Cairo time now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam, and this informative talk about the Distinguished Visitor Program, and hearing it from you, the chair of Distinguished Visitor Program, and with your experience in this committee, such an enriched information. And I would really thank you again for your presentation and your kind words, giving you the floor for moderating the next session. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for all our attendees. I'd like to extend the thankful to a very important man in this event, Umair Mlih, the regional coordinator of the IEEE Computer Society in Region 8. Umair is a very active guy, and I really appreciate his support to make this event a successful event. Umair Mlih received his bachelor and master and PhD degrees from the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at Middle East Technical University, Ankara, Turkey in 2012, 2014, 2020, respectively, by also working as a research assistant at the same department. His research interests include machine learning applications, wireless security, networking, scheduling, IoT, UAV, robotics, and blockchain. He has co-authored over 25 papers and 2 book chapters. He was awarded 3rd place in 2019 Lance Stafford Larson Outstanding Student Paper Award by the IEEE Computer Society. He was also awarded 3rd place in the poster competition at 2021 IEEE Rising Stars Global Conference. In 2022, he worked as a postdoctoral fellow at School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at University of Ottawa, Canada. He received the Best Paper Award at the 48th Wireless World Research Forum in 2022. Currently, he is an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Engineering at Bahçeşehir University in Istanbul, Turkey. On the IEEE volunteering side, after holding several IEEE volunteer roles, he has been Region 8 coordinator at the Computer Society since April 2021. He was awarded the 2022 IEEE MGA Young Professional Achievement Award. Furthermore, he has been member at large in IEEE Computer Society MGA Board since April 2023. It's our pleasure and honor having you, Amir, in this fantastic event, and the floor is yours. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Islam, for the nice introduction. And I am really happy to be a part of this great event. And really, I'm proud of having such a volunteer in our region. In fact, this is a very exciting event. And as a, you say, the first 24-hour event in the IEEE Computer Society, it is really nice and really nice idea. And today, I will be happy to contribute to this great event with a combination of 2 mini talk. The first one is I will talk about the IEEE Computer Society Region 8. In fact, we talk about the IEEE Computer Society. Everyone talk about that. But what about the region, a regional committee of the IEEE Computer Society? In fact, you can find quite many information about the opportunities for students and young professionals, and also the professional members, or the global structure, global structure organization of the IEEE Computer Society. But I will directly start with the committee and talk about our regional committee, and based on that, I will try to show the regional committee, introduce regional committee. Then I will continue to talk about the blockchain applications, game theoretical approach in blockchain-enabled secure communications in Internet of Things. This is the normal slide, but first I would like to just introduce the IEEE Computer Society Region 8 Committee. Based on the committee, I can express the issues and explain the structure better, I think. So, could you see the screen?
Yes, we can see now.
Okay. Okay. Just wait. Okay. In fact, as I said, IEEE Computer Society, everyone know IEEE Computer Society, the largest society of the IEEE, and it already passed, 75 years, and today, this year is the 77th year of the IEEE Computer Society. And IEEE Computer Society has an MGA board, and under MGA board, we have Geographic Activities Committee, and the Geographic Activities Committee of IEEE Computer Society make a decision, and they say, we already have regional coordinator. What are the regional coordinators? For example, I am the regional coordinator, and I am the coordinator of all the professional and student chapters in the region. So, okay, we have regional coordinator, but when you consider the COVID issues and the rising issues and the increasing demand from the chapters, we need to care more about the chapters. So in this case, what about instead of having a centralized approach, what about having a distributed approach? And they consider to initiate the regional committee 2 years ago at the beginning of 2021, and on April 2021, I started regional coordinator, regional coordinator. And according to this structure, we have a two-part structure. In the first structure, we have an upper committee, and also we have some area-based committee. What are the areas? Area are can be considered as a sub-region. For example, when you consider region, Europe, Middle East, and Africa, it is the half of the world when you consider the largeness of the region. So it has 6 areas. It is a wide region, so it has many areas, many sub-regions, 6 areas. And for each area, we have a coordinator. So you can consider, my side as like, for example, cloud computing, and for example, the area is like, for example, some fog computing, and for example, maybe the chapter says some edge, the communication is like edge. So this can be this can be a good analogy to tell about the structure of the regional committee. And in this regional committee, we have, okay, I am the region coordinator, and also we have the watcher, Alakusik from Estonia, and also we have 6 area coordinators, Katarina from Macedonia, Frankis from UK, Ireland, and Sepetin from Norway, Kostas, who is officer in DVP, Kostas is from Greece, and also Walid from Lebanon, and Ahmed Hassan is from Egypt. And also we have a young professional representative, Ali Hussein Al-Fari from Kuwait, and also we have, web and newsletter representative Chan is from Turkey. He cares about, we will start to initiate the social media in regional level, in region 8. And also for events position, it is still vacant. And for chapter 30, in fact, Islam joining our committee, he really do great. In fact, he stimulates all the chapters in the region 8. And thank you very much, Islam, again, for the great work. And also, as the SEC coordinator, Sina Hetia is also, she will talk about the SYP. She also takes the role in SYP. And when you consider in the area level, okay, that is the regional level. Okay, it is the upper tier. And when you consider one level below, we have area-based committees. In the area-based, for example, we have here the Katarina Tvojanec, and she is the area coordinator. And in the area level, we have chapters, and now we have still many vacant position in the area level. And for example, she will have a vice chair and also young professionals representative. But although we have portfolio, in fact, we don't have much work portfolio in area level. And let me say, as this is a new organization structure, and think about too many vacant position at the beginning, think about just 2 years ago, all the positions were vacant. So that is why it takes time to fill this position. So when we try to fill this position, we are looking for the motivation and the other things. So that is why we don't just fill the positions to fill the position. So we are looking for motivation of the volunteers. Sometimes some volunteers may show really great effect in their chapter level, in the section level, but when we try to encourage them to take a role in the area level or upper level, they may not show the same motivation, and there may be some issues, some problems. So in that case, we cannot take the some efficient performance. Think about. In fact, taking this role, motivation is important, and also some preliminary experience in your section level, it is important, some proven one, because if you put someone directly to there, even we want that, it is not good for them, because they will say, where am I? You understand? So first, if they understand for example, section level, in the chapter level, then it may be better for them. And in the, as I said, in the area 1, you can, sorry about that. In area 1, you can see this, countries, the Bulgaria, Croatia, Czechoslovakia, Italy. So this is the generally European countries. And in the area 2, it is we can consider the Central European one. And in generally, most of the old chapters, pioneer chapters are in this area. Most of them are founded in 1980s. Here we have Frank as coordinator and Tustin as the white representative, and Benelux, Denmark, France, Germany, Portugal, Spain, and UK, and also Switzerland. These are the chapters, and some of our chapters are joined, like for example, Switzerland one. Also, when you consider the area 3 is, it is generally, it includes most of the Scandinavian chapters, also some Russia and Poland chapters. And in area 4 is a bit small area. You know, sometimes their structure change, so they add some countries and remove that. But it includes, for example, Cyprus, Greece, Romania, and Turkey. And Kostas will be one of the speakers today. Is also the area 4 coordinator. And we also have, for example, Vache Zensar and also Mustafa as YT representative. And okay, and area 5, in the area 5, it is mostly, you know, consists of, okay, it is mostly consists of the Middle East countries. And when you consider the area 6, okay, area 6 consists mostly of the African country. In fact, not mostly, totally consists of African countries. So when you consider area 6 is Africa area. And we really care the area 6 because it has a great potential, and we are happy to have a great volunteers from area 6, and I hope we will have more in the future. And when you consider area 6 in Africa, maybe in the future Africa can be considered as a separate region. I don't know, but sometimes people talk about that, maybe some rumors or that. So it is important for us to care about the area 6. These are the structure. I just talk about the IEEE CS region, not more than that. Not talk about the general. I don't talk about the general, the IEEE CS, because you can find quite many information and many people can do this, and I think you may already heard the information on that. But in general, people are not aware of the regional committees. And when you consider the regional committee, okay, we introduced that, and let's say a few words and then finish this part of this talk. As I say, they are like a folk, they are like age, they are communicating with the chapters. For example, think about that. There are more than 50 chapters in the region. And if they have any issue, for example, in that case, it is better for them to talk with area coordinator, because area coordinator care just, for example, between 4 and 8 chapters in their level. You can consider the area coordinator as some proxy server. So if there are some common, demands, then they can reply fast, or they can solve some issues. But if the area coordinator is not sufficient to answer their question, or not has the sufficient responsibility to cover their needs, then in that case, I care about that. For example, if they talk about the chapter grant request, in that case, the area coordinator cannot talk much about that, because I am the guy who evaluates, who gives the decision, to give the amount of, who give decision on the amount of the grant request. For example, if they request, for example, 1,000, it doesn't mean they will take 1,000, and for example, they may take 500 something. So it is like that. While we are talking about the chapter grant, we provide great opportunities for the each chapters, and for the professional one, we can give incentives, we can give grants up to $2,000 for just one single event. But in that case, we expect too many participants and really great event like a congress, annual congress. On the other hand, when you consider the student chapter, for student chapter, we provided up to 200, but this year they consider, okay, let's update that and increase that. And so they provide, okay, they decided to be able to provide up to $500 US for a single student chapter event. So these are the chapter grant requests. So when you consider the chapter level, generally they request some grant also. If there are some opportunities, then from the central part, for example, the global side, we are trying to, for example, we are trying to forward that to our area coordinators, or sometimes directly to all the chapter chairs. And the area coordinators can also support them, for example, send a reminder them for the chapters to know, aware the new information, the updated information, or updated opportunities, like maybe some student scholarships awards, or maybe some distinguished visitors. For example, the Dr. Husam Fahmi, who talks before than me, he talked about, for example, DVP. In this region and in other regions, DVP, that we have some DVP speakers, and the DVP speakers can talk and contribute to chapter. So how they can contribute chapter? They don't give just lectures. They also can discuss and try to, for example, improve some chapter event and maybe give some ideas. That is what the previous DVP, DVP past chair, George Proeller said. When I talked with George, he said, why we talk about distinguished visitor instead of distinguished lecturer? Because when you consider distinguished lecturer, he or she just gives the lecture. But distinguished visitor is more than that. In distinguished visitor, he spends some more time, and he talked about what can we do for the chapter, or with the distinguished visitor, you can make some, you can have a discussion, maybe some career issue, maybe some improving the chapter issue. So that is why the expectation from a distinguished visitor is more than a distinguished lecturer. So in fact, it can be increased, but maybe it is better to stop this part and continue with the technical talk side. What do you think, Islam? Do you have any question from the audience? If there is no question, then we can talk about the next level. Next talk, the blockchain one.
Yes, you can go further. Thank you, Umair, for this nice presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much again for listening to the first part. And now let's talk a bit also the technical part. When I start here, okay, we are talking about the MJ issues, for example, membrane geography activities, but as a regional coordinator, I think we should be also some examples of to contribute also technical side, not just the member side, but also the technical side. And DVP program is a very good example of the collaboration of the, I think, the membrane geography part and also the technical part. So we can increase this more. And let's talk about a technical talk. In fact, now I will talk about my single author chapter on blockchain. It is inspired from that, and also our recently submitted paper to IEEE Network magazine. So this is a combination of that, and I have tried to keep it within 25 half an hour. I will try to keep it short. Okay, let's talk about blockchain-enabled secure communications and Internet of Drones. Okay. What we will talk today about the blockchain application, and we will first make some short introduction. We will talk about some security issues in Internet drones and unmanned traffic management systems, they say UTM, and we will talk some game theoretical approach for some multi-robot task allocation, Internet of drones, and also we'll talk some challenge, some future research directions, some challenge and future research directions, and we will talk on, we will give conclusion and the references. Okay, let's start from the beginning, fundamental. Internet of Things. What is the Internet of Things? Connecting the things with each other via internet. We have internet of computers, and now instead of computers, now we broaden that and we connect the things, and it is based on low power sensor technology. Wireless sensor networks and wireless sensor, low power sensor are very important, and so we can consider energy efficient sensor, or they are important because if you consider energy efficient sensor, then for example, energy harvesting sensor without battery or very little battery, then this will decrease the cost of individual sensors. And if you decrease the cost of individual sensors, then you can produce more and you can use more sensors. Think about that. 2 decades ago, people talk about a few dollars for each sensor, but now people talk about a few cents as a cost of a simple sensor. So think about that. In 2 decades, if you decrease the cost 100 times, it means with the same cost, you can have 100 times more sensors. If you have 100 times more sensors, think about that. You can distribute that and the coverage will be better. Everything is perfect. So if you consider Internet of Things instead of just Internet of Computers, the classical internet, then think about you will have more device. Okay, so much more, you need much more sensor. Why? Because the Internet of Things, it is the based on generated based on monitoring issues. When you consider many of the application includes some kind of monitoring. For example, the things has some data and collect some data, and generally they collect that via sensor, and then they communicate with each other. And the IoT enables real-time data sharing between machines. And it is a key technology for Industry 4.0, because in Industry 4.0, we consider it is the smart factory, it is the dark factory age, and in Industry 4.0, the machines can communicate with each other. And in that case, we don't need human worker to help them. So the IoT provides you the machine communicate with each other. Okay, and they do that in real time, thanks to the 5G features, the 5G opportunities, the next generation opportunities. Because the 5G provides such infrastructure. According to 5G, it has, for example, ultra reliable and low latency feature. And for example, in 6G, they consider extreme ultra reliable and low latency feature. So they have such a name, and they target to, for example, communicate less than, with a latency less than 1 millisecond. So we can consider that as real time. So in this case, if the machine communicates with real time, then they can monitor everything. They can track the process in the factories or in the other application areas, and then they can take the precaution. So in the IoT era, the sensors and actuators can do quite many things, and they are the key technologies for also Industry 4.0. It is another important paradigm. And it is also important for automation of supply chain in the post-COVID-19 era, because in supply chain for tracking, people can use sensors and maybe some other technologies. So the IoT is important on that. And when you consider some cellular IoT network, the last link is wireless. In cellular network, the last link is wireless. And also when you consider the IoT network, if we have some cellular one, it has the last link is wireless. The other can be wired, depending on the backbone expectation. Okay, we talk about the IoT, And now let's talk about the Internet of Drones. It is based on the drones, okay? Instead of things, we put drones. This is an example, a good example of Internet of Drones. Here, could you see, this is, for example, these are some servers, you can consider them a cloud, and also, for example, these are the base station, these are some middle parts, and here, these are some drone swarms. Okay, some drone swarms here, just single drone, and they communicate with some ground place, for example, the base station. And this is the signal link communicating, the drones communicate with the base station. And this is the cloud, as I said. And these are the interference because they are close to each other. Yes, geographically, geographically also they are close to each other. They can make some interference with them. So this may be a challenge for them. In fact, we talk about the Internet of Drones, but why we use Internet of Drones? For example, monitoring or maybe collecting data. Generally, for example, collecting data or doing some other tasks which are difficult to do by human. Or maybe some other vehicles. Think about the ground vehicles cannot do, and it is difficult for people to do or human to do that. So instead of manned vehicles, now we consider unmanned vehicles, unmanned aerial vehicles. So they can do great things. Okay, you already know the potential of drones. Okay, but what about security? Security is part of our life. Cybersecurity is, in fact, part of our life. Even physical domain, we consider the security attacks, and in the cyber domain, of course, you need to consider the attacks. So when you consider the drones, they are generally some expensive devices, and you make great investment because it is still developing technology, and it is a costly technology. And you generally use drones for some really special missions, and everything is good. But what about attacks? Think about if the drone, a drone was cheap, people will not care much about that. But especially think about that some expensive drones. If you hack them, or if you make some cyber attack, then you can harm the drone, and it will cause some cost. So I think the drones are really some good place to attack if you have some bad intention. If someone works with drones, some expensive items, it doesn't just mean drone. It may be even ship, they are going on water, or some other large machines, some expensive items. You need to care about security. And now we will talk about security of drones. When you consider the security, there may be, in computer, we can have different some security solution. But when you consider the things, including drone, the security solutions in the computers may not be directly applicable. You may consider some lightweight solutions or maybe some other solutions. And today I will talk about the blockchain-enabled secure communication. When we consider blockchain, it is popular, but let's remind that blockchain has three core features as follows. Decentralization. It ensures the scalability and robustness by maintaining multicast traffic flows. So it enables decentralization. Think about, you have a drone swarm, and if you provide blockchain, okay, if you, for example, set up blockchain system, blockchain infrastructure, then you will provide the decentralization. And also it provides inherent anonymity for that, and also provides security. For example, you may say, why you provide blockchain? Okay, why you provide a blockchain to Internet of Drones? There may be some other solution, but blockchain has an interesting thing. It has decentralization and also transparency. And if you set up blockchain, it is a distributed ledger, we say, but also everyone share. It is transparent. This is really important. All the users, all the nodes in the blockchain share information. Okay, and this is really important for robotic network. It may be drone network, it may be ground network. It is important. If you care about, for example, literature, that you can see, for example, multi-robot task allocation. And when you consider the multi-robot task allocation, think about you give a task to a robotic swarm. And you say that, for example, okay, go there and, for example, complete these 5 tasks to, for example, 5 drone or 4 drone, anyway, 6 drone. In that case, all the drone, each drone will try to do their best. But what if one of them are subject to attack? One of them is subject to attack. Someone else should take its responsibility. And let's talk about a worst scenario. We talk about, for example, a few drones, they are going there. And think about, generally, when you consider drones or robots, they consider, okay, they generally choose a leader, okay? Maybe leader follower, or maybe some cluster. Think about, they are the robot cluster, they are drone cluster, and they have they have a head, and it, for example, allocates some task. Or in this paper, in this presentation, we will talk about the leader. Think about, there is a leader, it chooses a task, and, for example, separate the other, and think about one of those robots, one of those drones, is attacked by other guys. Okay, some external guys, some hackers, or some bad intention guys, some malicious attacks, or some misleading. In that case, the other, one of the other, or maybe a few of the other drones, try to take the responsibility. Okay, say, okay, in the next round, I will go there and do the job, the task of that robot, that drone. Okay, but to do that, you need some know-how. You understand? Especially if the drone is the head drone or leader. If, for example, some central decider, as a central decider in a way, because sometimes the drone do their task and have some resultant data, and they can send their data to the head drone. And the head drone evaluates everything and aggregates data. Then it communicates with the other drones or maybe base station and send the resultant data. And think about, someone make the attack to this head drone. What will you do? Everything is finished in the centralized approach. Everything is finished, a single point of failure. And there is no know-how. Everything is secure. But thanks to blockchain, thanks to its transparency and decentralization approach, decentralization property, then even it is head drone, it shares everything it has done. So everyone knows what the head drone do, what the other robots do. So it is like, for example, you have a WhatsApp group or maybe a Telegram group, and you share, for example, something, and the other guys see. This is like some kind of distributed ledger. But in blockchain, we have security. That differs from the WhatsApp or some other thing. So, for example, when you consider WhatsApp or some other groups, these are just transparent. But blockchain also provides security. So it provides both security. In that case, you cannot change, for example, the record, and also it has transparency. Thus, if some of the nodes fail, the other nodes can continue instead of the failed one. This is really important for multi-robot task allocation. Okay, let's talk about we talk about cyber attacks, and we say, okay, we propose blockchain application, blockchain enabled solution, but let's talk about cyber attacks on UAV. The cyber attacks on UAV can be listed as follows: the hijacking, and GPS spoofing attack, or GPS jamming attack. And when you consider, for example, some attacks on ground control system, generally there are some software-driven threat. They may cause on the ground control system. They are like some, you can consider them as computer on the ground, the classical one. So these are the classical attacks: keylogger, Trojan, virus, or malware. And in that case, they can cause the UAV to lose some important data, because the UAV, communicates with the ground control system, and in that case, for example, the attack comes from the ground control system, and because of that, they can lose the important data because of the if they share their data for ground control system, think about, and there is an attack, and it will be lost. And when you consider the attacks on data communication links, and some encrypted communication links between UAVs and ground control systems, they can be, the encrypted one, they are susceptible for several attacks. The man-in-the-middle attacks, the classical one, the denial of service, the traffic analysis attacks, and ground control system control signal spoofing and eavesdropping, the identity spoofing, and the false location update. So when you consider the spoofing, it is about some misleading, and for example, when you consider denial of service, it is about, for example, demanding more and more, and in that case, for example, the serving guy will say, okay, I am denying, I don't want to more demand and more requests. So that is what the device become crazy, and the man in the middle is about like a bit eavesdropping and some manipulating thing, or maybe releasing the information to the outside something. And we have also eavesdropping, and identity spoofing is another one. And also people, when we say blockchain enabled solution, for example, some of them, for some spoofing attack, we can have some other solution. For example, maybe some RF domain solution, for example, some deep learning based solution, but some classification based solution, you can do that. But as I said, when you consider some more distributed solution, some more distributed approach, blockchain is really a promising one. And the attacks on cyber systems, the unmanned traffic monitoring system, UTM, use the cyber systems like the cloud and internet for coordinating flight and access of UAVs. And for example, they can have the malware injection, SQL or no SQL injection attacks, or insecure APIs. When you put everything, we talk about that separately, and let's put them and also consider, for example, consider within a table. In fact, I take this table from our network paper, IEEE network paper. And when you consider type of attacks, UAV and its components, and ground control system, and communication links, and cyber systems, we have these considered threats. And these are the properties of security parameters. Generally, for security, they consider, for example, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. They are the first three important features. So when you start security, they consider that the confidentiality, integrity. Confidentiality it is about a bit, it is like the privacy, and when you consider the availability, it is about readability in all parts, and integrity is whether the data can pass the system. And authentication is about privacy, is already known, and authentication is like, for example, authentication is like whether the user is authentic, whether the sender is authentic. So it is about to understand whether the sender is authentic or not. And depending on your target security parameters, you can have some different approach in the classical, for example, network security. It is another talk, it is another topic. And okay, we talk about Internet of Drones, we talk about blockchain application. And for example, we have a user, internet, ground control system, and a drone, okay. And there are, for example, some clusters, and we say, okay, we have a blockchain. Blockchain provides, for example, decentralization and transparency, and also immutability. You cannot change the records much if you cannot target, if you cannot attack, and for example, make the fail most of the system. In that case, if you cannot do that, you cannot make the blockchain fail. So you cannot cause the fail of blockchain. It is not an easy thing. And while applying the blockchain, okay, while applying the blockchain, how we can do that, and how we should set the blockchain. For example, if we have a group of drones, okay, what should we do? Just setting the blockchain among all of them? No, it is not just like that. In that case, or just putting a blockchain framework between them, all the problem is solved? No. In fact, blockchain is a framework, but also considering that infrastructure, we should propose another framework in Internet of Drones. Think about that. Let's talk from the beginning. We talk about Internet of Drones and the ground control system. Someone say that, okay, we have some tasks and let's go and execute those tasks from the leaders. In fact, I will try to finish it quicker, Islam. Okay, I am checking that. I think the next will be a bit faster. So in that case, what will we do? Okay, the leaders, the drones will go there. And we say, okay, blockchain can be a solution against cybersecurity threats. But how should we consider the blockchain? How we should set up that? We can consider the blockchain between all the drones, but in this type, we consider Stackelberg followed by mesh game. Okay, you see this one, right? The Internet of Drones with various usage cases in each cluster. So this is the cluster 1, this is cluster 2, this is cluster 3. And for example, these are the robots, they communicate with the drone. So it is a robotic network, UAV-assisted robotic network, and they can complete quite many tasks. And for example, they can share data with the drone, and they can share data and complete tasks, and then they can send the resulting data to the ground control station. And the Stackelberg followed by mesh game. That is our approach, as I say. Okay, the ground terminal. The ground terminals send the assigned tasks. Okay, these are our assigned tasks. In that case, one of the pre-selected drones become a leader. What the leader do? The leader do Stackelberg process. In that case, one of them choose the best one. Okay, the best option, the best one for it. For example, here the leader drone say, okay, I want to do this task. Why? For example, the leader robot say, In fact, I need to lead the other guys. For example, I need to compute, so I need to send some more energy to evaluate the resultant data of the others. So, and I need to keep myself, I need to reduce the energy consumption, because we don't want the leader to change much, or the cluster head to change much. So in that case, the leader say, I need to choose the less energy consuming task. Thus, I will not have energy. I will not have lack of energy. I will not start with energy problem. So I can continue my leadership role for many rounds, many tours, for a longer time. So the leader behaves selfish and choose that. After then, okay, the leader choose that there are some remain assigned tasks. In that case, the others can consider the Nash process, the Nash game. The Nash game, everyone consider, none of them consider their own, just their own profit. They consider the others. Okay, they consider the team profit, the team gain. That is our novel approach in the Steckelberg followed by the Nash game, and that is a novel approach. And based on that, we write a paper for IEEE network magazine. And here, the leader in the IoT, the Internet of Things, the leader is expected to abide by game regulations, and the leader makes the initial decision on data chain, and the leader picks the task to complete it with less amount of energy or effort, behaves selfish, and it is not permitted the leader to coordinate distribution of remaining duties. It is just left to the other drones. Okay, these are the tasks, and you can choose whatever you want. And if there are at least 2 data chains, then both of which contain task that requires the leader to expend the least amount of energy to finish it. And then the leader neglects that task and continues looking at the next task, remain n-1 task in these chains. So this means that if there are just at least 2 data chain, then the leader expend, okay, this amount of energy to finish it. Then the leader neglects the other task.
I'd like to, you know, that the time is our constraint today. So
I'm passing this.
It's very interesting. I'm sure that all the audience are
just 3 minutes. I will finish. Okay.
Thank you.
This is the followers in IoT, and in fact, in summary, each follower tries to minimize their own energy costs, but on the other hand, they are considering the team gain, okay, the team profit. And if there is no Nash equilibrium, that's critical. If there's no Nash equilibrium, then they choose another leader, and it picks up its own profit with another Steckelberg. Then the remaining one continues continues to look for another Nash equilibrium. And what are the challenges? Some major privacy issues challenge air traffic violation, the limited onboard resource of UAVs, some quantum attacks, and machine learning and algorithmic game theory-based attacks. Okay, we talk about the proposed solution, and these are some future challenge we consider. And some future research direction. The integrating blockchain with the UAV is an exciting research field, but what can you consider? The simulation software for blockchain-based UAV system, or private and permission blockchain systems against intelligent attacks, and UAV power consumption and increasing their flight time. This is the classic, and using machine learning with blockchain in UAV. And this is my conclusion. Blockchain applications in Internet of Drones provides some distributed, secure solution, and also it provides transparency. It is important for multiple task verification. And these are the references. Yeah, it is finishing the last 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. If I know it's very hard to have some questions, but if you allow me, I can share your email So
Yeah, anyway, I can share the email.
Contact you and you have further discussions in this. Thank you so much, Shomer, for your presence and your nice presentation for the region and for the Internet of the North. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now I think
my email.
it's time to move to our next session. Let me first introduce our next moderator, Dr. Mariam Belgedoum, Professor of Computer Science. Dr. Mariam Belgedoum is a professor at the Faculty of New Technology of Information and Communication at Abdelhamid Merhi Constantine II University since October 2008. She has a solid academic background, including an engineering degree from a Constantine University, a professional master's degree in the development of safe software from the Sorbonne University National School of Cachan in France, Master of Research Method IT for Industrial System from the University of Digital Science Quintin in Yvelines in France, and a PhD in Computer Science from IMT Atlantique in joint with the University of Rennes with honor obtained in February 2008. Her research interest encompasses a wide range of areas such as software engineering, Internet of Things, cloud computing, component and service deployment, architecture, description language, formal specification and verification, and artificial intelligence. Thank you, Dr. Mariam, for being with us. It's our pleasure and honor, and it's your session now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to express all my gratitude to Professor Islam Abdelhalim for his invitation and the kind introduction. So I'm really honored to be a moderator for this prestigious IEEE event and extend a warm welcome to all participants, speakers, and organizers. I want to acknowledge the online nature of the event. It's really a pleasure to see participants from all over the world. So throughout this insightful and engaging session on digital twin for trustworthy autonomy, I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to guide and facilitate our discussion. So we know that digital twins represent a cutting-edge advancement that combine various technologies such as IoT, cyber physical system, edge computing, machine learning, artificial intelligence. So this multidisciplinary fusion has the potential to revolutionize various industries by enabling the development of high-efficient, reliable, and autonomous systems. So before we dive into the fascinating world of digital twins, let me introduce our esteemed speaker, Professor Francisco Flaming. He is graduated cum laude master's degrees in 2003 and got a research doctorate, PhD in 2006, both in computer engineering from the University of Naples, Federico II in Italy. He has worked for 15 years in private and public companies, including Hitachi Rails and IPZS on large international projects addressing intelligence transportation, critical infrastructure, protection, and cybersecurity. As a technical leader and unit head, he is currently a professor of trustworthy autonomous system at the University of Applied Science and Arts in Southern in Switzerland, where he is the head of the Bachelor in Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. He is also affiliated in Dal Moll Institute for Artificial Intelligence. So since 2020, he has been a full professor of computer science with a focus on cyber physical system at Mälardalen University in Sweden and the technical manager of Rails EU-funded research projects about artificial intelligence for smart railways. Previously, he was being a senior lecturer and the chair of the cyber physical system environment in Linnaeus University. He is also a senior member of IEEE and a member at large of the IEEE SMC Board of Governors. He has co-authored more than 150 technical publications, and he has served as a chair, invited speaker, steering program committee member, and editor for several international conferences and journals. So following Professor, we could have a dedicated Q&A session. So Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marin, for your introduction. Thank you, for, Islam and all the organizers for inviting me. So I will try to share my screen, my presentation. And please let me know if you can see it full screen.
Yes.
Can you see? Okay, great. So, okay, we skip my introduction because I had this very complete introduction. So thank you again. So I'm here for this talk about digital twins for trustworthy autonomy. And this was an effort that I, together with my research team, did for putting together these two very promising paradigms of digital twins and trustworthy autonomy. Both of them are quite recent. Maybe digital twins have a little bit longer history, but the usage that we are doing now of digital twins is, we would say, is rather different compared to the original concept of digital twins. And there are very promising applications of digital twins to improve and to support trustworthy autonomy. So let's start from the very beginning. So I normally start from the concept of smart city, where you basically have everything that is nowadays computer controlled, and it is ubiquitous, so it's everywhere. It's really difficult to find nowadays a component of our everyday life which is not connected to a computer in one way or another. So it's pervasive, it's ubiquitous, and we can see from this slide that from the more industry part, so it's maybe a little bit outside the city, you have the industrial industry 4.0 that is now transforming into human-centered manufacturing and production. So it's more 5.0. And those are all the technologies that are used to support industrial automation and production. And as we move inside the city, we have all the technologies that support our everyday life. And I can mention maybe smart health among the more critical sectors, as well as smart transportation, which is also a critical sector. When I say critical, it means that it can be money critical. Yeah, so if there is some kind of malfunction or failure, there is a relevant financial impact, but it's also safety critical or life critical, and that applies, for instance, to transportation, to health. So a failure can also have consequences on the health of human beings. And then there are a lot of other sectors in which automation and autonomy is very important. Now we are moving from automation to autonomy, and basically autonomy is enabled by the recent developments in artificial intelligence and machine learning. All of this is possible because we collect a huge amounts of data from sensors, not only from people. People can be considered as sensors. I mean, they generate data. So data is generated not only by sensing devices, but also from people or by people. And considering these devices that are used to collect data, which are now considered part of the Internet of Things because they are connected to the Internet. There is this is not extremely recent graph, but you still have some years in the future, 2024 and 2025, and the prediction is that we will have an exponential growth in the number of connected devices. So this situation will continue in this direction in the future. So these things will become more and more important. So the challenges that we have, if we look the problem from the perspective of trustworthiness, is that we need to decide cyber physical systems, so systems that have both the physical components that you can touch and feel, the tangible part, and cyber components, so everything that is the computer control part, the software, that are ubiquitous and pervasive. As I said, they are everywhere and they permeate all parts of our lives. They are becoming increasingly smart, intelligent, and autonomous. So these words are not exactly the same things, but connected to each other: smartness, intelligence, and autonomy. And of course, what we want is that they will be not only intelligent, but also reliable, safe, and secure. So how can we manage these aspects? Because this means that the systems will become more complex, more heterogeneous, and there will be a lot of more uncertainties, both from the environment, because not everything can be predicted, but from artificial intelligence, machine learning, especially deep learning, not everything can be predicted. It's not a traditional algorithm. So these are big challenges that we are addressing in nowadays. So let's start from a concept that helps us understand better the challenges that we need to face. One integrated concept that has been extremely useful to manage the dependability of computer-based systems in the last decades, it has been the concept of dependable computing. So dependability is a concept integrating attributes, threats, and means. And among attributes, you have maintainability, reliability, safety, availability, integrity, and confidentiality. Some of these are associated to security. The security is a combination basically of availability, integrity, and confidentiality for authorized users. Then you have threats that can be faults, errors, and failures, and means that are the techniques that you use to ensure dependability, so ensure that the system is dependable, which are fault prevention, fault tolerance, fault removal, and fault forecasting. So dependability was the first integrated concept that was associated to systems to measure how you can trust a system. But then at a certain point, it was clear that not everything could be predicted. So dependability needed to be extended with another concept, a more general concept that takes into account the changes that, as I mentioned, can be in the environment where the system operates and in the system itself. So the concept of resilience has been introduced by the same team that defined the concept of dependability, so Jean-Claude Laprie and his team. And resilience is defined, I will mention only the shortest definition, that as the persistence of dependability when facing changes. So if a system is dependable in face of changes that are under control, of course, then the system can be considered not only dependable, but resilient. So it's more general concept. And you have here this class diagram in which you have all the concepts interrelated in this taxonomy, in which for assuring resilience, you need to take into account more aspects, but especially the aspects related to changes that can have different nature, different prospect, different timing. And you see that at a certain point you have a connection with the dependability. If you consider the evolvability, so the system evolves, a capacity to assess a system, and this is very much important if you consider deep learning systems that are associated to black boxes, so you cannot see inside the box and you cannot explain everything. Then accessibility is a critical technology for resilience. Then you have usability, which is also related to somehow to interpretability and diversity. And these are technologies that are connected to the means, the possibility to make prevention, tolerance, removal, and forecasting. So this is the connection between the concepts behind resilience and the concepts behind dependability. There is another important concept, so we are still talking about the reference taxonomy here, which is the concept of risk that can be explained very easily through a combination of probability of threats. This is also expressed, can be a real probability or can be a frequency, so how many threats you expect for a unit of time, for instance, in 1 year. Then you have a second factor here to define the risk, which is vulnerability. So what is the probability that the threat is successful? In this case, it's a conditional probability. And then you have the last factor, which is the damage, which measures the consequences of the threat. And this can be this can be measured, for instance, in dollars, in euros, depending in a currency, because damage is normally something that you can measure, even if it is loss of human lives. Unfortunately, there can be an association with money. So this is a simple definition of risk that takes into account the most important factors and can be both qualitative. So this can be, for instance, low, medium, high, and high, or can even be quantitative. So it's the expected damage that you have in one year in your system. In practice, what you do is to define quantitative and non-functional requirements in critical systems. And some of them that are well known are, for instance, the mean time between failures that is measured in hours, the hazard rate that is measured in hazard per hour, for instance. And these are clearly quantitative measures. But as I said, even the risk itself can be defined in a way that is quantitative. And this is very important, because if you cannot measure something, you cannot control. So in order to control something, you need to have metrics. One thing that is extremely important at this point is how you compute the important factors, because here the probability or frequency, the vulnerability of the systems, and the consequence you cannot easily measure. You need models to do that. Engineers need models to measure things in complex systems. So we come to the concept of model-based engineering. This is not a new discipline. As I said, engineers use models for basically for everything. It's one of the key aspects of our profession. And the broadest concept of model-based engineering can be associated to more specific disciplines, such as model-driven engineers. And here, for instance, you use modeling languages such as the UML or SysML, with different views of the system, different abstractions levels, and you can use even meta modeling, so define new modeling languages out of existing ones. Then you have model-driven design, model-driven architecture that are even more specific. So as engineers, we have these tools that allow us to model systems, both functional aspects and non-functional aspects of complex systems. So for instance, we come